a mysterious soul suddenly gets reborn in a very unusual way. This soul spent hundreds of years waiting inside a legendary golden sword. Many legendary warriors used this special weapon to make history. Eventually, the weapon met a very unique knight who would change everything. This young warrior came from a poor village, but he possessed insane fighting skills. Traveling around the world, they accomplished things that nobody else could ever match. Their dangerous journey eventually led them to a massive icy mountain where a giant explosion occurred. Screaming with all his power, the brave warrior pushed past his limits to survive. Feeling completely exhausted from the intense fight, the hero leaned on his sword to rest. Suddenly, a massive black dragon appeared and looked down at him. Showing a creepy smile, the terrifying beast prepared a deadly attack. Despite his fatigue, the determined fighter held his weapon tightly and stood his ground. The giant monster then fired a massive beam of energy to destroy everything. Blue fire wraps around the sword as the knight unlocks an incredible hidden power. Smiling at his trusted weapon, the brave warrior gets ready for one final strike. Charging forward with extreme speed, the young hero swings the glowing blade at the monster. Flying high into the air, he strikes the massive beast with everything he has left. With one legendary slash, the mighty white dragon of the Frost Mountains is finally defeated. After this historic victory, the young warrior becomes the proud king of a brand new nation. Placed inside a grand room, the legendary golden blade is passed down to protect his descendants. Many years pass in absolute silence until a sudden bright light interrupts the quiet darkness. Waking up from a very long sleep, the soul inside the weapon wonders why it is so loud. Feeling incredibly annoyed, the magical sword notices someone is violently shaking its body. Looking closely, we see a loud, spoiled prince screaming that he is the new master of the blade. A nervous guard quickly steps in and begs the spoiled prince to return the sacred weapon to its pedestal. Hearing this, the magical soul inside the blade is completely shocked that this fat boy is actually a royal prince. Feeling extremely suspicious, the legendary weapon decides to activate a special appraisal power to check his stats. The status window reveals that this 16-year-old teenager named Idrian has absolutely zero talent and many bad traits. It turns out the boy is a descendant of the first king, but he is just using the weapon to gain respect from the nobles. The magical sword finds this hilarious and refuses to help when the heavy teen raises it high and begs for ultimate power. Screaming a strange name, the out-of-control royal begins swinging the heavy blade around the room and scaring the servants. Threatening everyone around him, the clumsy prince suddenly loses his balance and falls flat on his face while running. Losing his balance, the clumsy prince falls forward directly onto the sharp tip of the sacred weapon. The terrified servants scream in absolute horror as the heavy royal gets seriously injured from his own silly mistake. Watching this unfold, the magical soul inside the weapon realizes that this bad boy actually managed to stab himself. Suddenly, the ancient spirit feels its vision going extremely blurry before passing out for the first time in history. Everyone knew this guy was a lazy pig who cared only about eating and greedily taking whatever he wanted. But rumors quickly spread around the castle because the young noble started acting surprisingly quiet after he woke up. The truth is that the legendary spirit actually took over the body of his old friend's descendant. A maid suddenly runs inside to announce that the king is arriving at the royal room. The annoyed soul wonders why the busy leader is visiting only after the boy recovered from his accident. Suddenly, a scary old knight appears behind the maid and tells the young boy to watch his mouth. The gray-haired commander mentions that the spoiled child still has his terrible attitude even after almost dying. After sending the servant away, the stern warrior looks down while the reincarnated soul wonders who this man is. The knight seems offended and asks why his lazy student is acting like they do not share a special teacher bond. Staring back at the angry commander, the ancient spirit realizes this tough warrior must be the lazy boy's teacher. To avoid any trouble, the smart protagonist pretends that his brain is messy and that he cannot remember anything. Their tense conversation is interrupted when a loud voice announces the sudden arrival of the supreme ruler. Hearing the loud, heavy footsteps, the young noble realizes that his new body's royal father has finally arrived. Looking up at the entrance, the ancient warrior is surprised to see a very powerful aura from the ruler. The protagonist expected a weak king, but the legendary leader actually looks incredibly strong and majestic. Looking down at his silent son, the strict father remarks that a near-death experience did not fix the boy's bad manners. The old teacher quickly steps in to explain that the hit to the head caused the poor teenager to lose his memory. Hearing this shocking news, the king immediately orders the best royal doctors to examine his son's head inside the bed. After checking the boy, the old royal doctor tells the leader that he cannot find any physical issues. He adds that the memory loss is likely just a temporary symptom of a massive mental shock. Hearing the diagnosis, the supreme ruler ponders this news, while the protagonist worries if he got caught. The father comments that this is very convenient and wonders if the teenager thinks his past deeds are erased. The king explains that people can grow by learning from their mistakes and making better choices. However, he gets furious and shouts that his son has forgotten every bad thing he ever did. He explains that because of this memory loss, the prince cannot learn or escape his bad past. As the ruler loses his temper, the loyal teacher quickly steps in to calm down the angry leader. After they leave, the protagonist feels extremely annoyed and wonders what kind of terrible life this boy lived. Suddenly, a gentle voice calls out the young boy's name and completely startles the reincarnation. A beautiful woman suddenly runs in and hugs the fat prince while expressing her deep worry for him. Squeezing him tightly, she says the past is completely trivial and comforts the struggling teenager. The loving mother then pinches his chubby cheeks and cries that her poor son has become way too skinny. The loving mother smiles warmly and says she is incredibly happy that her precious son finally woke up from his deep sleep. Holding the boy tightly, the worried queen warns her child to never touch that dangerous ancient weapon again. Staring at the golden blade, the reborn soul secretly apologizes because the real prince did not survive the heavy impact. Looking out at the quiet castle under the bright moon, the protagonist realizes his new situation is incredibly heavy. The sweet mother kindly bids her son goodnight and promises to visit him again very soon so he can rest peacefully. As soon as the massive door finally closes, the young prince lets out a deep sigh of pure relief to be alone again. Feeling extremely guilty, the hero remembers his old friend and laments how he accidentally ended the life of his descendant. Staring into the empty room, the determined warrior decides he must live a great life to make up for this tragic accident. Even though his new body is completely out of shape and lacks talent, he believes he can easily build his strength back up. With a confident smirk, the experienced fighter remembers that he spent hundreds of years raising some of the best legends. Standing up from his comfortable chair, the clever protagonist decides that his very first task is to build a mana heart. Taking a very deep breath, the young prince begins to absorb the natural energy around him as a bright blue aura appears. Blue energy starts swirling together as the ancient warrior tries to gather mana inside the heart area. Suddenly, the glowing blue light completely shatters because this physical body is simply too weak to hold any power. Refusing to give up so easily, the determined protagonist grits his teeth and tries to absorb the energy once again. Swirling flames of magic wrap around his chubby hands while the hero pushes his soul to the absolute limit. Despite this intense focus, the heavy pressure becomes too much, and the tired boy collapses onto the hard floor. Breathing heavily, the ancient spirit feels incredibly frustrated by how useless and fragile this new body is. Their painful workout is suddenly interrupted when a polite knock echoes from the massive bedroom door. A gentle servant slowly walks inside holding a steaming cup of dark medicine sent directly by the loving mother. Looking extremely nervous, the young maid worries that the angry prince will throw the hot liquid directly at her. Staring at the steaming bowl, the clever protagonist instantly senses something very strange about the dark potion. Looking closely at the potion, the protagonist realizes that this dark soup is actually packed with pure magic energy. Without saying a single word, the greedy prince suddenly snatches the hot bowl right out of the servant's hands. He chugs the entire potion in one big gulp, while the shocked maid stares at him in absolute disbelief. Slamming the empty bowl down, he orders the servant to leave immediately so he can start his training again. Closing his eyes, the clever warrior begins to absorb the dense magic power circulating inside his new body. Sweat drips down his chubby face as he notices that the mystical energy is finally starting to respond to his will. Although the trick is working, the protagonist knows this small amount of magic will quickly disappear in one day. Stopping the departing maid, he casually asks if she can bring him some more of that delicious magic medicine. After drinking the potion for a few days, the powerful blue energy around his hand looks much more stable and bright. With a confident smirk on his face, the reborn hero prepares himself to take the next big step in his training. Gathering all of his accumulated strength, the young prince declares that he can finally create a real mana heart. Because he has done this task countless times in the past, the legendary warrior can easily do it with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a sharp spike of intense pain shoots through the mind of the young prince as his eyes widen. Grabbing his chest, the heavy royal groans because the process hurts far more than he originally anticipated. The warrior remembers his past life, where creating this energy core felt like his entire body was on fire. Staring down at his hands, the experienced soul realizes that the extreme suffering is actually quite normal. Blue flames wrap around his chubby frame while the boy tries to bear the brutal pain of the transformation. Sweat drips down his face, while the protagonist tells himself that he must stay awake no matter what happens. If he loses focus for even a second, the wild magic will run backwards and completely destroy his physical body. Squeezing his eyes shut, the tired fighter pushes through the overwhelming pressure to keep his mind steady. Kneeling on the cold floor, the young prince channels every ounce of his remaining focus into the glowing light. Grabbing the wild energy with his mind, the hero forces the chaotic magic power back under his complete control. Moving the blue power slowly along his chest, the warrior guides the magical energy into the shape of a heart. A calm ripple spreads through his body as the wild power finally settles down into a peaceful blue liquid pool. Opening his eyes, the protagonist feels a sense of absolute clarity as his vision finally becomes sharp again. Slumping down on his knees, the exhausted teenager smiles with relief because the difficult ritual is finished. He now possesses a brilliant mana heart that belongs entirely to him and will help him gain incredible power. With a massive smile, the chubby prince celebrates because his hard work finally paid off. Golden sparks fly around his hands, while the excited teenager proudly claims his new mana core is complete. Suddenly, a strange glowing screen appears right in front of him, and he wonders if this is actually a status window. The warrior realizes this screen looks exactly like the messages he used to send his masters back when he was a sword. He gets surprised when the glowing panel announces that it is currently restoring a connection with his original source. Multiple warning messages pop up saying the connection is terrible and that he can only use a few limited functions. The system unlocked some special sensory powers called the third eye and third ear to help him see and hear much better. Turning his head towards the massive window, the young noble decides to test these new powers on the trees outside. His eyes easily focus on a single leaf with absolute clarity, and he confirms his sight is much better than before. Whispering voices suddenly enter his ears, and he realizes he can easily hear the maids gossiping right outside his door. A sudden painful spike shoots directly through his brain as his vision begins to glitch out from the heavy strain. The golden screen warns him that his mana is completely empty and shuts down the special powers to save his body. Holding his aching head, the young prince realizes what the system meant by extremely limited functions. The absolute senses he used to possess back when he was a legendary sword are now completely gone. For now, the boy can only squeeze out a tiny bit of mana to barely spy on others or see a bit better. With a confident grin, the hero knows he just needs to expand his mana pool to bring back his true power. Suddenly, a loud growl echoes from his stomach, and the exhausted protagonist realizes he is incredibly hungry. After a maid rushes to get him food, the prince decides he must focus on adapting to this weak human body first. Sometime later, his loving mother bursts into the bedroom while praising her son for his sudden good behavior. Pinching his cheeks, she happily mentions that she heard he drank every single drop of her special medicine. Their peaceful moment is suddenly interrupted when a powerful warrior in dark armor slowly steps inside the room. Staring at the scarred stranger, the young prince realizes that he does not recognize this cold man at all. Seeing his blank look, the queen begs her brother to help the poor teenager recover from his memory loss. The protagonist realizes this strict uncle is actually the queen's brother, who supposedly cares for his nephew. However, the warrior's smug smile makes it very obvious that he secretly dislikes the chubby prince. Looking directly at the teenager, the cold warrior declares that he wants to make one thing clear right away. The cold uncle announces that his only job is to help the chubby prince lose some of his excess body fat. He tells the queen to abandon any foolish expectations, while she quickly thanks him for at least offering this much. Listening to this weird plan, the reincarnated protagonist wonders what kind of training he is about to face. Staring deeply at his lazy nephew, the stern warrior releases a heavy pressure to show his absolute authority. Suddenly, a powerful physical strike hits the boy in the back and sends him flying directly onto the hard ground. Standing tall over the fallen noble, the strict instructor declares that the lazy child must obey his every command. With a smug grin, the uncle adds that he might teach the boy a single secret sword move if the training goes well. Hearing these arrogant words, the ancient hero gets extremely annoyed because he once trained the world's best legends. The smug man continues to tease his trembling nephew, believing that the fat teenager is just crying from frustration. Raising his head slowly, the clever protagonist ignores the teasing and confidently proposes a very interesting bet. The young noble challenges his uncle by promising to make him acknowledge his skills in just 6 months. With a confident smirk, the boy adds that he will obey any direct command if he fails to achieve his goal. In return, the clever teenager demands a single wish if he succeeds which immediately sparks his uncle's interest. Smiling coldly, the experienced warrior accepts the challenge because he wants to see how long his nephew can survive. As soon as the uncle walks away, the exhausted prince starts panting heavily and regrets talking such a big game. Grunting in pain, the exhausted teenager complains about his heavy and sluggish physical body. To make things easier, the young prince decides to mobilize his mana to burn off all the excess fat. Watching from the side, the strict uncle stares in absolute disbelief as he senses the strange magical energy. The scarred warrior suddenly rushes forward with his blade while yelling out his nephew's name in pure panic. Keeping his focus steady, the clever boy slowly lets the warm blue aura flow naturally through his limbs. Stopping right in his tracks, the shocked instructor loudly asks if the kid actually created a mana heart. With a playful smirk, the young noble summons a bright blue flame and asks if his uncle already regrets their bet. Instead of being impressed, the stern warrior looks extremely concerned and questions what the boy was thinking. He demands to know where his nephew learned such a technique, since it seems the boy has no idea what he did. The confused protagonist simply blinks while his uncle prepares to explain the harsh truth about the magic core. The warrior explains that the legendary mana heart is actually a low-grade trick used only by cheap mercenaries. Hearing this shocking news, the ancient warrior screams inside his head because his legendary technique is now garbage. Staring blankly at the floor, the depressed hero quietly sighs and realizes that times have truly changed. The uncle explains that the mana heart is just a cheap mercenary trick, leaving the boy completely speechless. The confused young prince asks for an explanation, so the strict warrior decides to show him how real magic works. Rings of bright blue energy quickly form around the veteran's hand, which instantly shocks the young boy's eyes. The instructor explains that these advanced mana chains can easily crush any normal energy generated by a mana heart. He adds that the old noble families who refused to abandon the traditional mana heart were completely ruined long ago. Later, the chubby prince reads a manual about mana chains and admits that things are indeed very different now. He learns that modern mages still use circular rings, while the knights of this era weave special chains to gather power. A knight's rank is completely determined by the number of active chains, starting from 1 all the way up to 5. Closing the book, the boy realizes the theory is actually logical and starts focusing on a familiar name written on it. The boy suddenly gasps in shock as his eyes widen at a highly familiar name written in the book. His mind immediately travels back to a time long ago when he was still a legendary living weapon. A strange warrior named Ernest had once challenged him to a duel to prove who was the true master of the blade. Remembering that distant memory, the young prince realizes why the author of this magic book sounded so familiar. Smiling to himself, the clever noble wonders what eventually happened to that ambitious challenger from his past. The bright morning sun rises over the massive castle walls as a brand new day of intense training begins. Standing in the open courtyard, the chubby teenager slowly stretches his body to prepare for the difficult workout. Walking up behind his lazy nephew, the strict instructor asks if he actually read the manual from last night. The scarred warrior claims the boy should now realize how foolish it was to choose a weak mana core over modern power. Hearing the constant criticism, the reincarnated soul simply smirks because he knows the true power of his technique. Looking directly at his uncle, the confident teenager declares that he has not made a single mistake with his choice. Scoffing at the boy, the annoyed commander asks if the child is simply refusing to admit his obvious failure. To prove his point, the young prince raises his hand and says that not all energy hearts are created equal. A massive burst of blue flame erupts around the boy as he proudly asks his uncle if he understands the difference in class. Looking at the blazing aura, the strict warrior stares in utter silence and wonders what kind of nonsense he is seeing. The uncle claims that many mercenaries make the mistake of acting like ancient legendary heroes. He adds that those fools eventually got crushed because they could not even face a warrior with 2 chains. Smiling coldly, the warrior tells his nephew to prove his worth by defeating an opponent who has 2 active chains. The man promises to become his official protector and help him succeed if the kid actually passes this tough test. Looking back at him, the chubby teenager silently wonders if having this strict relative as a mentor is a good thing. The proud warrior steps forward with a cold look because he feels insulted by the boy's casual attitude. Heavy blue flames erupt around the experienced commander as he decides to introduce his incredible military rank. He mentions his high position in the kingdom and how he commands one of the elite soldier groups. The terrifying pressure expands even further because he is one of the 5 legendary silver lions of the kingdom. His eyes glow with raw power as he reveals that he is actually a master who easily formed 4 magical chains. Shouting his own name with absolute pride, the great warrior states that he is a legend who will soon watch over him. A powerful gust of wind hits the young boy's face, while his uncle asks if these qualifications are enough for him. Standing nearby, the palace guards can barely hold their ground because of the massive energy shaking the area. The palace guards panic and desperately try to stop the terrifying commander before he actually hurts the prince. Looking at his nephew, the smug veteran smiles with amusement because he loves seeing the kid struggle. The clever teenager smirks back and warns his uncle not to go back on his promise when the time comes. Sometime later, the training finally ends, and the exhausted boy collapses on the cold ground to catch his breath. Dragging his heavy body back inside the castle, the sweaty noble holds on to a table while trying to recover. He remembers how his uncle laughed at his challenge and claimed he could never beat a single active chain. Stumbling down the long hallway, the angry protagonist curses his strict relative for being such a demon. When he finally reaches his bedroom door, the tired young prince is surprised to hear a sudden greeting. An old man wearing glasses bows respectfully and introduces himself as the humble royal physician. The confused teenager asks why he is here, so the doctor explains that the queen ordered some healing magic. Green magical light begins to glow around the healer hands, which immediately terrifies the young protagonist. Reacting instantly, the boy kicks the doctor out of his room and screams that he does not need any help. The angry prince complains that healing magic would instantly ruin all the hard work he did to burn his fat. Standing nearby, a loyal knight watches the chaotic scene in silence and wonders what is wrong with the boy. While the sun shines brightly, a smug young man suddenly bursts into the dining room, looking for his brother. The uninvited visitor wears a flashy red outfit and carries an incredibly arrogant smirk on his face. Stopping mid-bite, the chubby prince slowly chews his food while wondering who this strange newcomer actually is. The nearby guard leans in and quietly whispers that the arrogant visitor is actually the third prince of the kingdom. Walking closer, the mean sibling mockingly comments that it is a real shame the protagonist survived his recent accident. The young noble calmly ignores the insult and asks if his annoying brother has nothing better to do than pick fights. Anger flares in the older brother's eyes as he remembers how the chubby kid once stabbed himself with a sword. The visitor quickly hides his rage and mentions a rumor about a crazy bet involving a double-chain knight. Leaning in extremely close, the evil sibling proudly proposes that he should be the one to fight the young noble instead. After his brother finally leaves, the confused protagonist wonders why all his relatives are completely crazy. The guard explains that the arrogant third prince Gillian has been famous for his skills since he was a kid. The guy even managed to form 2 powerful magic rings when he was only 14 years old. While they are talking, a nervous maid slowly approaches to interrupt their conversation. She carries a massive stack of papers and announces that a lot of mail has just arrived for the prince. Taking a letter, the young prince wonders why all these random nobles are suddenly so interested in him. The boy looks closely at the papers to understand what is actually going on. Sitting at his desk, the confused teenager begins to read through the pile of messages. It turns out that many nobles are sending requests to challenge him to a duel. The letters are actually a cheap excuse for all these fighters to legally beat up the weak prince. Realizing their bad intentions, the clever protagonist shows a massive smirk instead of being scared. Holding the crumpled paper, he calls out to the maid who is still waiting nearby. With a very dark smile, the young noble tells her to write down every single name on those letters. Sometime later, a heavy wooden sword suddenly lands on the dusty ground with a loud thud. The confused teenager stares blankly and wonders what is happening now. A cold voice from above commands him to pick up the weapon and prepare for action. The commander claims that his nephew needs to learn the basics of swordsmanship to make their bet official. Grabbing the wooden weapon from the floor, the lazy prince complains about his uncle's aggressive attitude. Sudden pain shoots through the boy's tired body as he struggles to lift the heavy sword with his sore arms. Observing the prince struggle, the commander asks if the young boy actually skipped his healing magic treatment. The experienced warrior explains that utilizing magic to heal muscles prevents them from growing stronger after a workout. Realizing why the kid rejected the doctor, the uncle smiles slightly before changing the subject back to their training. Raising his own weapon, the strict instructor tells the young boy to watch closely because he will only show this once. A bright blue aura surrounds the master as he prepares to demonstrate the foundational sword style of the kingdom. Focusing his glowing eyes, the legendary knight begins to move his blade with absolute precision and immense speed. Massive rings of energy erupt from the sharp weapon as the veteran performs a series of flawless spinning slashes. The uncle swings his glowing blade with insane speed as bright energy lights up his face. Bringing the sword down, with a mighty crash, he sends a massive circular shockwave across the ground. Staring in complete shock, the young noble asks if that ridiculous power is actually just a basic style. The strict instructor glares back and says this style is honestly way too good for someone with his low talent. Sudden laughter echoes across the courtyard as the chubby prince bursts out laughing at his uncle. The kid happily remembers the legendary Dragon Slayer move, which was actually his own ultimate creation. The veteran says this technique is not enough to win their bet and advises him to find another master. Looking back with absolute confidence, the boy says this single sword style is more than enough for him. The strict instructor tells his nephew to do as he pleases as the boy tightly grips his wooden training sword. Taking a deep breath, the young prince begins to swing the heavy wooden weapon with all his remaining strength. He wonders why people in this world treat the legendary Dragon Slayer style like a useless training method. The sweating teenager realizes that this misunderstanding is actually a natural thing for these ignorant people. He knows the current sword style lacks the true spirit of a real Dragon Slayer because people forgot how to use it. Those who threw away their magic hearts and forgot how to put their own will into the blade can never see its true value. A sudden loud cracking sound echoes through the courtyard as a wooden blade hits the young boy body. The experienced commander stands over his panting nephew to point out the many obvious flaws in his stance. The uncle explains that simply putting strength into his arms will never make a sword strike truly powerful. The veteran taps the boy's stomach to show him exactly where he needs to focus his inner physical power. He then strikes the prince's legs and causes the exhausted teenager to grunt in pain from the sudden impact. The teacher explains that a warrior must distribute strength through his entire body to swing a sword correctly. Listening closely to the advice, the clever protagonist agrees with the strict lesson in his mind. The boy admits his current body is far too weak and clumsy to perfectly recreate his old legendary technique. Raising his blade once more, the young prince promises to prove that this sword style is actually an elite technique. Time begins to pass quickly as the young prince runs around the courtyard day after day to lose some weight. Gritting his teeth, he continues to swing the heavy training weapon, even when his muscles feel like they are on fire. A whole month passes, and the boy starts to absorb bright blue energy while pushing his body past its physical limits. A sudden glowing screen appears to announce that his hard work has successfully changed his weak physical build. His terrible traits finally disappear, and his constant training allows him to move with much better coordination. Whispers of magic gather around his wooden blade because he steadily accumulated power through sheer determination. His former illness disappears completely, and he swings the heavy weapon with a level of grace he never had before. Feeling stronger than ever, the determined teenager lifts the heavy wooden sword above his head to try another swing. His bright blue eyes glow with absolute focus because he is ready to unleash the true power of the ancient style. Bringing the weapon down, he unleashes a flawless crescent strike that is way better than his previous attempts. Suddenly, his wooden blade snaps in half when a loud voice commands him to halt his training immediately. The broken pieces of wood scatter across the dirt as a massive impact mark appears on the shattered stone ground. The young prince stands frozen in the pouring rain while holding the remains of his shattered weapon. Blood slowly drips from his clenched fist because the intense training session completely tore his skin. Red droplets mix with the puddles on the ground, showing just how much effort the teenager put into his practice. Looking up at the experienced commander, the young boy wonders why his relative looks so incredibly worried. His bright blue eyes show deep exhaustion from pushing past the limits of a normal human body. Behind them, the sturdy wooden training post splits completely in half from the sheer power of his last strike. Bright yellow sparks of energy still crackle around the broken target to prove that his magical force is real. A sudden cold chill runs down the teenager's spine when he finally realizes the true extent of his new strength. The angry instructor steps forward and loudly scolds his nephew for training so recklessly during a heavy storm. Grabbing the boy's shoulder, the veteran explains that using a real blade with this bad form is extremely dangerous. Looking down at his own palms, the exhausted prince sees that they are covered in painful blisters and deep bruises. Suddenly, a new magical screen appears to confirm that he successfully unlocked the rare super concentration trait. A tired smile forms on his face as the young boy celebrates his incredible achievement despite the intense pain. The weak teenager jokingly tells himself that focusing this hard a second time might actually end up killing him. His energy completely runs out, and the noble faints on the spot while the nearby knight rushes over to help him. Looking down at his fallen nephew, the worried commander can only sigh in the pouring rain. The veteran calls the unconscious boy a stubborn fellow, while carrying his limp body away from the cold mud. Sometime later, the tired protagonist slowly opens his eyes and tries to figure out where he is. Sitting up in his luxurious bed, the prince immediately wonders if he actually lost consciousness during the storm. Rubbing his aching head, the teenager realizes that he definitely ignored the physical limits of his current body. He remembers his previous life as a legendary weapon that guided many famous war heroes and master swordsmen to victory. In that past existence, he helped the founder of the kingdom and raised the status of everyone around him. The holy sword named Gruhorn acted as a wise advisor and a legendary teacher to those who held its hilt. Staring at his heavily bruised hands, the boy remembers that he was always just a spectator in his past life. Now he finally possesses his own body and wants to enjoy the direct results of his intense training sessions. He knows this weak body will break soon if he does not find a perfect balance between his mind and muscles. Since he created his magic heart over 1 month ago, the boy decides it is time to progress to the next stage. Closing his eyes, the determined teenager begins to gather bright blue energy to strengthen his physical core. A glowing screen appears to confirm his success after weeks of constant effort and magical meditation. The system reveals that his body is finally strong enough to withstand much larger amounts of magical power. A glowing screen confirms that his magical core is now much larger and ready to handle his power. The boy opens his eyes with absolute focus as bright blue flames erupt around his entire body. Walking over to a real metal sword on a stand, the teenager decides it is time to test his new strength. Swinging the heavy blade, he successfully reaches the level of a sword learner and unlocks a basic aura. Looking at his reflection in the glowing steel, the prince happily realizes he can finally handle the basics. Back in the courtyard, his uncle mentions that strange rumors are rapidly spreading all over the kingdom. The annoyed commander complains that their childish bet is causing him some serious trouble at work. The veteran warrior suggests that his nephew should quickly find a suitable sparring partner to practice. A devious smile forms on the boy's face because he already knows exactly who he wants to fight next. The teenager asks to fight the single-chain warriors first before moving on to much stronger opponents. Turning to his loyal guard, the young noble asks if his special request has been prepared yet. Smiling warmly, the loyal guard presents a complete list of people who requested to fight the young noble. The knight then asks if the teenager actually intends to have practice matches with all these challengers. He warns that most of these fighters hold deep grudges and might try to hurt the prince during their fight. Smirking at the warning, the young boy decides that his strict uncle must act as the official referee. Holding his weapon, the prince explains he only needs the experienced knight to stop anyone from actually dying. A few days pass and the first challenger nervously stares at the massive palace gates of the prince. The young man introduces himself as Taylor, who is the second son of a completely ordinary baron family. He remembers when the spoiled prince rudely mocked his family during a royal banquet several years ago. Their family honor was completely destroyed, and the young man blames the prince for all their shame. Standing in the courtyard, the challenger swears to make the noble pay dearly as he finally offers a greeting. Raising his blade, Taylor begins a very dramatic speech until the prince suddenly interrupts him. Pointing directly at the angry challenger, the chubby boy complains that this opponent looks incredibly weak. The angry challenger grinds his teeth while thinking the rumors about the arrogant prince are definitely true. Suddenly, the strict uncle steps in and commands the furious young warrior to calm down before their duel begins. The challenger blushes deeply when he realizes he is actually standing in front of the famous commander. Bowing as low as possible, the excited youth declares that meeting this legendary hero is a massive honor. Watching the scene, the chubby prince feels annoyed because everyone treats his uncle like the actual royalty. The veteran scolds the boy for his past actions, while the teenager complains about his relative constantly nagging him. Raising his hand, the referee commands both fighters to take their starting positions so they can finally begin. Both warriors step forward and cross their heavy weapons as they prepare for the upcoming duel. Suddenly, a bright blue aura of energy erupts from the young challenger as he prepares to unleash his power. Wearing a confident smirk on his face, the challenger warns the noble prince to prepare himself for the attack. Lunging forward with extreme speed, he charges directly at the chubby boy while swinging his glowing weapon. The lightning-fast attack cuts through the empty air and creates a massive shockwave across the courtyard. Dropping down from above, the furious challenger aims a powerful downward strike directly at his opponent. Smiling calmly, the young prince easily spots several major flaws in the aggressive movement of his enemy. With a single swift motion, the protagonist blocks the incoming strike and deflects the magical force effortlessly. Taylor is completely shocked when he realizes his opponent actually possessed a fully formed mana heart. The strong collision creates a loud sound as the young prince quickly shifts his weight to stabilize his footing on the dirt. Staring in disbelief, the challenger wonders how a simple mana heart is able to completely stop a powerful attack. Smiling casually, the noble boy mocks his enemy by saying the strike only felt like a very light tingling sensation. This arrogant comment instantly leaves the young challenger completely speechless and incredibly embarrassed. Watching from the sidelines, the loyal guards notice a very strange and deep ringing noise coming from the sword. The experienced commander immediately recognizes the sound as a rare sword cry which only true masters can create. Blue magic waves begin to flow around the handle as the weapon itself starts to vibrate with immense spiritual energy. Refusing to accept reality, the angry challenger charges forward with his weapon raised high for another desperate strike. The heavy steel blades clash again, and Taylor grunts loudly when the impact pushes back against his arms. Screaming at the top of his lungs, the furious youth unleashes a flurry of rapid attacks that fail to break the defense. A massive burst of light erupts between them, and someone is forced to slide backward across the stone floor. The furious challenger slides backward across the dirt while trying to regain his balance after their heavy clash. Sweating heavily, the young prince realizes that the current mana inside his body is acting highly unstable. He clutches his chest as a dangerous backflow of magical energy threatens to tear his physical core apart. The protagonist looks at his red-faced opponent and casually asks if he is indeed the son of the Baron. Pointing his blade forward, the relaxed noble calmly tells his irritated opponent that he really needs to cool down. Closing his eyes, the clever teenager decides to fully concentrate his senses to stabilize the wild energy. His mind plunges deep into a dark blue ocean as he searches for a way to control his chaotic magical power. Reaching out with his hand, the sleeping soul of the legendary sword begins to slowly awaken within his consciousness. Deep beneath the cold water, a massive blue dragon appears to guard the absolute core of his true power. Touching the ancient weapon causes his brand new mana heart to instantly accept the grand will of a legendary warrior. A giant blue eye slowly snaps open when the sleeping soul of the ultimate dragon slayer finally awakens. Crimson flames erupt as the boy taps into the ancient memories of a weapon designed solely to destroy massive beasts. A magical screen confirms that the hidden heart of the powerful dragon slayer is now fully activated. The prince's eyes suddenly glow with a fierce red color as he prepares to unleash this devastating new power. Crouching low, the teenager gets surrounded by a massive scarlet dragon aura that makes him look like a true monster. A system message confirms that the ancient dragon's slayer heart is now fully merged with his sword. Looking at the monstrous red energy, the terrified challenger trembles and wonders what kind of power he is facing. Sensing the immediate danger, the powerful uncle suddenly yells for the match to stop. The young prince charges forward with red eyes because the awakened weapon is far too dangerous to control. He remembers asking his relative for a very important favor right before the sparring matches began. The boy previously warned that he might actually end up destroying his opponent during these practice duels. A giant shadow looms over the terrified challenger as the protagonist prepares a devastating strike. The veteran warrior leaps in to block his nephew just like they had discussed earlier. A massive explosion rattles the entire courtyard as their high-speed weapons collide. The experienced commander stands tall while surrounded by bright blue lightning to suppress the wild energy. The heavy impact sends the prince sliding backward until he hits the stone wall of the arena. Seeing the royal family member get attacked, the guards quickly draw their weapons on the commander. They warn that hitting the prince could be considered a serious crime of treason. Sitting on the ground, the boy tells the soldiers to step back because he ordered this intervention. Wiping a trickle of blood from his lips, the teenager complains that his uncle was way too rough. The guards panic as the exhausted prince suddenly falls to the ground after the heavy strike. Inside his chest, his newly formed mana heart pulses with a bright blue light as it tries to recover. Holding his chest, the teenager feels relieved that his fragile core did not actually shatter from the impact. He acknowledges that his uncle possesses a level of power that completely outclasses any regular warrior. The boy is glad to see that there are no lasting injuries and smiles because he officially won the match. Later in his room, the resting prince gets interrupted by his stern relative, who suddenly enters with a serious look. The furious commander demands to know where the teenager learned such a terrifying and dark style of fighting. The noble youth calmly responds that he was only staying true to the actual essence of the weapon itself. Staring at him, the veteran warrior realizes that this young boy has somehow unlocked a truly murderous sword style. Instead of scolding his nephew, the commander surprisingly agrees that pure bloodlust is indeed a valid form of truth. The protagonist looks surprised by this response, since he expected a long and boring lecture about righteousness. The commander explains that he is a simple soldier who cares only about winning instead of acting like a righteous knight. Hearing these words, the young protagonist remains completely silent as he processes the unexpected advice from his uncle. However, the veteran warns that the boy uses way too much bloodlust, which can quickly turn a friend into a deadly enemy. The chubby prince simply replies that he is doing all of this training specifically to fix that exact problem. Crossing his arms, the strict commander says he will watch closely to see if the teenager gets consumed by his inner demons. The scene transitions to the end of the 3 days of intense practice matches inside the palace courtyard. Staring at his exhausted opponent, the young prince asks the tired noble if his name is indeed Taylor Telheim. Holding his weapon, the main character shows a bright smile as he approaches the beaten warrior. The boy thanks the opponent for his hard work, while remembering all the painful beatings the challenger received. He jokingly adds that the poor guy probably wanted to land at least one solid hit, but unfortunately failed completely. Suddenly, the wealthy prince turns around and commands a nearby maid to bring a special item over to him. The confused servant quickly hands over a beautifully decorated wooden chest that looks incredibly valuable. Holding the gift, the protagonist remembers the rude behavior of his past self and hopes this will ease their grudge. He hands the package over to the stunned challenger and tells him to deliver this special offering directly to his father. Staring in complete shock, the young warrior can only watch as the generous prince casually waves goodbye. The protagonist knows he must pay off the bad reputation left behind by his previous foolish self. News of his 3-day sparring match quickly spreads through the kingdom, while gossiping nobles hope for his failure. However, the defeated knights surprise everyone by praising the prince and defending his skills to the public. The suspicious onlookers refuse to believe the positive words and assume the royal family forced them to lie. Hearing about this, the angry prince slams his fist on the table because those losers are just too embarrassed to admit defeat. The teenager complains about the gossiping nobles, but his uncle quickly mocks him for not being any better. To fix this, the young noble grabs the terrified challenger and demands that he spread the truth about his defeat. Feeling proud of his clever idea, the boy confidently believes that the annoying rumors will finally calm down. His hope gets crushed when a trembling maid reveals that people now think he fabricated his wins through threats. A dark shadow falls over his face as the frustrated prince realizes his plan backfired completely. Glowing with a vibrant blue energy, the challenger decides it is time to focus entirely on their training. Moving like a flash of lightning, the blonde prince rushes forward to engage his opponent in a fast duel. With incredible precision, the young noble easily blocks the incoming strike with his heavy steel blade. He quickly spins his weapon to deflect the strong force of the attack and keep his balance. The famous Iron Lion Knights are known as one of the absolute strongest warrior groups in the entire kingdom. An incredibly talented female prodigy named Arwen is currently a rising star inside this prestigious order. The sweat-dripping prince wonders why such a powerful warrior would suddenly want to challenge him to a duel. His commander mentions that there was a minor misunderstanding between the prince and the lady in the past. Turning to a nearby maid, the young prince demands to know the exact details of what his past self did to her. The servant nervously reveals that the former prince made highly inappropriate comments to the female knight. Hearing this shocking news, the frustrated boy grabs his head in absolute anger at his own past foolishness. A flashback shows the previous prince acting extremely creepy and asking the beautiful knight to become his maid. The spoiled royal family member had even tried to put his arm around her like they were close friends. The proud lady immediately rejected him by saying that the elite order of knights was not his private playground. Getting completely rejected made the angry boy scream that she was just an ugly wretch who did not know her place. Remembering these terrible stories makes the current protagonist cringe at how embarrassing his past self used to be. He realizes that his predecessor was just a pathetic scoundrel who did not know how to treat people with respect. The boy also finds it hilarious because absolutely nobody would ever look at this gorgeous lady and call her ugly. Stepping forward, the beautiful knight politely greets him while stating that the royal teenager has not changed at all. The protagonist nervously scratches his head and wishes he could tell her that a literal soul swap just happened. Receiving a sharp and icy glare from the woman makes him realize that he must now pay for all of his past karma. Their tense conversation is suddenly interrupted when the arrival of the powerful Count Balerhard is announced. The scarred commander stops in his tracks, when he notices the young lady standing in the courtyard. Saluting with great respect, the young apprentice knight formally greets the legendary commander of the northern region. The veteran warrior warns her to be careful because the tricky prince uses a highly venomous fighting style. With a subtle smile, the Scarred Count decides that it is finally time to begin their highly anticipated match. He commands both fighters to take their positions as the two opponents lock eyes with intense determination. The commander raises his arm and loudly declares that the sparring match is officially starting. Dropping into a ready stance, the skilled female knight prepares to launch her first move. The blonde prince smirks while waiting to see the true strength of this famous order. Moving like a bolt of lightning, the young lady leaps through the air with her shining blade. Watching her high-speed approach, the teenager calmly analyzes her impressive speed. A loud metallic clang echoes as their steel swords collide with incredible force. Pain shoots through his chest when the young noble suddenly suffers from an unexpected mana reflux. The determined lady presses forward to keep her opponent on the defensive. Grunting from the shock, the exhausted boy gets pushed back by her continuous pressure. A flurry of extremely fast slashes rains down as she dominates the entire fight. Realizing that he cannot win with simple defense, the sweating protagonist knows he must change plans. As the aggressive lady swoops in for another strike, the young prince decides to unleash his hidden power. A massive flare of red energy erupts around him as the legendary Dragon Slayer heart activates. Staring in utter disbelief, the female knight notices the sudden shift in his fighting aura. With his newfound strength, the teenager easily stops her powerful slash with a massive scarlet burst. Leaping forward, the young lady continues her relentless assault with incredible speed. Stopping her attack, she looks completely shocked by the terrifying nature of his unique sword style. Smirking, the prince notes that she is clearly on a different level compared to ordinary warriors. Using his special evaluation skill, the young boy quickly scans her impressive status screen to see her traits. Spitting onto the dusty ground, the exhausted teenager gets ready to push himself even further in this duel. The system notes that her overall power level is actually quite close to his current strength. This discovery makes him realize that she is a perfectly balanced opponent for his training. With their energy fully charged, both fighters clash once again in a massive explosion of light. Heavy breathing fills the courtyard as both opponents struggle to catch their breath after the brutal exchange. Standing opposite each other, the two warriors prepare for the final moment of their legendary spar. Standing between them, the strict commander calls an end to the intense sparring match for the day. Breathing heavily, the sweaty protagonist jokingly complains that he was just about to win the fight. With a confident smirk, the beautiful knight replies that she was planning to finish him off too. Sparks fly as they glare at each other and declare they are ready to go for another round right now. Raising his voice, the veteran commander orders both of them to stop acting tough and get treated immediately. A nervous imperial healer runs over to the young prince to quickly treat his injuries with magic. The healer gasps as he notices a nasty bruise on the boy's face and applies more glowing energy. Glancing over, the blonde teenager quietly watches as another healer tends to his fierce opponent. Remaining completely silent, the young lady turns away from the prince without saying a single word. Walking away with heavy steps, the proud female knight vows to herself that she will never lose this duel. As the sun begins to set, the onlookers realize that this endless battle is going to take a long time. Two watching guards whisper to each other about how this crazy match has already entered its third day. One of the soldiers admits that he is deeply impressed by the incredible skills of the first prince. The scarred commander watches them and hopes to finally see a clear winner on this third day of battle. Before starting the next round, the blonde prince speaks up because he has something to say. The female knight wonders if the royal boy is actually preparing to apologize for his past behavior. She instantly glares at him and states that she will never accept any kind of apology. Shrugging his shoulders, the smiling teenager tells her that she is completely misunderstanding his goal. He argues that since they are fighting so fiercely, there should be a proper prize for the winner. The protagonist suggests that the loser must grant one wish to the winner, even if it means kneeling down. Hearing this ridiculous proposal makes the talented lady pause in absolute speechlessness. The watching knights gasp in shock and yell at the prince to immediately take back those wild words. Ignoring the angry crowd, the blonde royal asks the girl what she thinks of this interesting deal. Bowing with respect, she replies that she is a loyal knight who would never insult a royal member. However, a sharp smile appears on her face as she agrees to claim her prize if he allows it. Feeling highly amused, the young prince unleashes his fiery red energy to prepare for the true fight. Charging forward with her glowing blue blade, the woman warns him that there is no backing out now. Their powerful weapons clash once again in a spectacular explosion of contrasting magic colors. Leaping through the air, the female knight swings her glowing blue blade with extreme precision. A sly smile appears on the face of the young prince as his eyes glow with a bright red color. Unleashing a massive wave of red energy, he forces the proud woman to gasp in pure shock. The beautiful knight realizes that the young boy is moving much faster than he ever did before. Standing tall with a giant red dragon aura behind him, the protagonist looks like a real monster. Their legendary sparring match quickly turns into a wild storm of red and blue slashes. Caught completely off guard by his sudden movement, the skilled lady struggles to defend herself. Sliding backward across the dirty ground, she desperately tries to create some space between them. Sweat drips down her face as she breathes heavily and realizes how strong the prince has become. Rushing forward with intense determination, the blonde teenager aims a final heavy downward strike. Lifting her weapon to block the attack, she prepares for the massive impact of his glowing sword. A gigantic explosion of scarlet energy covers the entire courtyard as their blades collide. Spinning through the warm evening air, her shiny sword gets knocked completely out of her hands. Dropping to her knees in defeat, the proud female knight looks down as her weapon hits the ground. Watching from the sidelines, the elite soldiers stare in absolute disbelief at the shocking result. Watching from the side, the scarred commander looks completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. Kneeling on the cold ground, the beautiful female knight can barely believe she actually lost this match. Standing over her with his sword, the prince smirks and calmly reminds her that he won their little bet. Looking down at the defeated warrior, the blonde boy reveals the specific prize he wants to claim today. Arwen looks completely frozen in shock when the royal teen tells her that he wants her for himself. Meanwhile, we see the perspective of another royal guard who became the personal escort of the prince. Presenting himself with great respect, the handsome knight prepared to serve the legendary bad boy of the palace. Although the chubby noble seemed a bit lazy, he was surprisingly calm and did not throw crazy tantrums. Watching the prince run around the courtyard, the guard realized the rumors about him were totally wrong. Even when heavy rain poured down, the young noble kept practicing his sword skills with crazy dedication. Seeing how bad the weather was getting, the worried guard wondered if they should finally stop the training. Suddenly, a massive flash of lightning cracked in the dark sky, making the escort scream out in terror. A blinding strike of energy crashed directly onto the training area where the prince was standing. Watching the young noble train under the heavy rain, the guard notices a passionate smile on his face. At that moment, the escort felt a strong premonition that this boy would become a truly great leader. However, the companion is quickly brought back to reality when the prince makes his strange demand. Hearing the weird request, the watching knights get completely shocked and call it a massive disgrace. Even the veteran commander starts to wonder if he completely misjudged the character of the royal teen. Shaking with anger, the proud lady asks if this shameful request is truly what the prince desires from her. Walking closer, the smiling protagonist mentions that she is currently just a simple apprentice who lost the match. With a gentle smile, the boy reveals that he actually wants her incredible potential and future as a warrior. He explains that he is looking for a loyal knight who will always stand directly by his side. Hearing these surprisingly mature words, the shocked commander can only stare in absolute silence. The blonde royal adds that he wants her to belong solely to him as his trusted ally. Looking closely at her glowing system stats, the young man points out her amazing talent for the sword. Looking directly at the beautiful girl, the prince asks her to officially become his loyal knight. Memories flood her mind as she recalls how nobody ever treated her like a real warrior because of her looks. To prove them wrong, the young lady worked twice as hard and easily defeated every single opponent in her way. Despite winning all her matches, the talented girl still could not get the respect she truly deserved. Even after showing perfect results, the other apprentices only viewed her as a pretty face to protect. Sadness fills her heart because her dream of becoming a true knight was completely ignored by everyone. Now the young royal is the first person to actually value her incredible potential and future as a warrior. Looking at his calm expression, she secretly wonders if the prince is truly being sincere with his offer. Breaking the silence, the proud lady asks the young noble to promise her one crucial thing before she accepts. Looking directly at him, the young lady begs the prince to treat her like a real warrior and not just a woman. A quiet silence falls over the training field as the two young warriors lock eyes with deep respect. With a warm smile on his face, the blonde prince immediately accepts her condition and gives his word. Taking a firm step forward, the talented female warrior slowly drops to one knee to show her deep respect. She loudly announces her name and pledges her lifelong loyalty and her precious sword to the young prince. Watching this historic moment from the side, the veteran commander stays quiet with a very serious look. Placing his sword gently on her shoulder under the beautiful sunset, the prince officially makes her his knight. Soon after, the news spreads and some jealous apprentices start whispering that the oath makes absolutely no sense. Rumors quickly fill the hallways as some suspicious students wonder if the two have a secret romantic connection. Screaming in pure frustration, the blonde prince cannot believe everyone thinks he is some kind of evil villain. The young boy shakes with anger and complains that he is being treated like the worst guy in the entire kingdom. Standing right behind him, the handsome escort guard stays completely quiet, and sweat drops down his face. Breaking his silence, the loyal companion calls out to his master, who turns around with a confused look. Carls wants to clarify something and mentions the words the young prince said a few days ago during the duel. A sudden flashback reminds him of when he said he did not want a knight who only follows a standard royal order. The protagonist explains that if a royal order told the guard to leave, he would have to go without hesitation. Smirking at his guard, the young noble suggests that the man could also make a personal vow to him later on. Looking extremely serious, the companion wonders if his master would actually accept his vow if he offered it now. Without wasting a single second, the blonde boy instantly rejects the idea of accepting a vow from his buddy. The young master jokingly explains that there is absolutely no fun in raising an already completed warrior. Hearing this funny comment, the guard bursts into laughter, while the prince looks away with a slight pout. Looking back with a completely blank expression, the teenager states that he is actually being serious about this. Suddenly, an official letter arrives announcing that his confinement is over, and he must attend a royal banquet. Scratching his head in deep confusion, he wonders why they are releasing him 1.5 months early. The young prince recalls how his angry father banished him to this distant palace without a second thought. Walking down the hallway, the protagonist shakes his head because he cannot understand the old ruler. He explains to his companion that he has absolutely nowhere to go and nobody to meet outside these walls. Suddenly, the young maid lets out a small gasp as she looks down at a paper in her hands. She quickly apologizes and explains that an official invitation has just arrived for the blonde royal. The blonde teenager tilts his head in confusion and asks what kind of letter it is. She holds out the fancy silver paper showing a highly detailed crest of a knight helmet. Reading the fancy letter, he learns about a special social club for the young lords of the kingdom. The cute helper mentions that the prince was actually a prominent member of this group before his exile. He raises an eyebrow and asks the nervous woman if this gathering is a weird place to visit. An image pops up showing a lazy, noble drinking wine with women, which is a typical pastime for rich kids. Realizing it is just a useless club for partying, he decides to reject the offer and focus on his training. However, his eyes suddenly widen when he notices a highly specific name written at the bottom of the card. The letter was sent by a loyal companion from the famous Eli family who claims to be his eternal friend. Staring at the paper with a shocked expression, the blonde boy wonders if this is a massive opportunity. The boy recalls that this ancient family fell to ruin about 100 years ago after insisting on the mana heart. Deciding to attend the event, the blonde noble hopes that this legendary household is not in a pathetic state. 4 months of intense training and dieting have passed since the young man first woke up inside this royal body. The excited tailor presents a simple black outfit that was made exactly according to the royal instructions. Looking closely at his reflection in the mirror, the youth notices that his size has decreased by more than half. Smiling confidently, the protagonist tells the tailor to wait, because his physical measurements will keep changing. Soon the young prince begins his long journey toward the special social club for noble kids in a fancy carriage. Several elite guards ride alongside the carriage to ensure the safety of their master during this trip. Yawning loudly inside the carriage, the blonde teenager complains about how stifling and boring royal life can be. Suddenly, the boy looks up in surprise when he notices the young maid sitting directly across from him. Looking closely at her neck, the young prince suddenly notices a strange burn mark on her skin. Quickly covering the scar, the nervous maid says she was punished by him in the past for being clumsy. Shaking with anger, the boy realizes the previous owner of this body was a truly terrible bully. Staring at her trembling figure, the teenager realizes that he does not even know her name yet. Breaking the awkward silence inside the carriage, the young master asks the helper for her name. The nervous girl says her name is Adelia Bayern, which instantly makes the prince freeze in shock. Thinking deeply, the blonde youth recognizes her last name from a family that barely survived. Long ago in the ancient past, humans were weak and constantly hunted down by other powerful races. Thankfully, some legendary heroes stepped up to end this miserable era after a massive war. These five mighty saviors of humanity soon became known to everyone as the Five Electors. Among these legendary fighters was a mysterious, red-haired warrior who led the battles. A confident smile appears on the face of the mighty leader, whose name was actually Gruhorn. Raising his shining sword, the legendary warrior wonders what they will do once the fighting stops. Standing directly in front of a giant horde of monsters, he prepares to make his final move. His golden eyes glow with supreme determination as he stares down the dangerous enemies ahead. Suddenly, a massive shockwave echoes through the battlefield as the legendary warrior prepares to strike. Jumping from the sky, a fierce red-haired warrior charges directly at the giant king with a glowing sword. With one single clean slash, she easily defeats the giant leader and puts an end to their long reign of terror. Standing proudly over her defeated enemies, she became known to everyone as the iron-blooded sword Marquis Agnes Bayern. Although she was a legendary savior of humanity, this powerful warrior also had a highly chaotic side to her. Facing a massive army of angry monsters, the red-haired woman stood her ground without showing any fear at all. Her golden eyes glowed with raw fury as she glared directly at the terrifying creatures surrounding her. Instead of acting like a polite noble, she began to trash-talk the enemies with some incredibly foul language. She kept shouting insults while pointing her glowing weapon directly at the stunned monsters in front of her. Her aggressive shouting was so intense that even the giant monsters started to feel deeply intimidated by her. Unleashing her legendary power, she continued to scream wild curses that would make anyone blush from embarrassment. Remembering this crazy history lesson, the blonde protagonist holds his head because her words were far too wild. Staring at the quiet maid sitting in front of him, he wonders how a descendant of that famous warrior ended up here. Feeling his intense gaze, the nervous girl keeps her head down and silently wonders what she did wrong this time. Suddenly, the fancy carriage comes to a complete stop as the driver announces that they have finally reached their goal. Stepping out of the carriage after a knight calls his name, the young boy realizes the timing is absolutely perfect. Turning around, the blonde noble points at his maid and says they will continue their conversation later. This sudden warning leaves the poor girl standing there with many confusing questions in her mind. Suddenly, a cheerful silver-haired boy runs over to greet the main character with a huge smile. Bending down in a polite bow, the newcomer introduces himself as Bernardo from the legendary Eli family. Looking closely at the happy teenager, the prince thinks that this legendary descendant looks like a total punk. Bernardo looks at his face and sadly comments on how thin his friend has become after the exile. Hearing this comment, a very mysterious and scary smirk slowly spreads across the protagonist's face. The silver-haired Buffy gets slightly worried and asks if the young master is still feeling sick. Gently patting his shoulder, the main character happily replies that today will actually be extremely fun. Walking forward together, the companion has no idea why his leader has such an evil look on his face. Inside the party hall, some useless young nobles are already laughing and gossiping about silly things. Other rich kids are busy flirting with women and drinking wine without a single care in the world. Sitting on the fancy couches of the party hall, the young nobles continue to drink and laugh without a care in the world. Staring at his royal friend, the silver-haired companion finds the situation extremely weird. He expected the trash prince to start drinking and flirting, but the boy is just calmly holding his glass. Suddenly, a red-faced noble sits down right next to the blonde teenager with a creepy smile. Smiling mockingly, the drunk guy claims that he heard a very interesting rumor about the prince. He brings up a beautiful warrior lady from the famous Iron Castle and asks if the royal took her down. Hearing this rude comment, the blonde protagonist stays quiet and simply looks down at the floor. Laughing loudly, the annoying guest complains that he should have taken that strong woman first. Disgusting words keep coming out of his mouth while he shows a creepy grin. Interrupting the trash talk, the young prince asks his silver-haired buddy if he has any siblings. After hearing that the companion only has a little brother, the protagonist lets out a sigh of relief. While the drunk noble wonders what is happening, a massive fist suddenly flies directly toward his face. With incredible speed, the blonde prince unleashes a powerful blow without showing any hesitation. The brutal punch connects perfectly and sends the disrespectful guest flying across the room. Shattered glass scatters everywhere as the rude noble crashes onto the floor and the crowd begins to scream. The other guests in the hall freeze in absolute shock when they witness the sudden violence. Standing nearby, his silver-haired companion can only stare with wide eyes at this unexpected outburst. Glancing down with a wicked smile, the blonde prince mutters that he is glad the noble has a younger brother. Stomping his foot down hard, the prince leaves the disrespectful noble screaming in agonizing pain on the floor. The royal teenager coldly declares that the younger brother is now the official heir to the noble family. Without a single ounce of mercy, he winds up and lands another heavy punch right against the man's face. Seeing this brutal beatdown, the nearby rich kids begin to sweat and tremble from absolute terror. Grabbing the ruined guest by his fancy collar, the blonde youth pulls him close while ignoring his desperate cries. Staring directly into the swollen face of his victim, the main character demands that the man listen closely. He growls that people can think of him as a bad guy, but he will never allow anyone to treat him like one. This strange speech leaves the entire crowd of rich kids completely confused because they have no idea what he means. The furious prince shouts that the noble needs another beating before landing a heavy punch that sends him sliding. Everyone in the room stands frozen in absolute shock while the beaten noble lies completely knocked out on the floor. Turning his attention to his terrified companion, the blonde youth calls out his name and makes him fall to his knees. Wearing a creepy smile, the prince reminds his friend about his promise that today would be extremely entertaining. Looking at his terrifying face, the silver-haired boy wonders why this massive maniac is acting so crazy. Standing tall, the royal teenager orders his companion to go outside and quickly bring back the court knights. Terrified of getting hurt, the loyal friend immediately promises to obey the command and scrambles to his feet. He runs out of the giant party hall as fast as possible while the other guests watch him leave in silence. Glancing back with blood on his cheek, the young prince coldly orders all the women inside the room to leave at once. Hearing this sudden order, a nervous male guest starts sweating and tries to quietly slide away toward the exit. The blonde youth notices this movement and coldly repeats that he specifically told the women to get out. Grinning widely, the prince tells the escaping guest that leaving now means he will leave as a woman. A loud scream echoes through the hall as the young prince ruthlessly stomps on his face. Cold sweat runs down the faces of the nearby nobles who were completely frozen in fear. Walking slowly, the prince reminds them that they showed absolutely zero respect to a member of the royal family. They dared to mock him directly to his face while heavily insulting his loyal companions. Turning his back, the blonde youth asks his knights what kind of heavy charges can be applied for this behavior. The lead knight explains that undermining the crown is a serious crime that is basically treason. Standing tall, the powerful knight asks the young prince who exactly he wants to bring down to their knees. Wearing a highly sinister grin, the blonde protagonist points at the terrified crowd and orders to arrest them all. Later, we see the prince standing in a giant hall where an authority figure comments on the massive mess he made. The angry king yells that 14 noble kids were locked up under the excuse of treason. Looking extremely bored, the blonde prince listens to the ruler ask if he knows what he did. The king grits his teeth because dealing with 14 angry families will cause massive trouble. A wicked smirk appears on his face as the boy asks if the ruler is actually worried about that. He explains that those captured youth are actually useless failures who only bring shame to their houses. Smiling confidently, the prince suggests that they should send out some official letters right away. The confused king wonders who they should write to, but the teenager claims the answer is obvious. He says they need to contact the siblings of the troublesome heirs who were just locked up. This clever suggestion leaves the king completely silent as he realizes the plan is actually perfect. Leaving the palace with a cheerful attitude, the young prince is glad he left the ruler speechless. He shows a warm smile to a nearby girl and gently tells her that he has no plans to hurt her at all. Tears run down the face of the terrified maid, who anxiously wonders what she did to upset him today. Seeing her tremble, the protagonist realizes that the previous owner of his body must have been a real monster. He recalls that this girl comes from a small family that is barely even recognized on the noble register. Over many years, their glorious history was completely erased, and their legendary fighting arts were lost. Looking closely at the girl, the prince thinks about the grand power and pride that her family used to possess. He suddenly sees her status screen, which reveals that 17-year-old Adelia has an S-rank talent in swordsmanship. The young prince freezes in absolute shock when he notices this bizarre list of personal traits under her profile. The system explains that she becomes a bloodthirsty monster in battle, but remains a gentle maid at the same time. Scratching his head, the blonde youth wonders if it is safe to unleash such a crazy beast upon the peaceful world. Standing in the middle of the room, he decides that he should at least try to train her, despite the obvious risks. Since she has a servile nature, he realizes he can use her desire to serve a master to keep her under control. Looking down at the trembling maid, the prince calmly calls her name and demands that she swear her lifetime loyalty. This sudden demand leaves the poor girl completely confused since she does not understand his strange request. He explains that she must become his official knight right now and commands her to make the promise immediately. Dropping to her knees in total panic, the terrified girl cries out that this is way too much for her to handle. Pointing out her small family background, the prince promises to take full responsibility for her entire house. Standing before her, he demands that she serve him as master to help control her inner beast. The girl is shocked when he even offers to bring her family to the capital so they can meet. Clasping her hands together, the maid sincerely swears her eternal loyalty to the blonde prince. Placing his hand on her head, he commands her to always follow his orders without any hesitation. While she blushes happily from his touch, the prince quietly wonders if he made the right decision. Soon, wild rumors spread that the bad prince is back to his old habits and locking up noble kids. People start claiming that he is only recruiting a maid to build a private group of pretty ladies. Resting his chin on his hands, the prince feels annoyed by all the sudden attention he is getting. The blonde teenager sits on his throne and sighs because everyone is already talking about his new helper. The angry king complains that he is getting a headache, trying to clean up the big mess his son made. A scarred noble calls the prince pathetic and wonders if the young boy has already given up on their bet. His rival brother mockingly says that hiring a simple maid as a knight is just like him. Holding his head in his hands, the prince is completely stressed out by how fast the rumors spread. Suddenly, a servant enters to announce that the queen has arrived, and the poor protagonist screams in frustration. The queen enters the room and comments that his return to his old bad habits is actually for the better. She claims that she will soon choose a wife for him so that he can finally settle down and stop wandering. Yelling loudly, the mother demands that her son trust her to pick the perfect partner this time. After the woman leaves the room, the young prince sits completely speechless and confused. Back in his room, the maid wonders if she will also be able to obtain a special energy called mana. The protagonist smiles and confirms that she will indeed gain a very special kind of power. He channels his energy to awaken her hidden strength because he has not forgotten the lost arts of her family. The ancient energy of her family begins to awake as a legendary golden warrior spirit starts merging with the young girl. She feels a strange energy flowing through her, while the system confirms that the mana has successfully entered her body. Her eyes glow with power when the system announces that a legendary mana heart has finally been created inside her. The prince calmly explains the refining method and tells the young girl to practice this technique whenever she has time. Suddenly, the protagonist stumbles forward because creating this powerful core has completely drained his physical energy. He quickly tells her that he is only a bit tired, while the maid wonders why he would go so far to help someone like her. The blonde youth coldly announces that their training is done and tells her that she can finally leave the room. Turning around, the young prince wonders why the maid is staring at him with such a shocked and emotional expression. Bowing deeply, the girl loudly promises to serve him for life, while her master wears a very satisfied smile on his face. The cute maid happily accepts the master request with a very bright smile on her face. Walking away, the blonde teen thinks to himself that he hopes she will not forget her promise. Suddenly, the cute girl stands behind him with a terrifying look that makes him break into a cold sweat. A few days later, a powerful knight approaches the prince with some news about their silver-haired friend. The warrior explains that the guards locked the teenager up as a witness for the upcoming trial. Hearing this, the worried protagonist asks if he will also have to show up in court to testify. The knight explains that royalty never has to stand as a witness, which makes the blonde youth feel incredibly relieved. Even so, the young master still thinks everyone is blowing this whole situation way out of proportion. Turning his attention to the maid, the prince suddenly asks her how she has been doing lately. She panics a bit until the teenager asks if her newly formed mana heart has finally stabilized. Since her power is fully ready, the protagonist announces that she will start training with him today. Smiling confidently, the young master tells her to immediately go change her clothes for practice. He also orders her to drop her cleaning cloth since she is officially a real knight from now on. Later on the training ground, the young noble stretches his body to get ready for some hard work. Looking back at his new companion, the blonde youth suddenly stops and asks what on earth she is doing. The scarred knight claims that he is just warming up, but the prince quickly stops him. Pointing towards the distance, the veteran warrior says he is actually talking about the running maid. The protagonist casually asks if the visitor missed the rumors about her joining his side. This answer only makes the man angrier as he wonders if knighthood is just some joke to the prince. The commander yells that this is a reckless decision, but the blonde youth tells him to stop meddling. The protagonist complains about these constant visits, when the exhausted maid suddenly runs up to them. Dropping to the ground, the poor girl gasps that she finally finished running all 10 laps. The scarred man turns his back on the scene with a disappointed sigh while the prince watches her. The maid quickly tries to apologize, but her master just tosses a wooden sword over to her. Wearing a confident grin, the young ruler explains that he will only show her the basic stance today. He flows through a series of smooth movements to demonstrate the perfect swing with his weapon. Pointing the blade ahead, the blonde youth tells his new student to try the movement herself. Holding the wooden sword, the trembling girl nervously attempts to mimic his exact position. Suddenly, a powerful spark ignites inside her mind as her legendary talent begins to take over. Her green eyes glow with wild intensity as she unleashes a massive strike that splits the air. The scarred commander stares in absolute disbelief after witnessing the girl execute that single strike. Even the prince can barely believe his eyes, since she learned his entire moveset after seeing it only once. Standing nervously with her wooden sword, she asks if her stance is actually correct. The protagonist panics internally because he realizes he will get left behind if he slackens off for even 1 second. He remembers her old slave mentality trait, which makes her submit to anyone who is stronger than her. Imagining a scary future where she easily overpowers him, the young noble breaks into a cold sweat. He quickly shakes off those bad thoughts and focuses back on the situation at hand. Meanwhile, the veteran knight strokes his chin while marveling at her incredible talent. Seeing the scarred warrior step forward, the blonde youth immediately stops him and asks what he wants. He gets protective and warns the man to keep his hands off his new helper. The warrior only chuckles and mockingly asks what a weakling could ever offer a prodigy like her. Pointing out his lack of experience, he reminds the prince that he has only held a sword for a few months. Suddenly, a massive aura of blue energy erupts from the veteran as he claims the boy cannot handle her. The immense pressure washes over the training ground and forces the young noble to grit his teeth. Despite the heavy weight, he stands his ground proudly, knowing his former self would have run away in fear. Deep down, the prince knows that if he cannot guide her, then absolutely nobody else can. He remembers his past lives as the legendary giant king and the terrifying mad dragon who wielded the demon sword. The system suddenly reveals a small part of his soul as a dark red energy begins to wrap around his body. This sudden change completely shocks the scarred knight, who instantly breaks into a cold sweat. Staring directly at the veteran, the blonde youth coldly declares that the talented maid belongs only to him. Seeing this intense display of power, the old warrior finally backs down while the maid stands quietly behind. Slowly letting out a warm breath, the prince finally cools down his raging aura and returns to his normal state. Floating in a deep abyss, the young prince feels his reality slipping away as darkness slowly surrounds him. A massive sword appears behind him, which makes him realize that the demonic weapon is trying to take over. Suddenly, countless creepy red hands reach out to drag his weak physical body down into the darkness. Panic fills his eyes when he feels the terrifying grasp of the demonic sword trying to consume his mind. The youth refuses to let this be his end as he prepares to fight back against the dark corruption. He channels his inner strength and slashes the creepy hands with a powerful burst of blue energy. Back in the real world, his raging aura finally calms down while the scarred knight steps closer to him. The veteran warrior claims that one ordinary knight has the power to save 10 soldiers on the battlefield. Shouting passionately, the commander adds that an outstanding warrior can easily protect over 100 people. He points at the maid and states that her insane talent could easily save over 1,000 lives. The blonde youth ponders quietly to himself and wonders if this rough man acts out of pure conviction. He remembers that this commander is the one who bears the massive burden of protecting the northern borders. Even so, the protagonist turns his back and lazily says that all of this does not really matter to him. This casual attitude makes the veteran yell in anger because the boy is ignoring the safety of countless people. Adelia boldly steps up and states that her body and soul already belong entirely to the young prince. Hearing her sudden refusal, the veteran commander stands there in complete shock and silence. The blonde teen smiles knowingly because he used her submissive trait to make her loyal to his higher status. Turning to his uncle, the teenager arrogantly claims that the old man has nothing left to teach him anyway. He warns the scarred commander to stop interfering with his business if he wants to keep visiting the palace. With a heavy sigh, the veteran warrior has no choice but to accept the conditions and back down. Even though the uncle keeps visiting to watch the young girl, he can no longer try to guide her training. The prince feels highly amused while watching his usually arrogant relative squirm in silence. Suddenly, a bright golden light erupts from the wooden sword as the young girl channels her internal power. Witnessing this incredible display, the scarred warrior opens his eyes wide in absolute disbelief. The young master also panics internally when he wonders if she has already mastered the weapon. He quickly starts clapping to hide his shock, while worrying that she might soon surpass his own power. Hearing the praise, the cute girl blushes happily, while looking at her master with deep admiration. The veteran commander turns to the prince and asks if he actually taught her how to use the mana heart. The prince casually admits to his actions, which instantly triggers a wave of anger from the scarred warrior. The old commander yells that learning such cheap tricks is a complete waste of time for someone with her potential. Looking down with cold blue eyes, the annoyed teenager simply tells the annoying old man to get out of his face. Gritting his teeth, the veteran knight claims that the prince just ruined a path of unlimited potential. Before the guard can even step in, the furious veteran turns around and decides to leave the training ground on his own. Watching the man walk away, the worried girl asks her master if her new skills are actually just cheap tricks. The blonde master quickly denies this and explains that the foolish count simply does not understand her true power. He notes that people of this era have completely forgotten the true essence of a legendary mana heart. The boy mutters that people would never discard this divine power like trash if they actually knew its real value. Staring into the sunset, the prince promises that she will soon witness the real destructive force of her unique energy. The prince stands tall with crossed arms and waits for his relative to speak. He mockingly asks the old warrior to prove his claims right there on the field. The uncle promises to acknowledge him if the boy can push him back even half a step. Gripping his wooden weapon, the young master asks what the reward will be if he wins. He swings his blade while wondering if he can get a special wish from his uncle. The commander says he will grant any wish, including their family secrets, if the team wins. Smiling wickedly, the blonde youth rejects the offer because he wants something much better. He immediately lunges forward with incredible speed to start their intense sparring match. Dodging the attack easily, the seasoned veteran notes that the boy aimed straight for his neck. The experienced warrior mentions that his nephew has a very vicious style of fighting. Unfazed by the words, the protagonist swings his weapon to deliver another powerful strike. His eyes glow with pure concentration as he focuses entirely on breaking through the defense. Shadows blur together as the two skilled fighters exchange a rapid series of heavy blows. A sudden thrust slices through the air with terrifying force to end the exchange quickly. The prince grits his teeth as their swords clash with immense pressure shaking the ground. The veteran blocks the attack easily and mockingly asks if this is really all the boy can do. Gritting his teeth, the young noble struggles to hold his ground under the massive pressure. He quickly slides backward on the dirt to create some distance between them. Standing completely relaxed, the seasoned warrior mockingly asks if the prince wants to give up now. The teenager scoffs at the question and admits to himself that his uncle is actually a beast. He knows the veteran is waiting for him to use his mana so he can deliver an even worse defeat. The protagonist realizes that using his weak mana heart right now will only lead to an instant loss. A sneaky smile appears on his face as he asks the old man if he finds something strange about history. The warrior looks confused when the young prince suddenly starts talking about events from 400 years ago. He mentions that legendary knights who used the mana heart performed unbelievable feats back then. Those ancient warriors easily saved the world with their insane sword skills and pure power. But people quickly threw those legendary skills in the trash as soon as a new style appeared. Now everyone stupidly believes that the modern mana chain technique is way better than the old heart. The uncle asks what he is trying to say, but the teenager simply replies that he has a different view. Pointing his wooden weapon, he declares that the old technique was never weak because only the users were trash. The protagonist smiles and asks his relative if he has ever heard about a legendary story called a saga. The scarred commander looks annoyed and says this place is meant for fighting, instead of talking about old songs. Hearing this reply, the young noble simply chuckles, because he already expected his uncle to have that basic mindset. He recalls that the veteran dismissed the mana heart as a cheap trick, but the older man tells him to shut up. The seasoned knight mockingly asks if the boy needs a break, but the teenager refuses with a dangerous glow in his eyes. Taking a firm step forward, he releases a burst of energy, while stating that every step of a warrior becomes history. Staring ahead, the blonde youth holds his sword high as he declares that his past victories are his true power. This sudden speech leaves the uncle confused as a blue flame begins to erupt from the young noble's chest. He remembers all the training battles he won against 20 trainees during his time at the castle. The system suddenly alerts him that those registered accomplishments have successfully formed a brand new saga. A massive surge of blue fire wraps around his wooden weapon as the poem of sparring finally comes to life. Smirking confidently, the teenager activates the special buff that he built over the last 6 months of training. He prepares to show his relative the real strength of a mana heart, which can literally manifest legends into reality. Giant blue flames envelop the training field, while the youth prepares to unleash this incredible legendary boost. Even after seeing this massive display of power, the scarred commander claims that a mana heart can never beat his chain. Charging forward with insane speed, the young prince unleashes his brilliant blue energy aura. Their blades collide with a massive bang and send bright sparks flying all over the field. The special ring power actually has the weird ability to completely reverse the heart energy. Gritting his teeth under the pressure, the teenager struggles to hold his ground against his opponent. A confident smile appears on the uncle's face because he thinks he already has the match won. The veteran warrior praises his nephew for stubbornly holding on despite the massive difference in power. Even though he is currently pushed back, a dangerous smirk appears on the young noble's face. He remembers training incredibly hard and sparring over 100 times to master this move. The youth also survived the painful attacks of the ring manner more than 1,000 times. Each painful defeat during his training sessions actually helped him build up his inner strength. He created this unique ability specifically to fight back against the strongest knights of this era. A massive beam of energy shoots up as he proudly declares that he survived 1,000 waves. Sparks crackle around his blonde hair while his inner energy reaches its absolute peak. Surrounded by a giant blue flame, he successfully activates the powerful posture of sparring. He swings his burning sword forward to finally unleash the true destructive power of his new technique. Seeing his nephew glowing with raw energy, the old warrior admits this match is finally getting interesting. The two fighters instantly crash together with a loud bang that shakes the entire training field. A flurry of blue slashes fills the air as the young prince smiles and pushes his opponent to the limit. Sweat drips down the commander's face when he realizes the young noble is actually holding his ground. Sparks fly everywhere as they trade more heavy strikes without either of them backing down. Sliding backward on the dirt, the blonde youth stabilizes his stance and prepares for the next round. The boy mockingly asks if he did not warn him about the true power of a legendary mana heart. Getting serious, the veteran knight unleashes his own green aura and warns his nephew to stop being arrogant. Stomping his foot hard on the ground, the powerful commander charges forward with terrifying speed. A giant energy slash comes crashing down, but the protagonist uses his sword to block the impact. A massive dust cloud erupts across the yard as someone is heard coughing from the heavy blast. The commander steps forward and tells his nephew that it is time to stop playing these sparring games. Kneeling on the ground, the blonde prince realizes that his ordinary rank saga is simply not strong enough. Looking at his wooden sword, the young noble starts thinking about what went wrong 400 years ago. He believes those ancient warriors made a massive mistake when they wiped out all their dangerous foes. They left absolutely no monsters for their descendants to fight, which ruined the growth of future generations. In the beginning, the legendary sword techniques and heart-refining methods were passed down perfectly, but time eventually eroded those brilliant achievements and threw them all into absolute oblivion. Epic stories of legendary dragons and giant kings soon turned into nothing but forgotten fairy tales. People gradually stopped believing in those incredible beasts and treated them like silly childhood myths. Modern warriors could only form weak sagas by defeating simple humans instead of giant mythical monsters. These basic achievements could never match the legendary power of the old gods and heroes of the past. Looking up, the protagonist states that the modern chain technique can never help someone reach true transcendence. The confused commander mockingly asks his young nephew if he has been drinking too much alcohol today. Staring deeply at the old warrior, the prince knows that his stubborn relative still does not understand. Releasing a brand new wave of red energy, the teenager resolves to show everyone exactly what they have lost. A menacing red beast manifests in the darkness to show the true power of the ancient warriors. The giant dragon shadow looms over the young prince as his hidden aura completely changes. Gripping his wooden weapon tightly, the protagonist prepares to declare a legendary truth to his uncle. He recites the ancient words of a legendary poem that tells the story of cutting through dragon scales. His eyes fill with absolute determination as the red energy continues to wrap around his body. This amazing technique activates the poem of dragon slaying, which is a legendary rank ability. A sudden system alert warns the youth that his current power is way too low to handle this massive skill. The system automatically cuts most of the poem, so he can only use a tiny fraction of its true power. Glowing with intense red light, the blonde teenager charges forward to unleash his modified strike. He instantly clashes with the veteran commander and forces the seasoned warrior to block with all his might. The incredible pressure of the ancient strike starts to push back the modern mana defense easily. The uncle gets completely shocked because he feels like his own energy is about to be consumed. To survive the dangerous attack, the veteran is forced to release a massive burst of his green mana. A giant explosion shakes the entire yard and creates a blinding flash of light between the two fighters. The powerful shockwave sends the young prince flying backward onto the dirt as the onlookers shout in worry. The dust slowly begins to clear up as the heavy impact of their clash finally settles down. Sliding on the ground, the young prince tries to catch his breath after taking that massive blast. Looking at his opponent, the teenager mentions that the old man actually promised to use only a single ring. Sweat drips down the commander's face as he realizes he had to cheat by using all 4 of his rings. Staring at his broken wooden weapon, the veteran is shocked because he could not even protect his own blade. Resting on the dirty floor, the blonde youth slowly gathers his remaining strength to stand back up. The old man tries to argue that the power of the heart will always be weaker than the modern rings. Glaring back with absolute confidence, the teenager calls out his relative by his official noble title. Staring directly into the seasoned warrior's eyes, the prince boldly claims that the commander lost this duel. Suddenly, a terrifying dark dragon appears in his mind and starts tearing everything to pieces. A giant legendary sword shatters into tiny pieces while a mysterious voice begs for this nightmare to stop. Waking up with wide eyes, the young noble realizes it was all a terrible vision inside his head. He instantly clutches his chest as a sharp pain shoots through his weak mana heart. Shaking on his bed, the exhausted teenager tries to calm down and process the scary vision. Gripping the dark bedsheets tightly, he wonders what kind of dark secrets are hidden inside his ancient power. Sweating heavily, the protagonist curses because drawing out that high-level power is taking a massive toll on his body. Unleashing even a small fraction of the dragon-slaying myth is simply too dangerous for a weak human body to handle. Although his body is currently in total tatters, he smiles because he successfully created his very first personal saga. This brand new power represents his 100 victories and the strength to weather over 1,000 waves of training. A system notification pops up to confirm that the rank of his sparring technique has officially risen to a higher level. He believes this new boost is enough to beat the third prince, but his maid gasps in relief to see him awake at last. The girl explains that the whole palace fell into chaos, and the angry queen completely blasted the scared commander. The prince thinks his uncle got what he deserved, while the helper adds that the commander left strict orders to find him. Laying back down on his bed, the prince tells his helper to hide his recovery, because he wants to get some more sleep. Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through his chest, reminding him that his core is still recovering from the intense fight. If he cannot properly heal his damaged spirit right now, he will definitely have to pay a truly terrible price. Memories of both the past and present will tangle together until the boundary of reality completely collapses. Driven to complete madness, a person is doomed to endlessly reenact the ancient battle moments in a fractured world. The blonde youth shuddered at the mere thought of being trapped in the memories of a sword after finally becoming human. He then brings up the legendary red-headed swordswoman Agnes Bayern, who was one of the most magnificent fighters of her time. Since the helper is a direct descendant of that noble line, she should be fully capable of inheriting that powerful legacy. The girl is completely amazed to hear that her own ancestor was actually such an incredible and legendary warrior. Pointing out her current weakness, the prince mentions that she must grow much stronger to ever be worthy of that power. Staring closely at his young helper, the noble teenager asks what her ultimate goal is once she actually learns the sword. Getting extremely flustered by the sudden question, the young maid nervously stutters while trying to find her words. She quietly admits that she has always dreamed of becoming a real knight, but she still feels very hesitant to say more. Blushing intensely, the cute helper panics and screams out while the quiet prince just stares at her with a blank look. Turning around, the protagonist calmly tells her that she can simply give him her answer whenever she is finally ready. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind sweeps through the room, causing the surprised teenager to quickly turn his head back. Clutching her hands tightly, the determined girl boldly declares that she wants to become her master's personal sword. The blonde youth stares at her in absolute shock after hearing her sudden declaration. He knows that while some legendary sagas begin with the loud blast of a war horn, others start with a step on a battlefield. However, some of the most beautiful stories in history actually begin with a sacred vow sworn from the depths of the heart. Kneeling down before her master, the young girl dedicates her entire life and soul to the prince. A bright yellow light suddenly wraps around them as a system notification confirms she is offering a poem of fealty. The prince realizes that this legendary vow is actually her personal saga, which is starting to influence his own energy. A giant tree of pure golden light erupts inside the room as the system announces the creation of a brand new saga. He successfully unlocks a common grade ability called the Poem of Domination through her absolute devotion. This powerful ritual is the ultimate vow that binds the souls of two different warriors together forever. He is amazed that a descendant of the legendary Sword Queen would choose to offer such a deep oath to him. Sparkling golden dust gathers in his palms as he feels the warm flow of this unexpected blessing. Since he is the sole object of her legendary vow, his own strength will grow alongside her progress. Seeing her bright smile, the youth knows that her future growth as a warrior will benefit him directly. Clenching his fist with a gentle smile, the protagonist looks at his loyal maid and thanks her for her dedication. Looking at her master with deep emotion, the young girl quietly whispers his royal title. The prince sits on his bed, wondering what kind of epic benefits this sacred vow will actually bring him. A few days pass by in the kingdom, and we see the young blonde noble sitting inside his grand room. A noble knight and the helper enter to check on him, while asking if his weak body feels any better now. Ian replies that he is fine, but secretly thinks it is much easier to deal with people who hate him. Seeing the worried look of his mother, he realizes that people who love him are much harder to handle. The concerned mother suddenly asks her son if he still holds a deep grudge against his scheming uncle. She begs him to let go of his anger because the old commander never truly wanted to cause him any harm. When the youth denies holding any grudge, his mother bursts into dramatic tears because she cannot believe him. Scratching his cheek, the tired teenager simply tries to calm her down by repeating that he is not angry. He actually has no reasons to hold a grudge, because he already broke the proud commander during their duel. The veteran is likely struggling to survive because of the terrifying memory planted inside his mind that day. That powerful strike left a dark inner demon in his heart, which will either break him or make him much stronger. Crossing his arms, the young prince thinks that he does not care if his relative loses his martial powers. His mother explains that the old commander has spent his entire life with swords and actually grew fond of him. In a surprising twist, she reveals that the uncle even went to the king to talk on the boy's behalf. Hearing this news, the blonde teenager is surprised that his probation was lifted because of the old warrior. He remembers creating a giant mess right after his release, which must have put the commander in a tough spot. Rubbing his chin, the young noble tries to understand the true motives behind his uncle's unexpected actions. Resting his chin on his hands, he wonders why the tough veteran would actually do something nice for him. Suddenly, a wise old scholar named Niccolo enters the grand room to meet the young prince. Making a very angry face, the teenager instantly refuses to cooperate with the old teacher. Standing nearby, the loyal guard and the maid look extremely nervous about the prince's bad attitude. Rolling on the floor, the prince throws a massive tantrum because he hates the idea of studying. The angry teenager shouts back when the teacher calmly compares uneducated people to wild beasts. Sitting up on the floor, the stubborn noble claims he already knows everything he needs to know. Smiling gently, the old teacher proposes a simple solution to test his royal student's knowledge. He promises to stop visiting the palace forever if the boy can successfully answer his difficult questions. The young prince smirks and accepts the scholar challenge because it sounds like a lot of fun. He mentions that being too soft makes others exploit you, and the teacher totally agrees with this logic. The wise teacher hands over a special book about the iron-blooded monarch to spark his interest. The book explains that rulers and subjects share a mutual contract of protection in exchange for loyalty. They continue debating different political topics together until the sun finally starts to set over the castle. Gathering his heavy books, the old scholar suggests finishing the lesson tomorrow, and the prince happily agrees. Waving goodbye with a bright smile, the teenager suddenly pauses when he realizes he just took a normal lesson. He groans because the old man tricked him, while the scholar walks away thinking the boy is unlike the rumors. The bright morning sun rises to mark the beginning of a brand new day in the massive royal kingdom. Lying upside down on his bed, the young prince sighs heavily in the quiet room. The blonde boy complains that he is totally bored out of his mind. Rolling around on his mattress, he complains that having no training leaves him with absolutely nothing to do. Suddenly, a maid knocks on the door and announces that his uncle has arrived to see him. The prince happily tells her to let the guest inside because he was already expecting this visit. However, the boy gets surprised when the commander enters the room with a very dark and gloomy face. Keeping his head lowered, the veteran warrior unexpectedly starts his conversation with a deep apology. He blames himself for breaking his promise and causing a severe injury during their intense duel. Hearing this, the teenager feels a bit guilty because his real damage actually came from overusing his own dragon power. His conscience hurts even more, as he remembers how much trouble he caused right after getting released. The uncle then asks the prince to name any reward or compensation he wants to make things right. The commander offers his own arm or eye, but the boy hilariously replies that he has no use for such useless junk. The prince thinks it is pretty sad that such a powerful sword master is getting crushed by his own inner demons. Making up his mind, he sighs and says he will be generous by stating his actual wish first. Turning back to his relative, the young noble requests permission to finally go on a trip. The old commander looks confused, because the boy is already free to leave the castle whenever he wants. Raising a finger, the teenager explains that he wants to go somewhere far away outside the royal capital. His relative remains completely silent for a moment while considering this unexpected request. The veteran mentions the upcoming banquet will make a long journey difficult, but the prince does not mind. Agreement is reached, and the commander promises to contact him as soon as the travel schedule is ready. After his uncle leaves, the young noble notices his loyal knight staring at him with a very weird look. The warrior admits that he fully expected the prince to make a much more unreasonable demand this time. Looking away, the protagonist confesses that seeing the stubborn veteran act so broken made him feel bad. The knight suddenly bursts out laughing, which quickly annoys the prince, who tells him to stop smiling. Suddenly, a voice calls out to the young prince, which makes him look up in curiosity. His smiling maid approaches with a white envelope in her hands to deliver some exciting news. Breaking the red wax seal, the excited teenager eagerly opens the letter to read it. The paper begins to glow with a magical blue energy as soon as he unfolds it. It is a special message from a powerful female knight who just reached a brand new level. The beautiful warrior named Arwen writes that she will finally visit him very soon. Staring at the message, the prince smirks, because this update came at the perfect moment. Exactly 1 week later, a grand group of carriages departs from the giant castle gates. Leaning far out of the window, the curious boy asks his relative about their destination. Glaring back, the old commander complains about the teenager always being so restless. The old warrior tells him to get back inside and promises to explain everything now. He reveals they are traveling to a special territory known as the greatest weapons producer. This rich land is filled with top-quality iron mines and some of the best smiths around. Hearing that they supply most of the royal weapons, the boy realizes this is the ideal spot. He happily thinks that since his powers are growing, he finally needs to find a proper sword. The boy originally wanted to grab a sword from the palace, but a royal decree blocked him from getting any weapons. This silly rule left the young prince completely shocked and without any defensive gear. He accepts this ban because of his past bad behavior and realizes he must search for a weapon outside the capital. Glancing out of the window, the young noble begins to plan his next moves while the carriage continues moving forward. Looking at his strict uncle, the teenager realizes that the old commander is actually a very caring person inside. Their long journey of 20 days officially begins as the royal carriage rides along the peaceful grassy road. The map shows they will first pass through the county of Ellen after traveling for 3 long days. After a short resting period at the castle, the grand escort plans to quickly return back to the capital. Sitting silently inside the carriage, the bored prince complains about being trapped there for 3 full days. Having a quiet maid who only replies with short words makes the entire trip feel extremely tedious. Letting out another deep sigh of pure boredom, the boy tries to find a way to make his time more productive. He decides to inspect his own internal energy flow instead of just sitting around doing absolutely nothing. The powerful dragon-slaying ability he used before has left his special mana center completely empty. Gathering his focus, the teenager decides it is finally time to start recharging his spiritual powers. However, the heavy rattling of the moving vehicle makes his meditation process extremely difficult to maintain. The cold wind blows outside, while the voices of the marching knights echo around the moving royal carriage. Focusing deeply, the young prince begins to gather the tiny bits of mana floating in the air to fill his empty heart. Suddenly, he opens his eyes in complete shock when he realizes his mana center has grown to a massive size. A holographic screen appears explaining that this is the direct result of forcing out the legendary dragon power before. The magical notification reveals that the special energy has finally settled and expanded his internal core. Because of this incredible expansion, his physical body undergoes a massive change to adapt to the pressure. He has officially reached the powerful rank of a sword expert, which allows him to store much more raw mana. Massive glowing chains shatter inside his soul to show that several old restrictions are finally lifted. His special third eye and third ear abilities receive a massive upgrade, which greatly improves his senses. Back in the real world, the quiet maid stares at him in confusion because blue smoke is literally rising from his body. Getting flustered by her gaze, the funny prince quickly waves his arms around to make it look like nothing happened. Clenching his fist with a confident smile, the teenager is happy to know he has taken another massive step forward. The royal carriage finally pulls up to the massive and beautiful estate of the Ellen family. Stepping out of the vehicle, the young prince is instantly greeted with deep respect by the local guards. Two noble representatives of the prestigious house step forward and bow to welcome their royal guest. They politely offer to guide the tired traveler straight to his room so he can rest from his long journey. Walking through the hallways, the protagonist quietly observes his surroundings with a very critical gaze. He notices several shiny weapons on display but instantly dismisses them as useless toys for show. The group continues, walking past countless walls decorated with these highly expensive but weak swords. The blonde teenager realizes he definitely will not find a high-quality weapon inside this rich palace. Turning to his hosts, he asks if there is a local smith's guild active in this manufacturing territory. Hearing that one exists, the prince expresses his strong desire to visit the place as soon as possible. They immediately change direction and start heading toward the busy workshop area of the estate. The noble guide warns him that professional blacksmiths can be extremely stubborn and rude people. He explains they might ignore royalty during work, and asks the young noble to ignore their blunt attitude. Suddenly, the boy pauses when his enhanced senses pick up a very unusual vibration coming from ahead. A massive blast of heat and glowing flames erupts from the forge as they finally reach the workshop. Entering the crowded workshop, the guide warns the boy that the intense heat of the forge might be too much to handle. Loud clanging noises from hit metal immediately echo through the entire room and catch the young noble by surprise. Seeing the boy freeze up, the concerned guide pauses to ask if everything is all right with their royal guest. Huge flames roar around the busy workers while strong blacksmiths swing their heavy hammers down with incredible power. Among the noisy chaos, the sweating teenager notices a very distinct sound cutting through the thick smoke. Moving deeper into the fiery forge, the boy watches a lone craftsman hitting a glowing piece of hot iron. This extremely skilled veteran blacksmith concentrates fully on his work while ignoring everything around him. Staring at the glowing metal triggers a hidden memory inside the young prince of a legendary holy sword. Lost in his deep thoughts, the boy does not even notice a soft cloth gently touching his sweaty cheek. His worried maid points out that he is sweating heavily from the sudden heat inside the warm chamber. Gently wiping his face, she mentions the identity of the impressive elderly craftsman working right before them. Looking back, the young prince realizes that this old man is actually the master smith they were searching for. Inside the hot workshop, the loud sound of hammer strikes echoes through the air as the old smith works. A man named Saxon steps forward and bows deeply to pay his respects to the visiting royal guest. The manager gets angry when he notices that the veteran artisan is completely ignoring the prince. Suddenly, the blonde boy reaches out and grabs the loud manager by his face to shut him up. While the young workers watch in fear, the hot piece of metal on the anvil slowly begins to cool down. Looking at the scared crowd, the prince calmly tells them that they should not let their hard work go to waste. Hearing his words, the nervous blacksmiths quickly rush back to their stations to grab their tools again. Folding his arms, the royal teenager quietly watches the busy workshop return to its normal, noisy routine. Meanwhile, the legendary craftsman focuses completely on his task and swings his heavy hammer down with precision. The young prince stands frozen in the warm room, while watching the ancient master strike the burning iron. A mysterious flame flickers in his eyes as he becomes completely fascinated by the rhythm of the work. Standing alone in the middle of the roaring fires, the boy can feel a strange connection to this intense craft. Each massive strike from the heavy hammer makes bright sparks fly and sends a deep vibration through his body. Looking at the lone figure working hard, the blonde teen feels like he is witnessing a very sacred process. He wonders what this strange sensation is because his heart starts beating in sync with the metal strikes. The host explains that the smith has been melting his swords for 6 months, but nobody knows if they are failures. Everyone praises him as the absolute master of swords because his past creations were legendary masterpieces. The guide admits that even those melted weapons actually had 0 flaws and looked completely perfect to everyone. Over the past month, the elderly smith has barely slept, which leaves the entire household extremely worried for him. Staring back at the mansion, the blonde teen quietly admires the old man for being a truly dedicated craftsman. Several days pass with the curious prince visiting the noisy forge early every morning to watch the master work. Standing silently in the warm corner, the young prince simply continues to watch the ancient master work. This peaceful behavior surprises the host, who expected the notorious royal to cause some massive trouble. Time passes quickly as night falls over the quiet estate, while the hot forge continues to glow in the dark. Soon the day of departure arrives, and the blonde teenager is still waiting by the forge to see the progress. Staring closely at the hot metal, the boy feels a bit disappointed that his time is running out. The elderly craftsman keeps swinging his heavy hammer, with sweat pouring down his tired face. The young noble quietly sighs because he really hoped to see the completed weapon before leaving. Waiting right behind him, the host feels bad that they could not show the royal guest a finished masterpiece. A strong feeling of regret fills the boy as he prepares to turn away from the fiery workshop. Suddenly his uncle arrives to announce they must prepare for a farewell dinner tonight and depart early tomorrow. The local guide looks on, wishing there was some way to complete the sword before the guest leaves. As a beautiful bright sky appears over the castle, a loud voice suddenly calls out for the prince. Just as he is about to step into his royal carriage, the blonde teenager pauses and looks back in confusion. The local guide comes running over with a massive smile to announce that the master has completed his work. Hearing this incredible news, the young prince opens his eyes wide and wonders if he heard correctly. The old blacksmith stands under the beautiful sunset while gently wiping his freshly forged masterpiece. A glorious silver blade shines brightly under the warm sun to show its absolute perfection. Kneeling down before his royal guest, the legendary master respectfully presents the completed weapon. Staring at the majestic tool, the young prince feels completely amazed by its incredible details. Watching from behind, the noble hosts look completely stunned by this unexpected display of deep respect. Stepping forward, the blonde teenager slowly takes the heavy hilt into his own hands with great care. Holding the weapon high, the hero realizes this blade was truly created to match a legendary king. Looking closely at his own reflection on the shiny metal, the prince wonders if this creation has a special title. Smiling softly, the exhausted artisan suggests naming the powerful weapon Damarung. He explains that this name represents twilight, which brings the end of his career but the dawn of the prince. A bright laugh escapes the young noble, who is highly impressed by the deep words of the old blacksmith. Saxon collapses after finishing his work, but the quick prince catches the tired old man before he hits the floor. The worried crowd rushes over to help, while the prince holds the veteran craftsman gently. The blonde royal quickly decides to stay overnight to make sure the old blacksmith recovers well. Inside a quiet tent, the prince sits right next to the bed where the master rests with the new sword. Waking up in his bed, the tired blacksmith explains that the sword took its perfect shape because of the prince. Smiling softly, the young prince asks if he truly believes the powerful blade chose its own birthday. Leaning closer to the bed, the blonde teenager whispers a shocking secret directly into the old man's ear. The old craftsman gasps in absolute disbelief as he realizes the massive truth about the mysterious prince. Tears of deep understanding fill his eyes because he finally understands who this boy actually is. Raising his trembling hand, the emotional master asks to touch the legendary twilight blade one last time. The old master slowly reaches out and wraps his trembling fingers around the beautiful hilt. Lying weakly on his bed, he whispers a prayer wishing for the sword to achieve true greatness. The blonde teenager silently watches the dying craftsman make his final wish for the future. A heavy silence fills the warm room as the boy realizes these are the final moments of a legend. With a final gentle breath, the old man releases his grip and lets the boy take back the weapon. The young prince stares down in shock as the master suddenly stops moving entirely. Sitting quietly by the bedside, the lonely prince holds the legendary blade close to his chest. Outside the quiet tent, the night passes peacefully while the great blacksmith rests in eternal sleep. The next morning, another beautiful white sword is presented inside a fancy wooden box. The host nervously explains that the master's final creation might be too heavy or simple for royalty. He offers a shiny magic sword instead, hoping the prince will accept this expensive gift instead. Inspecting the new weapon, the blonde teen smiles and admits it is actually a decent mid-grade tool. With a mischievous grin, the prince happily accepts both blades while praising the guide's extreme generosity. The shocked host can only smile sweatily because he never expected the royal to take both of his treasures. The host cries in despair because his clever bait failed, and he just gave away a perfectly good weapon for nothing. Outside the mansion, the commander instructs the troops to ride ahead as fast as possible to stay on schedule. The young prince simply stares back in complete silence while holding his new horse by the reins. Turning around, the knight remarks that he barely saw the boy lately because of a secret mission from the king. Hearing this, the blonde teen realizes his royal father did not send him on this long trip just for fun. The serious warrior warns him to prepare, because they must ride extremely hard to reach the castle by nightfall. With a totally straight face, the protagonist casually announces that he has no idea how to ride a horse. The shocked commander freezes in disbelief, while the boy silently reminds himself that a holy weapon cannot ride. During the rough journey to the castle, the poor prince gets incredibly motion sick and throws up a rainbow. Things only get worse as the wild horse jumps around and nearly throws the screaming royal onto the hard dirt. He struggles to keep up with the fast animal and gets dragged along the road while the others watch in shock. By the end of the trip, the young noble looks completely exhausted and ready to collapse onto the ground. It took them an entire day instead of a few hours, but the tired group finally arrives at the massive castle gates. Looking up at the massive gates, the blonde prince realizes they have finally arrived at the legendary Iron Lion Castle. As soon as they enter the courtyard, heavy armored boots step forward to welcome the arriving royal group. A high-ranking noble named York steps up with his guards to formally welcome the prince to their territory. Looking at the massive crowd of warriors, the young prince notices their intense fighting spirit is way over the top. The soldiers glare with hostile eyes because they do not seem very happy about welcoming a weak royal guest. Suddenly, a cool female knight steps out from the crowd to change the heavy mood. Spotting his loyal subordinate, the boy decides to have some fun and calls out her name to test the others. Hearing his familiar voice, the female warrior immediately places her hand over her heart with deep respect. She drops down to one knee and admits she has been counting down the days just to see her master again. Seeing this beautiful knight bow down so easily makes the surrounding soldiers burn with intense jealousy. However, the young prince suddenly feels a chilling wave of pure anger coming from right behind him. Turning around quickly, the boy gently grabs the shoulder of his dangerous bodyguard to calm her down. Feeling his warm touch, the scary young woman snaps out of her dark thoughts and looks at him in confusion. She bows her head obediently, while the prince feels glad he trained her to follow his orders so well. With the situation fully under control, the clever blonde teen smirks and prepares to face the crowd. The young prince calmly tells Arwen to come with him, while the surrounding guards glare at them in silence. He smiles and suggests that the angry soldiers should also join their little conversation to clear the air. Changing into simple training clothes, the confident boy holds a basic wooden sword over his shoulder with a grin. He directly challenges the entire group of warriors by asking who is brave enough to show him their legendary skills. The proud soldiers look at each other with deep hesitation because nobody wants to accidentally hurt a royal guest. Noticing their awkward silence, the blonde teenager wonders if his high status is making them feel too pressured to fight. He happily promises that no one will face any punishment, regardless of how this mock battle actually turns out. Since nobody moves, the cheeky protagonist mocks their lack of courage by calling their famous reputation pure hot air. This heavy insult instantly triggers a fierce red-haired warrior who steps forward to introduce himself as Dale. The angry knight claims he is not the strongest, but still asks for official permission to face the royal guest. Raising his training weapon high, the determined fighter prepares to prove the strength of his entire faction. The clever prince chuckles and reminds his opponent that there is absolutely no need to ask for permission. With a loud shout, the red-haired warrior rushes forward at lightning speed to start the highly anticipated duel. Standing his ground, the cool protagonist calmly watches the incoming attack without showing even a hint of fear. Their wooden swords instantly collide with massive force as a bright blue shockwave erupts across the training field. The fierce red-haired warrior gets instantly smacked down and crashes hard onto the dirty training ground. Standing tall with a glowing blue light on his chest, the confident prince casually asks who wants to go next. A confident third-year student steps up to fight, but he also gets blown away with a single effortless swing. More trainees rush in together only to get sent flying through the air like lightweight ragdolls. The young noble swings his simple wooden sword so fast that the surrounding air literally bursts into pieces. Looking at the piles of defeated warriors on the ground, the blonde teen feels extremely bored by the lack of competition. He directly asks to face the actual elite knights since the current fighters are way too weak to entertain him. Turning away from the crowd, the protagonist suddenly calls out to his loyal bodyguard Arwen. With a warm smile, he tells the beautiful woman that she will be coming back home with him when this trip ends. The quiet female knight simply looks back at her young master with a soft and dedicated expression. Arwen bows deeply and promises to follow his orders without any hesitation. The blonde teen smirks because everything is going exactly according to his plan. Suddenly, a fancy knight with long silver hair steps forward and suggests making a little bet to keep things interesting. The challenger looks at the beautiful bodyguard and starts to propose his prize, but the prince instantly rejects the idea. The royal guest firmly states that his loyal soldier is definitely not some object to be won in a game. Tossing his simple wooden practice weapon aside, the main character asks his guard to bring a real blade instead. Grabbing the shiny magical sword, the young noble offers to put his expensive weapon on the line instead. Both the beautiful warrior and the opponent gasps in surprise when they see the valuable treasure. The worried lady tries to stop him, but the boy softly explains that she is worth way more than any sword. Hearing that a legendary swordmaster is priceless compared to a mere tool, she stares at him with glowing eyes. Seeing such a valuable weapon as the prize, the arrogant opponent smirks and happily accepts the high-stakes duel. He proudly introduces himself as Dunham and boasts about being a top knight who is close to reaching a triple chain level. The cheeky protagonist simply mocks him by asking if that means his opponent only has a double chain right now. The opponent raises his sword and boasts that it is the 17th weapon made by a legendary master smith. Hearing this, the young prince smiles and remarks that they actually share a very funny coincidence. He draws his own beautiful weapon and reveals that his blade also came from that exact same blacksmith. The proud knight looks confused because he never heard of any 100th sword being made by that famous craftsman. Smiling calmly, the boy explains that the legendary weapon was completed just a few days ago as the creator's final work. Unleashing a powerful blue aura, the silver-haired knight prepares to give his absolute best in this duel. The opponent remarks that the prince walks the wrong path of the sword, but he still respects his tireless efforts. Feeling a bit amused by the arrogant speech, the blonde teenager softly chuckles at the knight's words. While the surrounding crowd watches in deep suspense, the opponent prepares his stance for the first strike. The cool protagonist looks back with glowing blue eyes and says his strength is more than enough to protect his people. Turning to his worried companion, the prince tells Adelia to watch this next move closely so she can learn from it. With a massive roar, a giant blue energy phantom erupts behind the boy as he unleashes his true overwhelming power. The prince tells his companion that this is the path she must walk from now on. Golden flames burst around the beautiful lady as she accepts this heavy path with deep respect. Meanwhile, inside a quiet room, two older men drink hot tea and discuss their frequent visits to the castle. The commander rubs his chin and thinks about all the other princes who have visited this place before. Slamming his cup onto the table, the angry lord shouts that the first prince is still the true heir to the throne. He blames the general for not helping the poor boy and leaving him completely isolated in the royal court. Looking down with deep regret, the commander silently admits to himself that he really did abandon his nephew once. The warrior recalls when the lazy young royal was just a spoiled brat who looked like a future tyrant. He remembers grabbing the drunk teen by the collar, which only made the arrogant boy glare back with pure rage. Tears of rage filled the room as the spoiled royal actually tried to attack his own uncle with a sword. The old warrior still remembers that scary moment reflecting clearly inside his sharp eyes. Things got even worse when the terrible nephew sent him a bottle of deadly poison disguised as a fancy gift. Instead of throwing it away, the powerful commander drank the toxic liquid and burned it using his high-level mana. Along with the cheap poison, he also burned away whatever little family bond they had left. Unexpectedly, the hopeless delinquent who everyone gave up on suddenly started to turn his life around. Day after day, the boy endured extremely harsh training to slowly grow into a highly capable warrior. Back in the present, the angry lord reminds the general that he once swore the prince should never rule. Staring down at his cup, the uncle clenches his fist because he knows the teen is a completely new person. The scarred man begs his friend to give the young heir a fair starting position like the other royals. Lowering his high pride, the great commander unexpectedly bows his head to beg for this simple favor. Seeing his legendary friend act so humble makes the older lord feel completely lost and confused. He admits he has no idea whether it is the commander or the crazy prince who truly changed. Suddenly, a panicked guard bursts into the quiet room to deliver some highly urgent news to the master. Hearing the sudden report from the guard, both of the older men look completely shocked by the news. Walking outside, the older lord assures his friend that the elite knight knows restraint and will not harm the royal guest. Smiling calmly, the commander warns his companion that he should actually be worried about his own warrior instead. Suddenly, a body crashes heavily onto the ground right before their eyes, and they realize it is the elite opponent. The surrounding crowd starts cheering loudly when they realize the young prince has won the intense duel once again. Staring at the shocking scene, the old lord asks what is going on, while his friend proudly reminds him of his warning. Wiping some dirt from his face, the blonde protagonist looks down with a very serious and focused expression. Surrounded by a powerful blue aura, the confident teenager smiles and asks who is brave enough to face him next. The boy remembers his uncle once said a knight only truly begins their real journey after achieving 2 rings of power. Breathing heavily, the main character unleashes his blue energy to push past his current physical limits. Moving at lightning speed, the skilled youth blocks a powerful strike with perfect accuracy and defensive technique. He realizes his current sparring skills are not enough, but using his ultimate dragon technique would be way too dangerous. Suddenly, a special super concentration trait activates inside the young prince. Blue energy gathers around his chest as the young noble focuses completely on the battle. Every single noise around the training ground suddenly fades away into absolute silence. Gripping his shiny weapon tightly, he realizes his body does not even feel like his own anymore. A familiar, powerful sensation returns to him as a bright blue flame ignites inside his left eye. The 2 skilled swordsmen clash at lightning speed with their bright energy blades. A massive blue explosion erupts across the field from the sheer force of their impact. The silver-haired challenger gets blown back and crashes heavily onto the hard ground. Wiping a small trickle of blood from his mouth, the confident royal simply smirks at his victory. Looking around at the shocked crowd, the bold protagonist loudly calls out for the next opponent. Another brave warrior steps forward and immediately strikes with a heavy downward swing. Looking completely relaxed, the cool youth easily handles the intense pressure of the fight. The blonde opponent attacks again, but the young master easily blocks the incoming strike. Their sharp swords lock together in a fierce struggle of pure strength and determination. With a sharp glare, the young prince moves his sword to launch a powerful counterattack against the challenger. Spinning around swiftly, he easily deflects the strike and sends another fully armored knight flying through the air. Without wasting any time, the skilled royal steps forward and stops his sharp blade right at his next opponent's throat. Sweating heavily, the blonde teen stares down the remaining fighters with absolute confidence shining in his blue eyes. Drops of sweat slide down his face and fall onto the dusty training ground as he rests the tip of his heavy sword. Looking across the courtyard, we see several elite knights lying defeated on the grass under the warm sunset sky. Panting heavily, the exhausted protagonist tries to catch his breath after dealing with so many powerful opponents. The watching crowd goes completely wild when they realize the young prince has just achieved a massive 5-win streak. Suddenly, a strange poetic verse about withstanding 1,000 waves flashes inside his mind like a warm memory. A bright golden system screen appears to announce that a brand new verse has been added to his unique combat skill. The glowing message explains that his special song of sparring skill has finally reached an extraordinary new rank. Surrounded by a swirling blue aura, the boy watches his main ability evolve into a legendary song of dueling skill. Smiling with relief, the tired prince whispers to himself that he finally managed to achieve his difficult goal. Unsteadily, his vision begins to blur as all his remaining physical energy suddenly drains away from his body. Falling to his knees, the exhausted teen drops his weapon, while a worried guard rushes over to check on his condition. A knight kneels down to offer his deepest respect to the exhausted royal. The surrounding warriors immediately join in and salute the prince with loud cheers of admiration. The young prince looks completely shocked, because these same men wanted to tear him apart earlier. Standing nearby, the older lord explains that these soldiers are actually very simple people. Clapping his hands, the cheerful noble notes that nothing fires up a warrior more than swords and victory. He realizes the blonde teen actually expected all these defeated fighters to hold a grudge against him. The uncle crossing his arms explains that an honorable defeat is always worth way more than a tainted victory. Meanwhile, some knights joke that their defeated companion might actually feel a little bitter about losing. Laughing loudly, they mock the arrogant warrior who now has to hand over his prized legendary weapon. Looking up quietly, the tired protagonist realizes that the true knightly spirit has not changed at all. Standing tall under the warm sunset, the entire group continues to honor the powerful youth for his victory. Sometime later, the imperial carriage is prepared as the young master gets ready to head back home. Smiling gently, the handsome youth bids farewell to his hosts and promises to see them again soon. Bowing deeply, the older count wishes the royal guest a very safe journey and good health. Turning around at the last second, the prince suddenly calls out the name of Count Woolrodin. The blonde prince asks the count to keep his stay a total secret, which makes the older man very confused. Showing a sly smile, the blonde teenager explains that he has a very specific reason for keeping things quiet. The protagonist admits that he wants to play a small surprise prank on someone back at the royal palace. Later that evening, the royal group stops near a dense forest to set up their campsite for the night. One of the armored knights tells the young master that he will quickly scout the surrounding area. The beautiful female knight stares silently at the prince while he walks past, hoping she will adapt to this new life. Letting out a tired yawn, the exhausted protagonist decides it is finally time to head inside his tent to sleep. Stepping inside, he is suddenly greeted by his talented female companion, who is dressed up like a regular maid. The main character feels extremely awkward seeing an absolute sword genius do basic chores. Sensing his weird mood, the polite lady nervously asks if something is wrong with the service. Slumping onto the soft bed, the tired teenager tells the girl that everything is fine and she can leave him to rest. Staring up at the ceiling, the young noble reflects on his recent encounters with the famous Order of Knights. He remembers using his special scanning ability to check the talent levels of the ordinary soldiers. The boy realizes that most of those hard-working warriors would never pass their limits despite training for a lifetime. The young prince notes that geniuses in this era usually reach the level of a sword expert in their 20s or 30s. Even though the power of legendary superhumans has dropped, the skill of ordinary soldiers has actually risen a lot. This change in power level is exactly what people call the mana chain, which restricts their ultimate potential. The teenager recalls that his maternal uncle was once a powerful warrior who almost reached absolute transcendence. Unfortunately, the current era does not allow anyone to easily achieve anything beyond the basic rank of power. Clenching his fist, the young noble realizes that everyone is simply forced to follow the flow of the times. Knowing very little about this current world, the boy decides he must learn everything again from the very beginning. Suddenly, some slow clapping echoes inside the quiet tent, and the protagonist turns around to see who is there. The scarred commander smiles and praises his nephew for having such a great mindset to start over. The older man proudly explains that no other royal could have won over the hearts of the legendary elite warriors. Staring at his relative with a horrified face, the young prince wonders if something is seriously wrong with the man. The confused boy loudly asks his uncle if he has completely forgotten about the special bet they made earlier. He mentions the agreement was to defeat a double-chain knight, which is a level he has not officially reached yet. However, the clever youth points out that he technically won the bet because of his recent victory over the elite guard. Stepping forward with absolute determination, the powerful uncle prepares to fulfill his side of their little agreement. The blonde teenager stares at his relative with a completely blank face, wondering what is about to happen. Placing a hand over his chest, the mighty commander proudly announces his official title and position to the room. With a serious face, the older warrior declares his total support for the young prince to take over the entire kingdom. Hearing this unexpected announcement, the shocked protagonist screams in pure terror as his world turns upside down. Remembering their previous conversation, the boy realizes his uncle completely misunderstood his plan about the throne. News of this political alliance spreads like wildfire all the way to the beautiful white towers of the royal palace. Suddenly, the young prince is surrounded by loud clapping as everyone eagerly congratulates him on his massive success. Newly assigned knights gather around the courtyard to protect the young master and maintain order in the area. A whole group of fresh maids and servants quickly scurry around the massive halls to clean everything up for him. Finding himself at the center of all this annoying noise, the irritated boy can feel a massive headache coming on. Pointing angrily toward the busy window, the overwhelmed royal demands that everyone leave his room immediately. His loyal knight gently explains that these people were sent by a royal order and cannot simply be dismissed so easily. Shaking their heads in mild disappointment, the servants realize their young master is extremely stressed by the crowd. Staring out at the quiet garden, the blonde prince wonders how he will ever escape this hectic situation. The blonde prince finally enjoys a brief moment of quiet peace inside his room. Suddenly, a loud bang echoes as his sibling bursts through the doors looking for him. The annoyed protagonist looks up and asks why his visitor is back to bother him again. The third Prince Gillian accuses the boy of secretly training with a count to take the throne. The blonde youth sarcastically jokes about how incredibly grateful he is for his brother's concern. Pointing his finger angrily, the red-clothed sibling warns that there will be a heavy price to pay. Holding his head, the stressed prince decides to find the real person responsible for this mess. Soon after, the tired protagonist confronts his maternal uncle to find out the truth about his scheme. The youth explains that he will play along for now even though he still does not want the throne. Smiling calmly, the older commander asks the young man if he is deeply worried about the house of Balarhard. Terrifying monsters crawl from the northern mountains, where the border guards act as the ultimate shield. The uncle assures him that their noble house will remain perfectly safe as long as the kingdom remembers the cold. The boy sighs and replies that this dangerous confrontation was bound to happen eventually. Standing up, the veteran warrior warns his nephew that escaping this destiny is simply impossible. The scarred noble promises to give him some time to accept the heavy burden of his royal path. The protagonist remembers that his status as the eldest son cannot be erased unless he passes away. Sitting alone on his bed, the exhausted young man remains completely firm in his decision not to change. Deep down, the only thing he truly wants is to reclaim the absolute power that reached transcendence. Consequently, the petty right to rule a single kingdom is something he does not care about at all. However, those peaceful thoughts are cut short when the grand royal banquet finally begins inside the palace. Clad in magnificent royal attire, the first prince steps forward as his grand arrival is announced to the crowd. Whispers fill the dimly lit room as various suspicious nobles watch the young master with hidden intentions. Standing quietly in the shadows, a mysterious hooded woman watches the handsome royal with a knowing smile. Looking incredibly sharp in his red and black uniform, the blonde youth remains completely expressionless. Walking down the grand staircase, the young royal captures the absolute attention of every single guest in the hall. Some excited guests quickly praise his look, while the boy inwardly sighs over them, overreacting to his weight loss. Glancing sideways at the cheering crowd, the clever prince wonders if these useless people are really the kingdom's elite. Using his special scanning ability, the blonde teen laughs because all these fake nobles possess the heart of a snake. The prince observes the heavy karma surrounding the greedy nobles, who only know how to steal from other people. However, he spots a few young men standing nearby, who actually seem worth his precious time and consideration. The young master waves back in a very friendly manner, while the orange-haired boy gets incredibly nervous. Bowing politely, the teen apologizes for not greeting him sooner and thanks the host for the invite. Smiling gently, the prince decides these honest youths will make perfect allies for his future plans. Suddenly, a loud voice echoes through the grand hall, demanding everyone to give their absolute attention. The massive double doors swing open to announce the arrival of an ambassador from the Burgundy Empire. Hearing this specific country mentioned, the main character looks over with a highly serious expression. Every single noble in the room immediately bows down to show deep respect for the powerful new visitor. A chubby man with a smug face and fancy clothes steps forward to represent his mighty homeland. Walking right up to the blonde youth, the confident visitor casually remarks that it has been a very long time. A dark shadow falls over the protagonist as his glowing blue eyes fill with pure rage and hostility. He remembers fighting a brutal war 400 years ago against this exact nation which was his worst enemy. The young man is absolutely furious that a representative of such a hated empire dares to stand before him now. Suddenly, another guest bumps into the prince and spills a glass of dark red wine all over his fine clothes. Red wine drips down the face of the silent prince as he holds back his growing anger. An older noble with gray hair panics and immediately starts apologizing for his clumsy mistake. Bowing deeply, the elder man begs the royal youth to forgive him for ruining his beautiful uniform. Glaring coldly at the old man, the protagonist remains completely silent while analyzing the situation. Standing nearby, the fat ambassador from the enemy empire watches everything with a deeply confused expression. A heavy silence falls over the entire banquet hall as guests stare at the massive stain on the floor. Turning away calmly, the young royal announces that he needs to leave the hall to change his clothes. A loyal knight approaches with a clean cloth and offers to escort the wet prince to a private room. Looking back at the bowing elder, the boy learns that the clumsy man is actually Marquis Villefelt. Wiping his face, the blonde teen smiles because the sudden wine splash actually helped him cool his anger. Sitting alone in a dark room, the protagonist tries to calm his racing thoughts about his past enemies. Suddenly, the large doors swing open and a familiar soldier enters to check on the quiet prince. The scarred maternal uncle steps inside with a serious look, wanting to know what happened at the banquet. Walking closer, the veteran commander mentions that the old marquis noticed the boy was about to cause trouble. Looking up with glowing eyes, the prince admits that the clever marquis was actually right about his anger. The veteran uncle asks about his original plan, and the young prince answers that he is not actually that reckless. He mentions that the sneaky enemy clan always shows off its power while local nobles treat them like true royalty. The tense atmosphere is far from peaceful because this one-sided relationship has nothing to do with real friendship. Looking extremely frustrated, the blonde youth wonders how his home country ended up in such a pathetic state. Looking down with a heavy heart, the maternal uncle admits that the history of their kingdom is not very special. He explains that their brave knights easily defended the borders from countless invasions in the distant past. But the powerful enemy empire grew much too big over time, which ultimately forced the weaker kingdom to kneel down. Staring in absolute shock, the blonde prince suddenly realizes that a dark secret might be the cause of this failure. The small nation on the edge of the continent somehow lost the unique source of power that kept them safe. Their ancient history was full of legendary heroes who once created great myths and incredible war epics. Looking at the glowing blue flame in his hand, the protagonist sadly notes that they have lost all of that legacy. Turning back to his relative with a cold expression, the young prince calmly announces that he has changed his mind. The veteran commander stares back at his nephew in complete confusion, wondering what the boy means by that statement. The brave prince decides to take a chance and finally try to become the next king. Hearing these unexpected words makes the scarred veteran stare at his nephew with complete disbelief. Even though the young man might regret this choice later, he feels that he has no other option. Soon the beautiful sun rises over the grand palace as the second day of the massive banquet begins. Dressed in a fine red uniform, the young prince enters the grand hall alongside his powerful maternal uncle. Glancing around the room, the clever teen notices that the gathered guests are whispering and looking uneasy. Smiling mockingly at their terrible manners, the noble boy silently judges the fake elites of the kingdom. He suddenly remembers a simple country boy from his past life who nobody ever expected to rule a nation. That young friend was completely ordinary and did not stand out from the other refugees who lost their homes. Taking a brave step forward, the ordinary boy still decided to stand tall and lead his desperate people. Feeling the exact same burning determination inside his soul, the prince prepares to follow that ancient path. Looking around the hall, the blonde prince activates his special vision, which normal human eyes cannot perceive. A blue aura begins to wrap around the entire ballroom, while the clueless crowd remains totally oblivious. Smiling confidently, the brave youth unleashes a legendary power called the Song of Kings. Suddenly, several system screens warn him that his current low rank will omit most of the magical melody. The struggling hero grits his teeth because singing even a single line takes a massive physical toll. Still, he knows this is the perfect royal melody to completely dominate the arrogant crowd inside the hall. Taking a firm step forward, the young master leaves the nearby nobles sweating in sheer disbelief. An incredible blue crown and majestic cape of light appear as the entire room bows down to show respect. Satisfied with their submissive reaction, the prince calmly orders the crowd to raise their heads. Suddenly, a heavy dark pressure enters the room and makes the young royal freeze in absolute shock. Glancing back, the blonde boy notices a mysterious purple aura coming from a shady guest standing nearby. Lowering her hood, a beautiful white-haired woman smiles and reveals her long, pointed ears. The main character is stunned to realize that this dangerous stranger is actually a legendary elf. The prince immediately recognizes the beautiful woman standing right in front of him. Sweat drips down his face as the boy wonders why on earth this crazy lunatic has shown up here. Normal humans usually think of elves as peaceful forest guardians who live up to 1,000 years. Everyone believes they are benevolent beings who spend their days playing with gentle butterflies. In reality, these creatures are absolute monsters who use their gorgeous looks to trap their helpless prey. Among them, the legendary high elves are even more dangerous because they are born with hero status. Making things worse, this specific stranger is definitely not some ordinary member of her race. She is actually Sigrun, a powerful elder high elf who has been roaming the world for nearly 10 centuries. 400 years ago, she helped defeat a mad dragon and tried to steal the holy sword after its master passed away. The protagonist shivers, remembering how this obsessed woman constantly tormented him back when he was a weapon. The young master panics, thinking that his magical singing voice might have accidentally revealed his true identity. She leans in close to ask if they have met before, while the terrified boy shakes his head as fast as possible. Regaining his composure, the clever prince lies that he has never seen a real elf in his entire life. Putting a finger to her cheek, the ancient warrior stares at him with deep suspicion and searches for any clues. Smiling playfully, the beautiful elf narrows her eyes and calls the sweating royal teen a liar. The hero knows the ancient warrior was a massive threat 400 years ago and wonders how strong she is today. He knows that regular folks usually fall in love at first sight whenever they meet a gorgeous member of her race. Meanwhile, the strongest warriors in the room immediately feel a cold sweat and become highly alert around her. Gently touching his chest, the ancient beauty playfully remarks that the young prince does not seem very strong. Pushing her finger away, the clever teen calmly lies that he simply prefers a completely different style of beauty. Hearing this unexpected rejection, the legendary lady remains totally silent and stares back with a blank face. Pulling her hood back up, the ancient guest bids him farewell and walks away while the tense atmosphere cools down. The young royal finally lets out a deep breath of relief because he managed to survive that incredibly dangerous chat. He gets highly confused when he sees a tiny child sucking her thumb who is far too young to become a bride. Another candidate shivers in sheer terror and hides behind her mother to avoid making eye contact with the prince. The next lady looks incredibly angry with fire in her eyes, making him wonder if she came to start a physical fight. Looking at the other weird choices, the main character realizes that none of these bizarre options are actually normal. Sitting in a quiet corner, the stressed queen sighs heavily while her son looks on with a completely exhausted face. The royal mother begins lecturing the boy about finding a proper partner who is wise and comes from a solid family. A guard suddenly announces that the elven delegation is requesting a formal audience with the queen. The heavy doors open as the mysterious group walks down the carpet, with their hoods still covering their faces. Stepping forward, the beautiful leader introduces herself as Sigrun and greets the queen with a gentle bow. The royal mother smiles warmly and remarks that it has been a very long time since any elves visited their kingdom. Sigrun immediately asks if the rumor about the queen searching for a suitable bride for the prince is actually true. She proudly announces her status as a high elf to make sure everyone understands her incredible background. The ancient lady adds that her family is basically the equivalent of a highly prestigious human noble house. Smiling brightly, she claims that her age is not actually that far from the young prince. The boy silently screams because they actually have a massive age gap of nearly 1,000 years. She continues by saying that she felt a very powerful spark the exact moment she first laid eyes on the youth. The beautiful elf claims that their destinies are deeply intertwined and looks directly at the panicked boy. The protagonist wonders if she is actually telling the truth, since elves are famous for taking destinies seriously. Hearing these extremely direct words makes the queen gasp in pure shock at the lady's incredible boldness. The surrounding nobles begin whispering excitedly about the incredible possibility of a marriage alliance. Feeling completely overwhelmed by this crazy situation, the sweating prince tries to back away slowly. The prince suddenly grabs her hand and pulls her away to have a private chat. The surrounding nobles watch in absolute shock because of his incredibly rude behavior. After finding a quiet place, the young master firmly shuts the heavy wooden door behind them. Turning around with a serious face, he addresses the gorgeous lady by her legendary name. She giggles playfully and claims that her only goal is to build a nice friendship with his nation. But the clever hero calls out her true identity as a dangerous assassin who has killed for hundreds of years. He directly demands to know if she arrived to gather secret information or to execute someone. Sigrun finds this highly amusing and wonders how a simple human child could possibly know her secrets. Remaining totally quiet, the young royal realizes this monster is far too strong for him to fight. Her special ability allows her to sense his mighty soul, which means she is an incredibly high rank. The beautiful elf releases a terrifying dark aura and warns the boy that keeping secrets from her is deadly. Instead of showing fear, the brave prince simply smiles and says that he understands the danger perfectly. The dangerous elf warns him that speaking so boldly to a deadly assassin is a highly foolish mistake. Unshaken by her threats, the prince tells her to stop playing games and avoid messing with his future. Observing her closely, the young master realizes that she is simply feeling a bit curious about him. Knowing this crazy lady could destroy his life, he decides to make himself look even more interesting to her. He declares that he will become someone she wants to watch forever instead of some cheap toy to throw away. When she asks for his true identity, he playfully replies that he is just an abandoned prince whom nobody wants. Smiling confidently, the brave teen tells the ancient warrior to stick around and watch his journey unfold. His bold attitude leaves the legendary killer completely speechless and staring at him in absolute shock. Walking away, the beautiful lady finally understands why her superiors sent her on such a boring mission. A creepy smile spreads across her face as she realizes her destiny was always meant to cross paths with him. Sensing her sudden intense excitement, the sweating prince mutters that she is still incredibly weird. The pair walks back into the grand banquet hall holding hands, which immediately causes a massive scene. Every noble inside the room gasps in pure disbelief as they watch the royal boy stand next to the elf. Facing his surprised mother, the young prince prepares to make a major announcement to the entire court. Standing before the shocked crowd, the prince boldly announces his engagement to the beautiful ancient lady. Looking at her sweet act, the young master shivers because she is acting like a totally different person. He knows that agreeing to this crazy plan is currently his only way to buy some precious time to survive. Turning to his mother, the clever youth suggests taking some time to carefully observe things before deciding. The sweating queen quickly agrees with his suggestion because she also wants to calculate the benefits. Meanwhile, the gorgeous elf smiles deeply as if she is patiently waiting for her favorite delicious prey. The protagonist resolves to use this delay to gather enough strength and escape this dangerous lady. Elsewhere, a luxurious cup gets smashed onto the hard floor in a sudden fit of absolute rage. An angry rival screams in fury because he cannot stand seeing the main character get all the glory. He grinds his teeth with steam coming out of his nose while thinking about how unfair his life is. The jealous boy recalls how his brother recently gained powerful allies and the support of a strong family. Seeing the incredible presence of the beautiful elf makes his anger burn even hotter than before. A wicked grin appears on his face when he remembers their scheduled duel that is coming up very soon. The cruel rival resolves to use this fight to permanently ruin the prince and crush him completely. A serious knight commander with gray hair stands ready to supervise the upcoming match. Standing before the crowd, he officially announces the rules and says that nobody can complain about the final results. The young prince simply yawns because he finds all these long speeches incredibly boring. Drawing his weapon, the arrogant brother smiles and says he invited a massive crowd to watch the prince fail. Our hero stands calmly and thinks that his opponent is talking way too much before the actual battle even starts. Getting extremely annoyed by that relaxed attitude, the angry rival charges up his magical energy. He quickly runs forward while screaming that he will permanently silence the prince right now. The blonde youth releases a powerful blue aura and decides not to waste any more time playing around. With one swift motion, the rival's sword is shattered and flies away into the sky. The handsome teen holds his glowing blade and calmly mentions that he has been way too busy lately. Coughing up blood, the shocked brother gets blown backward and crashes hard onto the stone floor. The surrounding crowd watches with wide eyes and cannot believe how quickly the fight ended. The old knight commander is completely stunned and wonders if this is truly the weak royal he once knew. Our main character looks down with an indifferent face because this opponent was never a threat to him. The defeated boy lies unconscious on the ground while the victorious prince stands tall as the absolute winner. Seeing the third prince knock down the referee officially ends the match and declares our hero the winner. Walking away from the arena, the young master thinks that all these fancy nobles just gathered to watch a children's fight. People in the crowd whisper in absolute shock because the loser was supposed to be a highly trained knight. Waking up with bandages on his face, the defeated brother screams in pure anger and curses the protagonist. He wildly demands his servants to prepare for another fight so he can settle the score right now. A soldier quickly informs the angry royal that his rival already left the capital with the count. Traveling through the snowy north, the count notices that the blonde boy finally learned how to ride a horse properly. When asked about his sudden rush, the clever youth calmly replies that he has no real place back in the capital. The brave prince refuses to stay and begs corrupt politicians who only care about kissing up to the empire. The count asks the prince if winning the hearts of tough soldiers is really going to be that easy for him. Smiling confidently, the young boy replies that working hard together in the mud will naturally build strong trust. Watching him closely, the older man sighs because he feels like the royal youth is rushing things way too much. The main character knows he must hurry, or he will end up forced to marry that incredibly terrifying elven woman. He realizes that gaining massive power is his only hope to escape becoming her next broken toy. Since the capital is far too peaceful for quick leveling, he has to leave his friends behind and head out. The determined teen needs to find a very specific location where he can sharpen his skills and survive. He is looking for the most dangerous region where humans face brutal trials on a daily basis. It is the legendary Snowy Zone where countless epic battles and brave heroes were born. The group finally arrives at the edge of the brutal battlefield where endless conflict awaits them. Pointing ahead, the veteran knight introduces the massive mountain range that his noble family has defended for years. Riding through the heavy snowstorm, the freezing prince begins shivering and complaining about the extreme cold weather. Even though the count offers him a warm seat inside the carriage, the brave teen insists on getting tough. He glares back at the traveling carriage because a certain happy old scholar is taking up all the space. The smiling elder claims he wanted to experience the north while writing a special book to assist the young royal. The blonde prince looks to his side and notices someone riding alongside him. The beautiful female knight Arwen is riding her horse despite the freezing cold. Turning around, the young prince asks if she is doing okay since the wind is quite strong. Blushing deeply, the proud girl insists she is fine because knights do not care about comfort. A soft smile appears on his face when he sees her incredible dedication. He thinks that at least one person in their group has plenty of energy for this trip. Looking back, the young master notices that the rest of his escorts do not share her passion. The royal guards look absolutely miserable and complain about being forced to march in the snow. Our hero wishes his close companion Carls was here to keep these lazy soldiers in line. He recalls how his stubborn father refused to let him bring his personal guard along for the journey. The prince wonders why his royal parent is acting so cold toward his own flesh and blood. Riding through the snow, he suspects there is a dark secret behind the king's harsh decision. The veteran count breaks his train of thought by shouting that they must move much faster now. Heavy snow starts falling rapidly and threatens to trap their entire carriage in the mountains. Within seconds, a brutal blizzard hits the group and makes it impossible to hear anyone speak. Looking at the terrible weather, the count realizes they cannot continue riding like this. He uses his magical energy to yell a command telling everyone to abandon the carriage and move on foot. Hearing that powerful shout, the young prince prepares himself to face the brutal, freezing wind. The blonde youth immediately calls out to the fragile girl still trapped inside the vehicle. He reaches out his hand to help the startled lady climb down into the deep snow. She blushes deeply while thanking the royal boy for his kind gesture. The brave female knight walks over to check on the prince, and he assures her that he is perfectly fine. Nearby, some royal guards start bumping into each other because the wind is simply too strong. Annoyed by their lack of discipline, the protagonist orders the female knight to keep a close eye on the girl. Turning to the struggling soldiers, he commands them to immediately throw away their giant shields. He explains that those massive items are only slowing them down and tells them to draw their swords instead. Watching him lead the soldiers, the northern knights are impressed by his sudden display of real combat leadership. The small group slowly marches toward the distant castle while the heavy storm continues to rage. Every single step feels incredibly heavy as they struggle to breathe in the freezing cold air. One of the exhausted travelers loses his footing and tumbles down into the thick white snow. A panicked guard suddenly shouts that they have lost one of their men in the deep snow. Pushing the other soldiers aside, the worried prince immediately rushes back to find the fallen soldier. Without hesitation, he lifts the freezing warrior onto his own shoulders to carry him. He commands the rest of the shocked group to keep moving forward so nobody else gets left behind. The small group slowly makes its way through the relentless white storm toward the distant castle. Panting heavily, the young leader struggles to catch his breath as this painful march finally nears its end. Taking a heavy step forward, the tired boy mutters a complaint about the terrible weather. Suddenly, the dark clouds disappear, and the freezing wind completely stops as the sun shines down. A mysterious figure dressed in a heavy dark fur coat waits patiently by the massive castle gates. This tough warrior has a scarred face and looks very serious as he watches the travelers arrive. Standing tall under his official flag, the commander warmly welcomes the young prince to the frozen fortress of Balerhard. The blonde prince smiles warmly as the sun finally starts to warm up his freezing body. The scarred northern leader smiles back and officially welcomes the royal group to the legendary fortress. Standing tall between the Deadly Blade Mountains, this legendary stronghold was built to hold back endless monsters. Common soldiers complain about this brutal outpost because the survival rate is extremely low for average fighters. Even the wealthy nobles back home constantly argue about the massive political weight of this frozen region. With a loud creak, the massive wooden gates of the castle slowly open to reveal the soldiers waiting inside. Walking through the entrance, the prince and the veteran commander spot a disciplined crowd standing ready to meet them. A handsome dark-haired knight with a serious expression stands at the front of the welcoming party. The young knight salutes loudly and announces that his temporary duty as the acting commander is officially over. Running forward, he expresses deep relief that his beloved father returned safely from the dangerous journey. Our hero gets quite surprised and asks the older man if this young warrior is actually his secret son. Pointing at the duo, the blonde boy jokes that they share the exact same stubborn face and funny expression. The laughing count then introduces his son Vincent to the first prince with a proud look on his face. Hearing this, the polite young commander bows deeply and gives a highly respectful greeting to the royal teen. Smiling brightly, our hero happily says that it is a real pleasure to finally meet such a reliable ally. Vincent thinks this frozen castle is only meant for real warriors who fight with high honor. He believes a useless prince who got kicked out of the capital has no right to hang out here with pretty girls. Watching the blonde boy walk away, the young commander wonders why on earth his father brought such a useless guest along. Vincent immediately confronts his dad to ask what is really going on behind the scenes. The veteran count calmly explains that he decided to support the first prince and let him stay at the fortress. The young commander gets angry and reminds his dad that even the king abandoned this lazy royal. Turning his head toward the walking prince, the older man simply replies that people can easily change over time. The scarred father looks at his son and asks for only one simple thing. He wants his boy to watch the prince closely without letting past rumors cloud his judgment. Later, during a strategy meeting, the leaders discuss their progress against the nearby monster tribes. Vincent explains that they successfully lowered the enemy forces, but many areas still need to be cleared. Eating his meal quietly at the end of the table, the blonde royal listens carefully to the report. Pointing at a figure on the tactical map, the commander says their biggest issue right now is the deadly orcs. A dangerous gang of fewer than 20 monsters has set up camp near the main mountain path. Vincent explains they are currently choosing the best knights from the castle for this dangerous task. Hearing this, the blonde prince suddenly slams his hand down on the tactical map to point at a spot. Smiling confidently, the young royal declares that he is going to handle the monster threat himself. The nearby advisors panic and warn him that these mountain monsters are much stronger than normal beasts. Turning to the silent count, our hero wonders what the older man thinks of this reckless plan. Instead of stopping the teen, the count asks his son about the exact strength of the enemy. Vincent reveals they have spotted at most 20 targets, but strong warriors could be hiding nearby. Looking directly at the prince, the veteran leader asks if he is truly confident in his skills. Vincent loudly objects because losing this battle would completely ruin the safety of their main trade route. The count quickly shuts down his son and asks the prince what kind of help he needs for this mission. Our hero calmly asks for 3 experienced guides and some powerful crossbows to upgrade his soldiers. The scarred leader immediately agrees to the request, leaving the other advisors completely speechless. The young commander stands frozen in complete disbelief after seeing how easily his father gave in. Soon the lazy royal guards get a massive shock when the prince announces they are moving out right now. The guard captain gets totally confused when he hears about this sudden mission against 20 monsters. He tries to argue by saying their only actual job here is to serve as his royal escort. Smiling confidently, the blonde boy replies that they still have to follow him since protection is their main task. He orders the confused soldiers to gather all the requested weapons and get ready to leave immediately. The young prince decides that he might as well use these lazy guards to make his life a bit easier. Checking the captain's hidden stats, he realizes the man actually has some pretty solid combat skills. The young leader notices a red-haired soldier whose sneaky spy skills seem highly suspicious to him. Heading outside the castle gates, our hero is surprised to see the grumpy young commander waiting there as his guide. Vincent warns that failing this mission will cause huge trouble, but the prince insists they will easily win. An intense tension builds up between the two boys as they glare silently at one another. When the prince tries to inspect the dark-haired knight, he gets a system message saying his stats are hidden. He quickly deduces that the young commander is actually a very powerful, high-level warrior. Inspecting the other guides, the blonde youth realizes they are elite soldiers, pretending to be simple rangers. He understands that these hidden experts plan to step in if the battle gets too dangerous for him. Standing in front of the massive gates with his armed squad, he proudly announces that it is time to start the hunt. Our hero tells the worried knight to stay behind, so her special trait does not awaken in a dangerous way. As they march through the deep snow, Vincent starts lecturing everyone about saving stamina, which totally annoys the prince. A small white rabbit suddenly hops by making the blonde boy wonder what such a fragile animal is doing in this frozen area. One of the expert guides pulls out a telescope and spots a terrifying group of green monsters eating in the distant snow. Lowering his glass, the scout reports the exact enemy location and asks the young leader what their next move should be. Raising his hand calmly, the prince commands his elite guards to load their new heavy crossbows for a surprise attack. The main monster senses danger and looks up just as the human group prepares to strike from their hidden position. With a confident smirk and glowing blue eyes, the blonde royal whispers a friendly greeting to his target. He loudly yells to fire, and a deadly rain of sharp bolts instantly flies toward the startled beasts. The sharp bolts instantly hit their targets and cause absolute chaos among the green monsters. Huge heavy footsteps shake the frozen ground as a massive beast steps forward to face the young prince. Unfazed by the massive size of his opponent, the blonde boy readies his glowing blade with a calm expression. The giant monster swings a heavy weapon, but our hero quickly dashes forward without showing any fear. Jumping high into the freezing air, the young prince prepares to strike down his enemy with a powerful swing. With glowing blue eyes and a confident smirk, the boy feels completely in his element during this fight. A single clean strike easily takes down the giant monster in an instant. Fresh drops slowly fall onto the cold white snow as the intense battle temporarily settles. Looking at the scene, the blonde teen smiles because he deeply missed the thrilling feeling of a real fight. Standing in the middle of the chaotic field, he realizes how much he actually enjoys the dangerous atmosphere. Seeing him surrounded, the worried female knight suddenly screams for him to stay back and avoid danger. The young lady looks completely stunned by the prince's incredible strength and his reckless actions. Our hero calmly holds his sword and prepares himself for the next wave of oncoming beasts. A dark smile appears on his face as he warns that a single mistake will drag everyone into the chaos. This conflict actually started more than 400 years ago, when these creatures were the rulers of the land. This is not some legendary myth, but the song of a pitiful man whose name was completely forgotten by history. He was a warrior who carried an incredibly deep hatred for the evil green monsters. It is the sad song of a tired father whose strength finally vanished after fighting countless battles. While slicing his enemies, the young prince unleashes the intense power of this legendary avenger. The blonde boy smiles warmly as his dark system triggers a powerful skill called the Poem of Vengeance. Meanwhile, a heavy brown sack filled with gold coins suddenly drops onto a fancy table. A nervous red-haired soldier mentions that people always die in the dangerous frozen fortress. Tapping his fingers, the wealthy noble explains that the lazy prince will probably just hide inside the castle. The powerful lord tells his secret spy to monitor the frozen castle and report any suspicious activity. Hearing this, the sneaky soldier quickly grabs the heavy bag of money to accept his secret mission. With a greedy smile on his face, the spy looks up and promises to do his absolute best. The sinister noble smiles back because everything is going exactly according to his evil plan. Back in the freezing snow, the red-haired soldier looks completely terrified as he remembers those false promises. A massive green monster suddenly charges forward with a giant wooden club to crush the human fighters. Shaking with intense fear, the spy realizes the situation is way different from what he was told before. An orc brutally attacks a nearby soldier while the red-haired spy watches in sheer horror. The terrified spy desperately tries to think of a way to survive this nightmare. He frantically orders the second row of soldiers to charge forward and attack the beasts. Glancing sideways, he suddenly realizes his troops are completely overwhelmed by the enemy. A giant green monster easily blocks his spear and stares down at him with glowing eyes. The weapon is knocked out of his hand and he accepts his terrible fate. A sudden flash of blue lightning sweeps across the snow to save him just in time. The powerful female knight leaps into the action with her glowing energy. With one swift strike, she easily cuts down the massive beast in front of the young spy. The giant orc crashes to the ground as she lands gracefully on the snow. Shaking with intense fear, the red-haired soldier falls backward onto his knees. Looking down at him, the brave lady warns him to never drop his weapon on a battlefield. The clumsy spy can only nod in agreement while sweating from the immense pressure. She steps forward to lead the remaining soldiers as more giant monsters surround them. Raising her shield, she commands everyone to get ready for another round of intense combat. The brave lady realizes there are too many enemies to handle with their small squad. Her eyes suddenly widen as a massive attack cuts down another green monster in front of her. The nearby guards watch this crazy display of power with their mouths wide open. Even the strong female knight gets blood on her face while looking at the scary scene. The young prince moves like a demon while slicing through the green beasts with absolute ease. A dark red energy swirls around his body as he stands on top of a fallen opponent. A strange fiery power burns inside his chest while he breathes heavily from the intense effort. The worried lady calls out to him, but the scary atmosphere keeps the other soldiers from moving. Looking down with glowing red eyes, the blonde boy seems to lose himself in the middle of the fight. Suddenly, the prince dashes forward at insane speed to continue his wild hunt in the cold snow. This savage style matches the memory of the ancient warrior who fought these monsters long ago. That legendary hero defeated dozens of enemies, but his anger could never be satisfied. No matter how many beasts fell to his blade, the endless battle never seemed to reach an end. Always seeking his target, the ancient warrior kept moving forward to find his green enemies. He walked through the frozen wastelands that were completely ruled by those giant monsters. With incredible agility, the fighter jumped high into the sky to dodge a heavy attack. He quickly swung his glowing blade to cut down the giant beast in a single move. Landing back on the cold snow, the hero left another group of enemies defeated on the ground. Even though his internal energy was completely gone, the brave man refused to stop fighting. Standing in the middle of the cold storm, he forced his tired body to keep moving forward. The warrior survived by doing whatever it took while dealing with the endless waves of beasts. As time passed, his hair turned completely white from the absolute stress of the combat. With every single step he took, his hand gripped his loyal sword even tighter. The man grew older and weaker, but his demonic weapon kept him standing to finish his task. This endless rage started when he arrived home and found a horrific scene inside. The man stood completely frozen at the doorway as he looked at the ruined room. On the floor lay a broken picture frame of his family covered in dark bloodstains. His beloved wife and daughter were taken away, leaving him with nothing but pure hatred. With a bloodshot eye filled with endless rage, the old warrior finally found his ultimate target. A torn red flag fluttered in the freezing wind as a sign of the final battle to come. Standing before the massive monster leader, the brave fighter looked tiny compared to his giant opponent. His battered face was already covered in scars and fresh blood after years of endless fighting. Despite his broken body, a weak smile appeared on his lips as he prepared for one last struggle. Suddenly, a dark shadow enveloped his form and his eyes glowed with the pure desire for revenge. Dashing forward with all his remaining strength, the hero clashed directly with the giant leader. He unleashed a powerful strike, but the massive beast easily blocked the desperate attack. The monstrous enemy counterattacked with brutal force and threw the poor warrior backward. A heavy blow shattered the ice around them as the battle reached its tragic conclusion. Blood flew through the freezing air, and our hero realized that no miracle would save him today. Standing tall over the defeated human, the giant monster stared down at his fallen enemy. Even though he was completely crushed onto the frozen ground, the man refused to let go of his sword. With his final breath, the brave fighter closed his eyes, but his legendary spirit remained unbroken. The giant leader of the green monsters stood victorious over the fallen warrior after their fierce clash. His tragic story was completely forgotten by the world as his glowing weapon slipped from his cold hands. The blonde prince slowly opens his eyes as he realizes he is now the only person who carries this sad memory. Standing alone on the snowy field, he looks at the fallen bodies of the green beasts surrounding him. The young royal calmly wipes the blood from his cheek while processing the ancient warrior's tragic end. Nearby, the brave knights continue their chaotic struggle to keep the remaining green beasts away. Feeling a sudden surge of determination, the blonde boy tightly grips the handle of his sharp sword. A sudden spark ignites inside his blue eyes as the ancient memories of vengeance flood his mind. A massive red aura of pure anger suddenly erupts from his body like a roaring flame of wrath. Taking a firm step forward, the prince decides that he must finish the legendary song of revenge. With a single swift motion, he unleashes a powerful strike that easily defeats the first green beast. The young warrior spins around and delivers another devastating slash to clear his path. His eyes glow with a deadly red light as he prepares to face the next oncoming opponent. Clashing directly with a massive green fighter, the prince initiates the final stage of the battle. With an epic fiery slash, the blonde prince tears right through his giant opponent. A bright system notification appears on his screen to announce a new verse for the Song of Vengeance. The battlefield is now covered in green bodies that form a mountain over a river of dark blood. Standing silently in the cold wind, the young boy stares at the destruction with a gloomy expression. Placing his sharp blade into the massive chest of the enemy leader, he decides to honor the fallen hero. His active skill suddenly evolves into a song of requiem while a powerful blue aura surrounds his body. The blonde fighter slowly regains his focus and his glowing eyes return to their normal clear blue color. Looking around the snowy field, he notices the other exhausted soldiers gathering near the remaining forces. The brave commander quickly grabs the enemy flag and breaks the wooden stick in half with his bare hands. He raises the broken banner high in the air and proudly yells to everyone that the monsters are finally gone. All the surviving knights raise their weapons and celebrate this hard victory together in the freezing cold. Watching the happy celebration from afar, the prince tries to remember the real name of this dark-haired leader. He remembers that the smiling man is actually named Vincent Ballarhard, who leads this brave northern family. This family heir shares his exact name with that ancient avenger who sacrificed his life to destroy the beasts. With his very last breath, the fallen warrior hoped to continue his endless war in his next life as well. The glowing blade on the ground proves that the connection between the two heroes is actually real. Vincent stands silently while holding the torn red flag they captured from the enemy. Looking at the bloody flag, the blonde boy wonders why his friend is holding it up. Handing the banner over the dark-haired warrior explains an old tradition of their brave army. This special piece of cloth is always given to the bravest fighter as a symbol of honor. The leader looks straight at the royal and declares that the young prince is the true owner of the prize. Walking up to him, the female knight salutes to show her deepest respect for his amazing courage. All the surrounding soldiers bow down to honor their young savior for his incredible strength. A gentle smile appears on his face as he prepares to address the tired troops. The hero playfully tells them to shout even louder so that the entire frozen forest can hear their victory. A bright smile appears on his face as he raises the captured flag and proudly declares their victory. Hearing this, the soldiers cheer loudly while welcoming the young royal to the winter castle with great respect. Feeling the sweet taste of victory, the blonde boy thinks that all this glory is finally inside his hands. He continues to boast about owning the special banner while the dark-haired leader stands right beside him. Suddenly, the commander interrupts his bragging by mentioning the number 16 out of nowhere. He proudly explains that he also managed to capture 16 enemy banners during the chaotic battle. One of the nearby soldiers whispers that their commander is acting extremely childish right now. The blonde royal stares back with a completely silent and deadpan expression on his face. Turning around with a red face, he quickly yells that this particular banner still belongs to him. Looking highly annoyed, the black-haired warrior thinks to himself that he really dislikes this situation. Shortly after, the group gathers to burn the remains of the fallen monsters in a massive bonfire. Watching the bright flames, the commander stands quietly, while his emotional subordinate cries in the background. Standing near the warm fire, the young prince and the female knight look at the glowing ashes of their fallen enemies. The dark-haired leader steps forward and says that the overall damage from the fight is actually not too bad. Looking down with a sad face, the female warrior sighs and mentions how unfortunate the loss of their comrades is. The commander quickly reminds her that the best way to honor their fallen friends is by securing a great victory. He coldly adds that his family always prefers to soothe the spirits of the dead with the blood of their enemies. Hearing those fierce words, the royal realizes that this young man speaks exactly like the legendary warrior. The boy silently wonders if his brave companion is actually the true reincarnation of that ancient fighter. As the flames continue to burn, the group stands together while preparing to head back home after a long day. Looking at the extra troops behind them, the blonde royal notices a strangely high number of soldiers in the back. His friend claims that a nearby ranger unit randomly decided to join them, but the prince finds this very suspicious. The boy figures out that the military leaders secretly sent backup because they did not trust his skills at all. Shaking his head, the prince realizes there is a much bigger problem hidden behind this unexpected encounter. He points out how weird it is that a giant group of monsters reached this area without being spotted by anyone. Sensing the danger, the dark-haired warrior agrees and suggests that they should quickly return to the castle. Arriving at the massive stone fortress, they are warmly greeted by a scarred veteran commander who praises their effort. The old commander stands by the open gates to welcome the returning warriors back home. Hearing those warm words of welcome, the young prince flashes a very bright smile. He immediately raises his red flag and starts bragging to all the guards about his victory. Feeling highly embarrassed, the female knight notes that he has repeated the same story 11 times. Suddenly, the old veteran interrupts the happy moment by asking about the strange monster movements. The young commander looks extremely serious as he discusses the potential dangers lurking in the snowy mountains. Wishing to discuss the urgent matter in private, the old man invites the leader to follow him inside. Together, the two experienced soldiers quickly head through the massive wooden gates of the castle. Before walking away, the dark-haired warrior pauses to sincerely thank the prince for his incredible efforts. Surprised by this rare display of politeness, the boy wonders why his companion is acting so strange. Giggling softly, the female knight explains that changing his usual cold attitude must feel very awkward for him. Suddenly, an urgent voice from behind calls out to the prince and catches his immediate attention. A young female knight named Adelia runs toward the prince with a bright smile on her face. The girl explains how worried she was that her favorite royal would get hurt or lost during the battle. A warm smile appears on his face as the blonde boy softly calls her name to calm her down. The worried female warrior looks back with wide eyes while waiting to hear what he wants to say. He proudly holds up the captured red banner and asks if she knows what this special prize actually represents. Later that night, a new decision is made to send another ranger unit to explore the dangerous snowy mountains. Vincent explains that they can only send elite troops who specialize in scouting these high areas. The announcement means the prince cannot participate this time, which makes the young royal feel highly annoyed. The boy asks why his friend came all the way to his room to deliver this news, and Vincent says his uncle ordered it. Both warriors feel extremely awkward because they realize the old commander just wants them to become closer friends. The prince tells his companion to leave and get some rest, while the dark-haired knight bows politely before departing. Finally alone in his quiet room, the tired boy lets out a long sigh of relief as he sinks back into his large chair. His expression slowly turns serious while he starts reflecting on everything that happened during the fierce fight. Staring at the captured red banner on his table, the boy thinks about how deep he went into the recent battle. He realizes this was the first time he managed to sing an entire legendary war epic perfectly without skipping any lines. The young prince realizes he will have to face similar dangerous situations in the future. He needs to fully master all the legendary war epics and make them his own power. A confident smile appears on his face as he remembers how his vengeance song upgraded. Suddenly, a strange sound near the window completely interrupts his deep thoughts. Turning around, the boy spots a small white bird sitting quietly on the cold glass. His eyes widen in complete shock when he senses the sinister dark energy around the creature. The creepy animal hops onto his table and lands right on top of his broken wooden banner. Staring closely at the mysterious beast, the royal immediately knows who is behind this visit. A beautiful white-haired elf appears in his mind and playfully asks if he liked her little present. Cold sweat drips down his face as he tries to process what this gift actually means. He suddenly connects the dots and realizes that she was the one who sent the dangerous monsters. The powerful lady claims that she only wanted to test him with a worthy opponent. Holding a glowing pink orb, she smiles warmly and asks the prince to accept her devotion. He gets extremely angry because her little test actually caused many brave rangers to lose their lives. The prince realizes those creepy elves love to spy on everyone and must have watched the entire battle. He knows she watched him fight the monsters with great joy and shamelessly called it her goodwill. Annoyed by her games, the young royal tells the strange bird to stop talking nonsense and get to the point. The flying messenger claims she only wants him to open his heart and accept her love. Landing on his shoulder, the bird whispers that there is something very special waiting in the mountains. She explains that an ancient power sleeps in the snowy peak and his legendary songs can tame it. The boy thinks about this interesting offer while the white creature sits quietly on his shoulder. Suddenly, the creepy animal says its time is running out and its purple eyes begin to glow. The messenger disappears in a sudden burst of dark energy, leaving the royal covered in dirty soot. Wiping the mess away, the prince realizes that the powerful lady wants him to create an epic new story. He knows her entire race can only repeat the tales of others and cannot create their own legendary songs. The boy figures out she is helping him just to enjoy the amazing show he will put on in the future. Grinning confidently, the blonde royal decides that he will play along with her crazy game just this once. Later, the prince asks about the scary mountain range that looms over the castle. His dark-haired companion explains that rangers only explore the outer parts because the deep areas are deadly. The curious boy asks if anyone has ever survived going deep into the snowy peak. His friend confirms that their actual mission is only to defend the fortress and not to search the wild peaks. In the ancient past, powerful knights fought giant beasts until all the wonders of the world were completely gone. However, a mysterious taboo power still remains hidden inside this frozen mountain range. The young royal smiles while realizing that coming to this castle was actually a brilliant idea. Seeing that look on his face, the companion gives him a very serious warning to stay far away from the peak. With a playful wave of his hand, the prince quickly promises that he will definitely stay out of trouble. He whistles softly while thinking to himself that he is just delaying his dangerous trip for a little bit. The next day starts quietly around the castle, while a tired guard yawns loudly on his shift. Sitting alone in his room, the prince polishes his sword, while wondering what kind of beast is waiting for him. While staring at the polished metal, the young prince admits to himself that he really wants to rush out right now. Looking out at the big courtyard, he knows that he needs to win many more battles to unlock his true hidden potential. Suddenly, a loud horn echoes through the entire sky and shakes the giant stone walls of the fortress. Terrified soldiers start screaming about a brand new monster raid while sprinting to their defensive positions. The panic spreads quickly as commanders order their men to bring more arrows up to the high castle walls. Hearing all the loud chaos outside, the blonde boy gets highly surprised by how fast the next battle actually started. Rushing to the top of the ramparts, he sees that the archers are already preparing to shoot their weapons. The young royal spots the veteran commander standing near the edge and quickly walks over to join him. Pointing toward the snowy mountains, the old leader tells the prince to look at the dangerous situation. Far away on the white slopes, a few tiny dark figures are desperately scrambling down the steep hill. Running for their lives through the deep snow, the elite scouting rangers look completely terrified. Observing the scene from above, the blonde prince wonders what kind of scary monster is making them run away. The guards on the wall desperately scream at their comrades to move their legs and run much faster. A group of giant green orcs riding massive black wolves suddenly appears from behind the white trees. The fleeing warriors run as fast as they can while hoping to reach the safe shooting range of the archers. The terrifying wolf riders chase down the exhausted scouts while shouting insults through the freezing wind. Watching from the tall wall, the prince immediately notices that something is highly unusual about this pursuit. The desperate survivors sprint toward the massive wooden gates while praying to escape the claws of their enemies. One of the fleeing scouts looks back and realizes that his entire squad will perish if nobody does something. Making a tragic choice, the brave captain draws his sharp weapon and decides to turn back to buy his men some time. He proudly stands his ground alone against the charging beast and screams that he represents their glorious kingdom. The captain yells at his remaining soldiers to keep running toward the castle and never look back at him. The massive dark wolf leaps forward and delivers a devastating blow to the brave warrior in the cold snow. Tears fill the eyes of his comrades as they look back and scream for their captain who sacrificed himself. The terrifying beasts quickly overwhelm the lone defender and show absolutely no mercy in their brutal attack. Observing the tragic scene from the high wall, the young royal clenches his fists in extreme frustration and anger. The veteran leader sighs deeply and commands that no other warriors are permitted to go down to help them. The surrounding soldiers look on with heavy hearts as they witness the ultimate sacrifice of their fellow scouts. The veteran explains that the enemy is using a clever bait, and any rescue attempt would just lead to a massive trap. The young prince knows that regular logic never works when facing these ruthless monsters. Vincent warns everyone that these beasts want a long war of attrition to exhaust the castle defenses. He mentions that the cold season has barely started, so they cannot afford to make any careless decisions. A panicked soldier suddenly shouts that the terrifying wolf riders are heading back toward their position. The giant beasts charge forward, while holding one of the captured scouts tightly in their sharp jaws. The leading creature casually drops the heavily injured warrior onto the cold ground right in front of the gates. Looking through his brass telescope, a guard gets completely shocked by what he sees happening down below. The fallen soldier lies in the snow, but his body suddenly starts twitching in a very strange way. The surprised defenders whisper to each other and realize their captured comrades are still barely alive. Having delivered their terrible message, the giant green monsters slowly turn their mounts around to leave. Vincent remarks that this winter is very unusual because the wild beasts are using such clever tactics. The blonde boy wonders if that crazy white-haired elf is somehow behind this strange strategy as well. Farther back in the deep forest, a massive foot heavily stomps down onto the bloody white snow. A giant orc warrior stands proudly while holding a tall red banner that glows with a powerful dark aura. The massive leader glares toward the fortress with a glowing red eye that promises a lot of trouble. Staring down from the wall, the blonde prince suddenly senses a highly unusual dark aura coming from below. The giant green orc stands proudly in the snow while shouting some bizarre words that echo across the entire valley. Watching the strange display, the young companion mentions that the monsters are probably preparing a public execution. Stepping forward immediately, the blonde royal places his armored hand on the soldier to stop his panicked words. Walking past his shocked allies, the protagonist calmly explains that this ceremony is actually something very different. The huge monsters stand in the freezing wind while holding their terrifying red banner high in the air. Looking at the scary scene, the young royal announces that the giant creatures are actually requesting a formal duel. Grinning confidently, the boy finally understands the special message that the beautiful white-haired elf sent him earlier. He knows the beastly leader is simply issuing a direct challenge to see who is the strongest warrior in the area. The monstrous leader roars out a powerful battle cry to reclaim the honor of his ancient legion. His loud voice shakes the cold air while his giant wolf riders stand silently behind him, waiting for an answer. The veteran commander looks completely confused and asks if the monsters are really using hostages to demand a fight. Seeing their doubtful expressions, the blonde boy realizes that neither the father nor the son believes his wild theory. Hoping to prove his words, the young prince decides that he will step up and show them exactly how it is done. Taking a deep breath, the brave royal prepares to answer the massive beast and starts making his move. Shouting from the high wall, the brave prince loudly accepts the direct challenge and orders the enemies to fall back. The giant monster leader gets completely shocked that a mere human can easily speak the ancient language of his clan. Denying any monster connection, the blonde boy demands a quick answer about what they actually plan to do next. Agreeing to the terms, the massive creature warns that any trick will lead to a very painful and immediate end. Staring in complete disbelief, the veteran commander thinks that the young prince is just speaking absolute nonsense. Unbelievably, the terrifying beasts actually begin to pull back and dismount, just like the prince commanded them to do. Telling them to save their shock, the protagonist explains the rules require 5 fighters from their last mountain battle. The veteran commander immediately recalls the fierce clash their forces had at the base of the snowy hills. Turning around, the old leader quickly calls upon Vincent to step forward and join the upcoming dangerous contest. Another angry warrior suddenly volunteers to join the team, hoping to avenge his fallen friends in the duel. The blonde prince reminds his worried men that 2 spots on the team are already locked in. Terrified soldiers argue that it is way too dangerous and ask who else can talk to the beasts. When they beg to add 1 more guard to protect him, the young royal immediately rejects the idea. He looks over at his quiet female companion and knows she is secretly itching for a good fight. Smiling warmly, the blonde prince asks if she is ready, and she bows to show her absolute loyalty. The scarred commander wonders how on earth the boy managed to learn the ancient monster language. Dodging the question with a playful grin, the young prince simply tells the old leader to study harder. The veteran thinks to himself that only high-ranking nobles of the monster clan can speak that tongue. He glances down at the roaring giant leader, who continues to yell loudly from the snowy field. Turning back to his chosen warriors, the prince calmly says it is finally time to head down. Vincent steps forward with a determined expression, while preparing his weapon for the deadly contest. The silent female knight walks right beside him, with her eyes completely focused on the coming battle. Heavy metal boots step onto the cold stone as the prince realizes his arrival triggered all these events. An elven envoy appeared, and a monster king woke up for the first time in 400 years. Heavy iron chains rattle loudly as the massive castle gate slowly begins to open for the fighters. The massive drawbridge crashes down onto the snow, revealing the dark corridor where the fighters stand. Wearing a confident grin, the young prince shows absolutely no fear of the dangerous battle ahead. Walking proudly past the stone entrance, his teammates prepare themselves for the deadliest clash of their lives. Emerging into the freezing wind, the small squad finally stands face to face with the terrifying beast riders. Smiling at the giant monsters, the blonde boy realizes this is the perfect moment to show his true power. The monstrous leader raises his heavy battle axe while letting out a terrifying growl that shakes the ground. Looking down at the young royal, the massive green creature wonders if this weak human is really his opponent. The giant beast narrows his glowing red eyes and grins while showing his terrifying sharp fangs. He claims the prince possesses a powerful spirit and promises to feast on his flesh after the fight. Hearing the monster's threat, the protagonist simply chuckles and finds the whole situation highly amusing. Raising his sword, he finds it funny that a giant monster is the first one to acknowledge his true strength. Watching the scary exchange, Vincent suddenly screams that the green leader is way too dangerous for the prince. The brave warrior charges forward to take the blow, but another giant beast riding a wolf blocks his path. The surrounding monster riders growl fiercely, while preparing to crush anyone who tries to interfere. Drawing her sharp weapon, the quiet female knight immediately leaps into action to support her ally in battle. Grinning confidently, the blonde royal reminds his team that savage monsters do not play by polite rules. Suddenly, the battle begins as the prince leaps directly toward his giant target with glowing blue energy. Clashing weapons echo across the snowy field as the brave soldiers block heavy incoming strikes from their foes. Moving with incredible speed, the silent female companion strikes a giant beast rider to protect her allies. Nearby, another warrior barely blocks a devastating blow using his sword as a shield against the heavy pressure. Jumping high into the air, the young prince aims a decisive strike at his massive red-eyed opponent. A loud explosion of sparks fills the cold air when the tiny human weapon collides with the giant battle axe. The monstrous leader glares with absolute hatred as he tries to crush the boy with his massive power. Roaring in immense fury, the giant beast unleashes a powerful shockwave that forces his opponent to fall back. Landing gracefully in the cold snow, the blonde royal quickly recovers his stance to assess the situation. The huge green monster chuckles and remarks that the boy has pathetic strength despite his confident spirit. Unbothered by the insults, the calm protagonist slowly walks forward while dragging his weapon through the snow. A mischievous smirk appears on his face as he prepares to show the giant beast his true hidden power. Suddenly, a massive vortex of red and blue energy erupts from his body and shakes the entire snowy battlefield. Watching from the high walls, the shocked soldiers witness a terrifying aura that completely lights up the valley. Sudden memories of hundreds of angry warriors screaming for vengeance fill the cold air. Their deep hatred matches the legendary power of an ancient avenger who once wandered these frozen lands. Smiling secretly, the blonde prince feels absolutely certain about his next move. He knows that coming to this dangerous northern fortress was definitely the best choice. With glowing blue energy surging around his armor, the royal protagonist looks ready to end this. The giant green leader feels a sudden chill and stares back at the kid with pure anger. Activating his special poem of Requiem skill, the boy prepares to sacrifice the beast to his power. Roaring in absolute fury, the massive green monster charges forward to crush his tiny opponent. Nearby, the dark-haired ally fights hard against another giant orc in the deep snow. The brave warrior barely dodges a deadly swing as the savage beast continues to attack him. He feels the heavy pressure pushing him back, but he refuses to give up the fight. Gritting his teeth, the soldier realizes these monsters are much stronger than he expected. The dark-haired fighter struggles to block another massive blow while cursing his terrifying enemies. Breathing heavily, he notices the green creatures are actually working together in perfect harmony. The shocked fighter worries that something even worse is about to happen on this chaotic battlefield. Nearby fighters watch in pure disbelief because this giant green beast is way too strong for a normal warrior. The blonde prince keeps a steady gaze while channeling a powerful blue energy to prepare his next attack. Moving together, the brave squad manages to push back the giant monster, which completely shocks everyone watching. Standing tall in the snow, the confident hero points at his giant enemy and mocks his lack of real strength. The giant monster gets incredibly angry after hearing the prince call his powerful fighting skills pathetic. Roaring in absolute fury, the beast promises to destroy the little human before his excitement fades away. A massive explosion of colors fills the air as their powerful energies clash together on the snowy ground. Landing a heavy blow, the prince strikes the giant weapon and cracks the metal with his sheer physical force. The massive weapon completely shatters into tiny pieces, leaving the giant beast in absolute state of shock. Before the monster can even react, the fast royal slides right past his defense to finish the fight. With a single clean strike, the brave protagonist delivers a heavy hit that sends the giant enemy screaming in pain. The giant green beast falls to the snowy ground after receiving a devastating strike from the royal hero. Walking slowly toward his defeated opponent, the blonde youth remembers his vow to repay a heavy debt of ancient power. Raising his massive blade high into the cold air, the determined protagonist prepares to deliver his final respectful farewell. A brilliant burst of blue energy explodes across the valley as the prince completes his promise and ends the intense clash. Suddenly, a strange sensation fills the air, making the victorious boy freeze as he feels an incredibly heavy pressure. Dark red energy begins to gather in the distance, revealing the presence of an incredibly ancient creature from the mountains. Sensing extreme danger, the young royal quickly yells at his approaching comrades to stay back and avoid getting too close. Hearing the urgent warning, the silent female knight immediately stops while a terrifying vibration shakes the entire area. The crushing pressure of the mysterious energy is so immense that even the strongest allies struggle to stand on their feet. Watching the terrifying scene unfold from a distance, the old commander stands completely frozen with absolute fear in his eyes. Looking up at the dark sky, the young prince spots a mysterious red light flashing in the distance. A strange red glow suddenly illuminates the snowy forest as a massive force approaches from the mountains. Falling rapidly from the clouds, a gigantic wooden spear wrapped in crimson energy heads straight down. The devastating projectile targets the young royal, who stands completely alone on the snowy field. Gripping his sword tightly, the brave protagonist prepares to block the colossal weapon with all his might. His eyes widen as he tracks the incoming threat and calculates his chances of surviving the heavy impact. A massive shockwave erupts across the valley when the giant spear collides with his legendary sword. Gritting his teeth, the royal hero realizes this attack is far too heavy for his current physical level. The terrible explosion knocks him back, while his female companion screams in absolute panic for his safety. Shaken by the loud blast, the dark-haired warrior struggles to understand what just happened to their leader. A massive spear now stands embedded in the ground, revealing the ridiculous scale of this mysterious weapon. Sweating with anxiety, the loyal ally wonders if the young prince managed to survive such a devastating blow. The female knight sprints forward with all her speed, while shouting for the young leader in absolute panic. Standing in the cold snow, she looks around the battlefield, searching for any sign of her brave companion. Suddenly, her heavy sword and shield slip from her hands as her knees give out from the overwhelming shock. Staring blankly at the ground, her face turns incredibly pale as she fears the worst has happened to the royal youth. Through the thick white smoke, she finally spots the blonde prince, lying completely still on the freezing field. Kneeling beside him, she quickly checks for a heartbeat and panics, when she realizes there is no pulse at all. Gently cupping his face, the worried girl begs him to wake up, because they cannot afford to lose him now. Knowing there is no time to waste, she decides she must immediately restore his breathing to save his life. Leaning down quickly, the female knight gives the unconscious hero mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to bring him back. Suddenly, the blonde protagonist starts coughing violently, as the cold air finally rushes back into his lungs. Pulling away quickly, the tired girl gasps for air while trying to recover her own breath after the intense effort. Looking down with immense relief, she sees that the prince is finally breathing normally once again. Her focused gaze softens as she watches him slowly recover from the devastating impact of the giant weapon. Looking down at the injured prince, the young woman realizes how small and fragile he actually is. The dark-haired ally runs over asking about his condition, and she remarks that he took too long to show up. The injured boy weakly calls out her name, while she tries to reassure him that she is right beside him. Suddenly, a wave of absolute anger washes over the weak youth as he begins to mutter under his breath. He opens his eyes wide and angrily declares that the only good monster is a dead one. Before passing out, the royal tells her to finish those green creatures because he is in too much pain. When the ally asks what the leader just said, she turns around with a very serious expression. Raising her blade, she loudly announces that the prince ordered them to end this fight immediately. Hearing her words, the other warriors agree and quickly prepare their weapons with bright magical energy. Charging forward as one powerful unit, the brave soldiers rush to wipe out the remaining enemies. Sometime later, the blonde youth wakes up screaming in his bed with a massive bandage on his face. His loyal companion stands nearby and gently asks how the prince is feeling after his long rest. The boy complains that his whole body aches and his arm feels completely broken. Holding his chest, he adds that his heart hurts even more, because he is just so furious. He is mad because he did not even fight a real opponent, but was taken down by one flying weapon. Sitting in his bed with a bandaged arm, the injured prince feels incredibly frustrated by his current miserable state. Suddenly, the ally approaches with a warm smile to express his deep gratitude to the young leader. Bowing respectfully, the brave warrior thanks his leader for saving the soldiers they had already given up on. Hearing those dramatic words makes the blonde prince feel super embarrassed as he covers his face in silence. Turning around, the soldier begins to explain what happened while the young ruler was still resting. He reports that an army of green monsters has already set up camp only 1 kilometer away from the castle. The warrior then asks about the giant weapon that flew from the mountains with such a terrifying power. With a serious look on his face, the protagonist explains that an incredibly powerful king has finally been born. This shocking news completely surprises the allies, who know these monsters usually fight each other for leadership. Smiling slightly, the blonde youth asks if they know the legendary title given to the supreme ruler of the beasts. He explains that these creatures live in a constant state of brutal conflict to prove their physical strength. They constantly attack and trample over everything, because only the most savage fighters can survive. Devouring anything they find, these monsters are driven by a constant hunger for absolute domination. At the top of this chaotic hierarchy stands a greedy being whose only goal is to conquer the entire world. The boy reveals that this ultimate leader is known as a warlord who rules as the absolute sovereign of war. While resting on his bed, the prince listens to his companions discuss the massive threat of the nearby orc army. Knowing that their numbers are too great, he decides they must focus entirely on a strong siege defense strategy. The officers gather around to discuss when they should call for reinforcements from the army beyond the mountains. Suddenly, the tired prince sits up and angrily asks why they are hosting a loud meeting inside his recovery room. One officer explains they desperately need his guidance because they have never heard of an orc king before. The scarred commander silently agrees because a united beast army is a completely different level of danger. Shoving a bunch of urgent documents directly in his face, the soldiers beg him to review and sign everything immediately. Outside the castle walls, the quiet night arrives, while the staff continues to work tirelessly inside the palace. Smiling warmly, the relieved soldiers finally bow and thank their young leader before letting him rest for the night. Collapsing heavily onto his soft pillow, the exhausted boy sighs about being worked to the bone while still injured. Looking to the side, he notices that the veteran commander has stayed behind in the quiet room to speak with him. The older warrior stares back with a very serious expression, as if he has a heavy secret to discuss. He then asks if that incredible blue flame from earlier was actually the legendary power of the epic poem. This ancient energy allows a warrior to unleash a massive blue flame that possesses a truly ridiculous level of power. Looking down with a serious expression, the young prince quietly confirms that his guess is completely correct. The veteran commander asks the young prince what he actually thinks after witnessing that incredible display of power. Looking at the boy, the older warrior realizes that his leader must be dealing with a huge amount of mental confusion. This is because the commander has always deeply distrusted the ancient power that comes from the mana heart. Staring back with a serious look in his blue eyes, the prince decides that he needs to ask an important question. He asks the veteran officer if the legendary Knights of the Ring are also allowed to use this epic power. The young boy hesitates for a moment, while his female companion silently watches the serious conversation from the side. Smiling slightly, the prince tells the old warrior that he is being a bit too greedy by wanting even more strength. A bright blue flame suddenly ignites in his hand as he explains how this ancient force is meant to be unlocked. He reveals that this special transcendence is strictly forbidden for the regular Knights of the Ring. The scarred commander looks closely at the glowing blue energy and calmly asks what the prince is getting at. He reasons that the young leader definitely had a very specific purpose for showing off this legendary skill. A smug smile appears on the boy's face, because he is glad the strict commander finally trusts him so much. Stepping out of his warm bed, the prince stretches his body and asks if the old warrior knows a certain secret. He casually mentions that even the ancient elves go absolutely crazy whenever they hear about these epic poems. Elves actually copy ancient songs from other races because they cannot write their own epic poems. The blonde prince explains that anyone can easily perform these legendary arts even without writing them. Pointing at the veteran officer, the boy asks if he has spent his entire life training a special technique. He reveals that ordinary mana rings can resonate with each other to act like a musical instrument. Standing tall, the young leader hopes this new knowledge will help his loyal commander find a new source of power. The old warrior listens carefully to the strange suggestion, while wondering if such a trick could actually work. Standing nearby, the female knight watches the conversation with a mixture of confusion and growing respect. The prince decides that finding a brand new path is a personal challenge that only the knights can solve. A slight smile appears on his face as he trusts his allies to figure out the rest of the puzzle. Suddenly, the boy turns around in surprise when he notices his companions are still staring at him intensely. Looking very annoyed, he complains about them constantly holding their noisy meetings inside his recovery room. When night finally falls, the exhausted prince falls into a very deep sleep to let his body heal from the fight. The next morning, the blonde youth suddenly wakes up with a gasp as he recovers from a wild dream. Sitting up in his bed, the prince looks around and notices that one of his close friends is waiting for him. Holding a cup of water, Adelia explains that the veteran commander left the palace while the prince was resting. Sitting in bed, the young prince wonders if his loyal commander actually managed to find any special inspiration. While drinking some cold water, the boy hears a sudden knock on his door and stops to look up. The door opens, and the veteran commander walks inside to check on his recovering leader with a calm smile. Long ago, a legendary warrior stood proud with a mighty weapon that could easily defeat thousands of enemies. This incredible force represents the ultimate energy of a true sword master who fears absolutely nothing. A brilliant blue light suddenly surrounds the older warrior as he finally achieves a brand new level of power. Bowing deeply, the grateful officer thanks his leader for helping him open his eyes to this legendary skill. Looking quite shocked, the blonde boy jokes that people usually die when they make such a sudden change. The veteran soldier jokingly asks if the teenage ruler is feeling a little bit grumpy about his quick success. 400 years ago, the protagonist was a legendary warrior, but now he is just a measly sword expert. The older man smiles softly and claims he is definitely not trying to make his leader jealous. Staring back with a highly irritated expression, the protagonist silently complains about how annoying his ally is. Crossing his arms, the blonde prince asks what kind of power the older warrior actually managed to gain. Standing near the bed, the veteran admits he does not fully understand the technique, but has set a clear goal: Turning toward the big window, the soldier explains he wants to walk in the direction of the snowy mountains. The veteran sighs, because dealing with his young leader is like saving a drowning man who demands his luggage. Sitting up, the prince points out that the beast in the mountains is his personal prey, so the old man cannot have him. Hearing this warning, the commander smiles gently and promises to let his young lord have things his own way. Walking along the tall castle walls, the warrior decides to ignore the mystery of how the boy knows about elves and orcs. The bright smile of the commander makes the sweating prince realize that his loyal ally has changed far too much. Suddenly, a panicked scout runs up to them and yells that the massive green army is already approaching the area. Looking down, they see a massive horde of over 1,000 angry monsters charging straight toward the defensive wall. The archer captain immediately tells his squad to stand by and get their bows ready to defend the fortress. Standing on the high wall, the veteran commander looks at his young prince with a very serious face. Suddenly, a massive wave of red energy erupts from the distant beast army and covers the entire horizon. Sensing this heavy pressure, the old commander wonders if this terrifying opponent is actually a mythical warlord. High above the enemy forces, a massive shadow of a terrifying boss monster appears amidst the smoke. Staring directly at the massive beast, the blonde youth calmly shakes his head and tells his ally that he is wrong. The young prince explains that this massive creature is only a general who serves the actual Lord of War. A strange red symbol glows brightly inside the heavy darkness to show the arrival of a highly dangerous enemy. This terrifying creature is known as the ultimate nightmare for any skilled knight who dares to face him. The massive boss is a combat legion commander who is famously known throughout the land as the elite Knight Slayer. While human warriors use magical mana to fight their battles, these green monsters rely entirely on their battle aura. To make this red energy even stronger, the savage creatures constantly fight and destroy everyone in their path. But sometimes a truly unique monster is born into the world with an incredibly rare gift of natural strength. These special mutants possess an overwhelming amount of raw power and are highly sensitive to any killing intent. They can easily see formless energy with their glowing red eyes, which their fellow beasts call the eye-opening power. Looking at the horizon, the two allies realize that this special leader has arrived to guide the massive horde. The terrifying monster does not care about complex war plans, because he only wants to destroy his targets. With those glowing eyes, the giant beast can easily spot the weakest points of the mighty fortress. The old commander holds his spear tightly and decides to test the true strength of this massive opponent. A bright blue light surrounds the warrior as he prepares to unleash a super powerful attack. He wants to see if the terrifying creature actually deserves the famous title of Knight Slayer. Standing far away, the massive general watches the blue light coming directly toward him. The powerful weapon flies like a shooting star to strike the dangerous beast army. It pierces through the air at an incredible speed to hit the target directly. Suddenly, the massive monster stretches out his hand and casually blocks the attack. The soldiers on the wall are completely shocked to see their strongest attack blocked so easily. With an overwhelming display of raw power, the beast grabs the spear and starts cracking it. He instantly crushes the weapon to pieces while unleashing a terrifying red energy. A massive shockwave blasts back toward the wall and forces the brave defenders to step back. Looking down at his ruined spear, the old officer feels a deep sense of frustration. The young prince smiles slightly and asks his loyal companion if he knows a way to defeat this monster. Smiling softly, the old veteran listens as the prince claims his face looks like a knight holding a legendary sword. The blonde youth explains that the massive monster relies entirely on his special eyes to make every battlefield decision. Listening closely, the dark-haired captain agrees that what people see in this world is not always the whole truth. The scarred veteran commander adds that no matter how patient the giant beast tries to be, an orc is still a savage monster. A clever grin appears on the boy's face because he knows a greedy monster cannot resist a tempting bait right before him. Hearing this wild suggestion, the panicked captain quickly yells that the crazy plan is far too dangerous for the leader. Turning toward his ally, the prince calmly explains that simple tricks definitely will not work on such a dangerous opponent. Pointing his finger, the young ruler notes that the elite knights of the castle are too strong to look like easy prey. He reasons that leaving the defense to raw rookies will only cause their main wall to collapse before they can even react. Smiling proudly, the prince points to his own group of trainees who are elite but lack actual combat experience on the field. The dark-haired captain still argues that there is absolutely no reason for their highness to act as the bait himself. He urgently points out that the prince's injured arm is still heavily bandaged and has not fully healed from the last fight. Waving his hand around, the blonde boy laughs and claims that this minor injury is actually nothing to worry about. But a painful sweat soon covers his face as he sheepishly admits that the wound still hurts pretty badly after all. Vincent is worried, but the prince tells him to stay calm and think logically about the situation. The blonde boy explains that their actual target is not the scary Night Slayer currently marching toward them. Looking out the window, they can feel a massive and sinister presence rapidly approaching their snowy castle. The prince warns that this entire region will fall if they fail to end this upcoming battle very quickly. Agreeing with the strategy, the older commander decides to give the young master exactly 1 week to succeed. Smiling confidently, the royal heir accepts the condition because he is sure his risky plan will work. Watching them from behind, the brown-haired girl thinks that it is finally time for their secret weapon to appear. Later, the veteran officer instructs his troops that their main goal is just to draw out the enemy general. Guarding the busy central wall, the soldiers prepare to hold back the monster horde for as long as possible. Standing on the east wall, the dark-haired captain watches the horizon with a very tense expression on his face. Over at the west wall, a large squad of brave archers line up and pull back their bows to get ready for battle. A rain of sharp arrows flies from the high castle walls and strikes down the approaching green monsters. Suddenly, a giant orc blocks the incoming attack using a shield that looks incredibly familiar to the defenders. The human warriors realize that these cruel beasts are shamelessly using the gear of their fallen companions. Filled with rage, the captain commands his archers to keep firing and never show any mercy to the enemy army. Huge wooden siege ladders hit the stone defenses as the savage monsters begin to climb up the steep fortress. A skilled warrior leaps forward with a bright flash of light to strike down the first wave of climbers. With a cold expression, the brave defender quickly orders the rest of her team to push the enemies back down. Screaming loudly, the brave knights strike down the climbing monsters while trying to hold their ground. Other officers yell to cut the thick ropes and quickly bring massive stones for the catapults nearby. Thousands of green enemies keep rushing forward and trying to get over the tall, defensive stone wall. As the sun slowly begins to set a massive heavy footsteps onto the bloody battlefield with pure rage. Terrifying giant monsters with glowing red eyes stand tall on top of the piles of fallen soldiers. The exhausted human warriors complain that the enemy numbers are not dropping at all during this endless struggle. Looking around the battlefield, the skilled female warrior realizes that their strongest opponent is still hiding. Watching the chaos with a calm smile, the young prince knows the monster has noticed their desperate situation. He is absolutely sure the giant beast now views this specific section as the weakest point of the fortress. Suddenly, a fast group of savage orcs riding giant wild wolves begins to charge directly at the wall. These terrifying beast riders easily leap over the defenses to attack the shocked defenders from above. The young master quickly orders his loyal female knight to handle these incoming wolf riders immediately. Drawing his sharp weapon slowly, the clever protagonist decides it is finally time to start his real plan. A massive wave of brilliant blue energy erupts from his body as he prepares to act as the perfect bait. The young prince unleashes his special blue fire style called the Flame of Requiem. Far away on the battlefield, the giant leader reacts when his glowing red eye spots this massive energy signature. Holding his glowing sword high, the blonde hero releases a blinding light that cuts through the dark battlefield. Watching from her defensive post, the skilled female warrior is completely shocked by the sheer size of his power. The dark-haired captain can only stare in disbelief and admit that his young master is truly incredible. Looking at the glowing sky, the scarred veteran commander smiles because their risky plan is working perfectly. A confident grin appears on the boy's face as he realizes the giant enemy general is finally coming for him. With a terrifying roar, the massive Night Slayer officially enters the battle to crush the human defenders. Unleashing a wave of red energy, the giant leader charges forward like an unstoppable train toward the castle wall. The archer captain quickly orders his men to release another heavy volley of arrows to stop the incoming giant. Not caring about his own allies, the brutal giant grabs a nearby orc and crushes him to show his terrible rage. Standing tall among the chaos, the beast looks around with those glowing red eyes to find his next target. The human soldiers panic when they see the giant beast sprinting directly toward the weak spot of the west wall. The panicked knights warn their master about the high danger, but the young prince only responds with a confident smirk. He looks down at the massive monster and casually invites the giant beast to climb up to the wall. The angry creature easily crushes a heavy wooden ladder as he aggressively scales the tall stone fortress. With a glowing red eye, the monster focuses entirely on his prey and ignores everything else around him. Turning his head, the royal heir quietly orders his trusted female knight to initiate their secret plan. He releases a massive blast of blue energy and tells his nearby soldiers to immediately get away from the wall. The giant green general grabs the stone edge and pulls his massive body up to face the brave young master. The monster lands heavily on the roof and claims his king ordered him to eliminate this specific target first. Laughing at the threat, the boy welcomes the challenge as their weapons clash with a massive burst of bright sparks. The beast swings a giant sword, but the agile prince quickly dodges to get a better position. Preparing his next move, the young ruler charges forward like a flash of light. Their weapons clash with incredible force as sparks fly all over the battlefield. The giant easily defends the strike and tells the boy to fight honorably with all his strength. Instantly, a massive burst of blue flame energy surrounds the blonde warrior. Seeing the raw power, the excited beast leaps from the sky to deliver a devastating downward blow. Instead of running away, the clever boy just grins because his trap is finally set. He shouts a loud signal to his allies as heavy ropes fly out of nowhere to catch the beast. The massive general gets completely tangled up in a strong net before he can even react. On the other side, the brave castle soldiers pull the ropes with all of their combined power. The giant struggle cracks the stone floor, but the heavy bindings hold the monster tightly. Angrily, the captured green beast yells that this unfair trick completely ruins their honorable duel. The giant beast complains that he wanted a worthy duel, but now he is stuck in this annoying rope trap. He tries to struggle against the heavy bindings, while the young prince watches his desperate movements. Nearby, the brave castle soldiers pull on the thick ropes using every bit of their strength to hold him. Glaring up with pure rage, the captured monster growls at the blonde hero for using such dirty tactics. The furious general screams insults when the skilled female knight stands right before him with her sharp sword. With a massive crash, the enemy is slammed hard against the stone ground of the castle courtyard. Smiling calmly, the young prince turns around and praises his loyal companion for executing the plan perfectly. The brave female warrior tells him to quickly step back and let the rest of the squad handle the monster. Moving away with great agility, the blonde heir easily leaps backward and lands safely onto some soft straw bales. Down below, the tired soldiers scream that the captured beast is far too strong for them to hold any longer. Not worrying about the chaos, the young master slowly adjusts his armor and prepares to finish the annoying fight. Looking down at his trapped opponent, he notes that lying helpless on the floor actually suits the creature well. A smug grin appears on his face as he mocks the giant beast for finally looking like a typical wild monster. Hearing these mocking words, the furious opponent unleashes a deafening roar and prepares to break his bindings. With a massive surge of raw power, the furious creature completely shatters the heavy ropes and escapes the trap. The dark-haired captain steps forward to face the raging giant beast before it can reach his allies. The massive monster leaps into the air and swings his giant weapon with pure anger. Running past him, the blonde prince says he will go prepare the next step and return very soon. Turning around, the captain warns his young master not to take too much time with his plan. With a fierce shout, the skilled fighter unleashes a storm of blue lightning directly at the beast. The two powerful warriors clash with incredible speed as sparks fly all over the courtyard. Watching the intense battle, the royal heir remembers that these special knights are extremely strong. They are legendary swordsmen who can control their energy perfectly through sheer willpower. Unfortunately, the clever monster can easily sense this magical power and counters every single move. Knowing his loyal captain cannot hold on forever, the boy tells himself that he must act quickly. Running inside the castle, the prince forcefully pushes open a large and heavy wooden door. He enters a dark room while thinking about the perfect opponent to defeat that giant creature. This special warrior must have an unpredictable style that the giant monster cannot read at all. Hidden in the shadows, a young girl named Adelia sits shivering on the floor in absolute fear. Holding up a bloody cloth, the protagonist tells the crying girl that her target is waiting outside. Looking at the bloody cloth, the young girl sheds a single tear as her deepest fears begin to take over. Shaking violently, her armored boots struggle to find balance on the cold stone floor of the dark room. Bending her body completely forward, the trembling girl bows deeply in front of her royal master. Smiling with genuine surprise, the blonde prince gently raises her weapon to test her resolve. Suddenly, a massive wave of hot orange flames erupts from her body and shocks the young ruler. Two terrifying notifications immediately appear to confirm the awakening of her legendary combat skills. A creepy grin spreads across her face as her personality completely changes into a wild beast. Having both massive traits active at the same time makes her a truly unstoppable force of nature. Meanwhile, out on the fortress walls, the brave soldiers continue to defend against the endless waves. Clashing with incredible force, the dark-haired captain keeps trading heavy blows with the massive monster. Staring directly into the eyes of his opponent, the loyal knight realizes this battle is not a dream. Sparks fly everywhere as their sharp blades collide repeatedly in a desperate struggle for survival. To his absolute horror, the skilled captain notices the giant beast easily reads his entire sword style. Backing away quickly, the veteran fighter recognizes the terrifying prediction skill of his green opponent. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the stone ground right behind the shocked human commander. The massive green monster stops in surprise when he feels a sudden chill on the battlefield. Thick clouds of dust rise as a fast shadow charges directly toward the giant beast. With glowing red eyes, the young girl swings her heavy blade with wild and terrifying speed. Her sharp steel clashes directly against the massive weapon of the giant general with a loud bang. Looking closely at the battlefield, the human captain recognizes her as the prince's quiet maid. He gets completely shocked because her scary face looks nothing like her usual gentle self. The giant enemy tries to block, but her bizarre attack style comes from an impossible angle. Screaming in anger, the monster wonders how she can fight without any honor or proper form. Adelia jumps through the air and slices again, forcing the giant boss to take a step back. Her armored boots land firmly on the stone ground as she prepares another heavy strike. The captain asks how this is possible, and the young master explains she is a wild berserker. Hot orange flames surround her body while she unleashes the secret traits hidden inside her. Her unique class allows her to simply slice everything in sight without thinking of a plan. The proud monster claims these chaotic swings will never touch him, but he struggles to dodge. A true lunatic never thinks during a fight, making her movements completely impossible to read. The giant monster freezes in absolute shock as his legendary predictions completely fail him. His proud slayer ability is totally useless against a warrior who fights with zero logic. Blood drips from his arm as he wonders why this crazy girl never bothers to dodge his heavy attacks. She just grins like a wild beast while hot orange flames cover her entire body. Watching the chaos, the blonde prince jokes that getting called a beast by an orc is actually a nice compliment. Turning to his tired companion, the young master says it is finally time to join the battle together. With a fierce leap, the three heroes launch a massive combined attack at their giant enemy. Furious at their teamwork, the giant general unleashes a devastating swing to push the pests back. Suddenly, the quick prince grabs his wild maid by the neck to pull her away from the deadly blade. Witnessing this dangerous move, the shocked captain wonders why his master would suddenly stop her momentum. Red energy begins to swirl around the battlefield, while the blonde boy holding his maid senses a massive threat. The giant monster is quickly enveloped in a terrifying dark aura that shakes the very ground. With a worried look, the young ruler realizes this power is far worse than a simple battle boost. Now he is reclaiming his original raw energy to unleash one final devastating strike. The furious monster screams about protecting his king while unleashing a sea of terrifying red energy. Seeing the immense danger, the young prince calls out to his uncle, who immediately rushes forward to assist. The blonde hero decides to show his full power as a massive wave of blue flames erupts around him. Holding his sword tightly, the young master recites a legendary battle chant to boost his combat strength. All the warriors coordinate their moves to strike the giant beast at the exact same moment. Blue energy swirls even faster as the young prince prepares to unleash his ultimate technique. The giant monster glares with glowing red eyes and gets ready to destroy everything in his path. A massive explosion of red energy shakes the entire fortress and surprises the young ruler. The blonde prince struggles to hold back the heavy blow while feeling the intense pressure. He realizes that a powerful entity from deep inside the mountains is directly interfering in this battle. Forced down to one knee, the protagonist tries to find a way to break through the heavy pressure. Suddenly, a nearby hand grips a sword tightly as a familiar voice begins to speak. Hearing the exact same chant, the shocked prince looks over at his trusted companion. The veteran fighter is completely covered in a brilliant blue aura as he continues the ancient chant. Lightning crackles along his blade, revealing that the uncle possesses the legendary sword skill too. A bright blue light flashes in the eyes of the veteran warrior as he unleashes his hidden power. Surrounding his body with massive lightning, he recites the ancient chant to climb the mountain of enemies. The young prince looks on in absolute shock as the familiar words of power echo through the entire battlefield. He suddenly feels the magic ring of his relative reacting directly with his own beating heart. The blonde boy wonders what this strange sensation is while watching the incredible display of raw energy. Charging forward, the brave commander screams the legendary chant while slicing down his green opponents. Other powerful knights join the song as they swing their weapons to create a lake of enemy blood. Glowing blue circles appear on the chests of the loyal soldiers who stand tall to honor their leader. An archer pulls his bow tightly while the magical aura flows directly through his body. The surrounding warriors shout together as their individual spirits connect into a single force. Watching the magical phenomenon, the young master finally realizes what is happening around him. Looking down at the fortress, we see lines of blue lightning connecting every single defender in the yard. Their synchronized voices echo through the walls like a dark poem of absolute destruction. The blonde boy calls this the military march because it is too structured to be a simple song. Clenching his fist, he feels the deep prayers of his people and prepares to unleash their ultimate power. Blue lightning surges through the young prince as he finishes reciting the ancient chant with absolute confidence. On the snowy walls, the brave soldiers feel the legendary power of a brand new poem of war activating. Watching the magic unfold, the female knight gets completely shocked by the massive scale of this legendary spell. A blue sea of flames explodes around the hero as a legendary winter spell is born for the first time in history. The giant monster lunges forward for one final strike, but the blonde prince remains perfectly calm under pressure. Moving like a flash of lightning, the young ruler delivers a clean strike that makes the giant beast cough up black fluid. Whispering his final words, the giant general is quickly consumed by the beautiful blue flames of the winter castle. Standing tall in the quiet courtyard, the victorious prince looks around as the terrifying threat finally turns to dust. Nearby, the loyal uncle catches the exhausted maid who finally passes out after using her dangerous berserker powers. The brave soldiers stand in absolute shock as they watch the final moments of the terrifying boss battle. Huge cheers echo through the entire fortress when the defenders realize their young ruler actually won the fight. Looking down at his glowing weapon, the exhausted prince barely has any time to celebrate his great victory. Suddenly, a terrified guard points toward the massive entrance, which is starting to split open under heavy pressure. With a massive crash, a giant green monster smashes right through the heavy wooden gates to enter the courtyard. Dozens of angry creatures rush inside the fortress to take advantage of the tired warriors. Holding his glowing blade, the young master sighs because the green horde refuses to give them even a single break. The loyal uncle steps forward with his fresh squads and calmly tells the prince they are ready for another round. Even the wild girl shows a scary grin as she prepares to throw herself back into the brutal conflict. Smiling with supreme confidence, the blonde prince orders his trusted commander to give the final signal to attack. A massive wave of blue magical energy wraps around the group of heroes as they prepare to defend their home. With a united scream, the entire army charges forward to meet the green invaders head-on in a final battle. Heavy weapons clash in the snowy courtyard, while the brave defenders strike down one enemy after another. Sharp swords slice through the green monsters and dye the cold ground of the castle with dark red puddles. Moving like a swift wind, the strong female knight unleashes her full combat power to protect the snowy kingdom. Swords cut through the green enemies as the brave fighters clean up the remaining monsters on the high walls. With a happy smile, a guard reports that the invaders on the roof are finally defeated. The serious captain shakes his head because he knows the dangerous struggle is far from over. Feeling a strange heartbeat in his chest, the dark-haired warrior watches the glowing blue magic surround his body. Suddenly, he orders his confused team to leave only a few defenders behind on the stone walls. Raising his sharp blade high, the leader yells that they must exit the castle to join the main battle. Hearing the bold command, the loyal troops immediately run down the stairs to follow their master. Even though the blonde prince is still incredibly young, his brave actions inspire everyone on the battlefield. This deadly clash is only his third real fight, but he charges forward without showing any fear. Watching his supreme confidence, the entire army happily follows him directly into the chaotic zone. Side by side, the elite knights he personally selected slice down any enemy that dares to block their path. Legendary commanders with amazing reputations swing their heavy weapons to keep the royal family safe. Joining the massive chaotic fight, the experienced ranger captain uses his quick skills to destroy the green horde. Beside him, the hooded soldiers fight with absolute fury to protect their frozen home. These strong northern knights are proudly placing their lives in the hands of their new leader. Taking a heavy step forward, the young master charges ahead with unmatched speed. With one swift movement, he easily slices down another giant green opponent in his way. Red drops splatter across his face as his glowing blue eyes lock onto the remaining monsters. Suddenly, the entire battlefield becomes completely quiet as the fighters look around in shock. The blonde boy catches his breath while realizing that the chaotic clash is finally over. Looking at the snowy field, they see the bodies of their defeated enemies scattered everywhere. Reaching down to the cold ground, the young prince prepares to claim his prize. He firmly grips the red battle standard of the defeated enemy general. A confident smile appears on his face because this great symbol of victory is finally his. Lifting the heavy spear, he prepares to show everyone that they survived the brutal attack. Raising the red banner high in the air, the brave ruler proudly announces their victory to the army. Hearing his loud voice, the surrounding soldiers raise their weapons to cheer for their master. The happy captain smiles since they successfully defended the castle against the massive green horde. Several exhausted fighters suddenly collapse to the cold ground while their confused allies try to wake them up. Two scouts look back in confusion because some of the fallen warriors are actually laughing in their sleep. The tired soldiers realize that the intense battle completely drained their energy and they need immediate rest. Looking around the quiet yard, the veteran commander remarks that the power of their legendary song is truly amazing. The blonde boy slowly turns around to correct his uncle because that powerful magic was not a simple melody. Closing his heavy eyes, the young master explains that the ancient chant was actually a terrifying war song. Before the blonde hero can finish speaking, his body suddenly gives out and he falls forward toward the snow. The shocked veteran lunges forward to catch the prince before he hits the frozen ground. Looking closely at his face, the older fighter realizes that the young ruler has simply fallen fast asleep. The veteran orders his men to take the sleeping master to a warm tent while the rest clean up the courtyard. Watching the distant castle from a snowy mountain peak, a mysterious silver-haired elf silently observes the scene. A sly smile appears on her face as she remembers the intense power of the prince and his new magic melody. The mysterious lady giggles because the young human never fails to surprise her with his incredible strength. Her glowing purple eyes lock onto the smoking fortress while a dark plan begins to form in her mind. Summoning a wave of dark magic, the elf decides that it is finally time to send her own special gift to the fort. The silver-haired elf smiles while releasing a massive monster to destroy the human kingdom. Back at the fortress, the exhausted prince rests peacefully after his brutal battle against the monster horde. Sometime later, we learn that the brave northern rangers prepared for the next massive invasion. Inside the royal court of the capital, the nobles gather to discuss the dangerous situation at the border. One elegant marquis praises the defenders but hesitates to send more backup to the freezing region. An angry fat noble yells at the messenger because he believes this is just a trick to cause trouble. Remaining calm under pressure, the loyal soldier prepares to reveal the ultimate proof of their claims. Gasps of sheer terror echo through the grand room when the wooden container is finally opened. Resting inside the box is the giant skull of the enemy commander that the prince defeated alone. The messenger explains that an even bigger monster is currently leading the Green Invasion force. Sweating profusely, the oldest lords gulp in fear as they realize the terrible truth of the warning. The trembling nobles whisper the legendary name of the massive orc king who leads the enemy army. Sitting on his throne, the wise ruler states that 16,000 green monsters are heading their way. The fat lord desperately points at the skull, while claiming the weak prince could never defeat such a beast. The annoying noble keeps talking trash and claims that the brave Balahard family is only using their big name to get power. Hearing the terrible insults, another loyal noble stands up and angrily tells the fat lord to watch his mouth. Suddenly, a loud hand slam echoes through the entire room as the leader demands everyone to stop their silly arguing. Sitting quietly on his throne, the king states that the count is a respectable man who would never lie about a threat. He immediately orders the nearby provinces to send all their troops and even hire some tough mercenaries for the fight. The ruler also decides to send the captured noble children to the front lines so they can finally pay for their crimes. Looking down, the young messenger feels incredibly disappointed that the central army still refuses to help them directly. The loyal veterans also feel sad because their long service of over 100 years is getting ignored by the capital. Suddenly, the heavy doors open as a young blonde warrior in beautiful armor enters the room and tells them to wait. Walking forward, the newcomer proudly says, "The royal family must never ignore the great sacrifices of the northern heroes." Everyone stares in awe at the handsome warrior who stands tall with supreme confidence in front of the entire court. This brave young man is Maximilian II Prince, and he boldly offers to lead his own elite knights to the north. Agreeing to the request, the king tells the prince to stop by another noble territory before starting his long journey. The king whispers that he secretly disguised some elite central knights as mercenaries so the prince can lead them. Looking at a glowing magical shield on the wall, the old ruler states that this frozen fortress must never fall. Placing his hand on his chest, the young prince bows respectfully and promises to remember those important words. Looking up with a curious expression, the blond boy pauses before asking another crucial question to his father. He wonders why the king acted so cold and indifferent in front of those greedy nobles during the meeting. The old ruler explains that openly sending a massive army to the north would make the empire highly suspicious. They would easily suspect the royal family of building a massive rebel force with the strong northern house. Moving closer, the ruler says they cannot give those corrupt politicians even a tiny excuse to start a conflict. Placing a heavy hand on the shoulder of the prince, the king gazes deeply into the eyes of his second son. With a very serious face, the loving father calls out the name of the young prince to share some vital advice. Nodding his head, the handsome prince stands completely still and listens to the royal advice with respect. The king tells him to keep walking a righteous path so that loyal subjects will naturally gather by his side. Looking incredibly determined, the boy states that he will protect the frozen northern territory no matter what. Gently patting the shoulder of the prince, the king warns that the local lord has already chosen a side. The young prince then wonders if his brother is still a true member of the royal family despite the dangers. The angry king tells his son to never forget the terrible damage his older brother brought upon the country. With a dark look, the father recalls how that kid sold the entire future of their kingdom to the enemy empire. Maximilian tries to defend him by mentioning his young age, but the ruler instantly shuts down the conversation. Clenching his fist, the old man says that the painful memories from that day are still perfectly clear in his mind. He remembers the loyal knights breaking their legendary weapons and giving up their powers right in front of him. The mocking laughter of those corrupt politicians and his own son is something he can never truly forget. The prince mentions that his brother achieved great things in the north, but the king says the boy simply forgot. Looking bitter, the father wonders what the point of training is when the damage has already been done to the land. Those loyal warriors can never restore their strength, and no amount of new recruits can ever replace them. Turning his back, the ruler orders the young prince to head north before their greedy political rivals can interfere. Accepting the difficult task, the blonde warrior bows his head and promises to fulfill his royal duty. The departure of the reinforcement troops turns into a fierce race against time through the freezing snow. Even though many soldiers fall behind from the non-stop forced march, the army cannot stop moving forward. Watching from his horse, the mercenary leader Antoine remarks that the young prince has incredible determination. Beside him, the vice commander of the elite knights silently keeps a close eye on their struggling leader. Sweating profusely in the cold, the blond boy gasps for air but refuses to show any signs of weakness. Riding closer, the worried commander asks the young master if he is doing all right during this tough journey. The prince quickly replies that he is fine, because they do not have a single moment to waste. Looking at the heavy snow, the knight mentions that their destination must finally be getting close. Suddenly, the group stops when they notice a carriage and several tired people traveling on the road ahead. The commander quickly orders one of his scout soldiers to go ahead and find out what is happening. Approaching the travelers, the scout asks if they are currently coming down from the nearby territory. The traveler reveals that the local lord ordered an immediate evacuation in preparation for the worst. Hearing about the evacuation, the royal heir is shocked to learn that the front line is in such a bad state. Realizing that the legendary fortress might actually fall, the prince commands everyone to speed up their march. With renewed urgency, the entire army pushes forward into the freezing wind to save their northern allies. The tired soldiers struggle to push forward as a massive snowstorm completely covers the freezing mountain path. While walking through the cold wind, the blond prince suddenly pauses when he hears a faint human voice in the distance. Heavy footsteps echo loudly in the snow as a group of mysterious warriors slowly approaches the young royal. A red-haired warrior leads his brave men while loudly singing a powerful anthem to boost their spirits in the cold. The prince stares at the group and wonders if these energetic soldiers belong to the legendary northern family. Suddenly, the singing leader stops in his tracks when he notices the newcomers standing right in front of him. He instantly orders his entire platoon to stand at attention before greeting the royal visitors. The red-haired leader named Jordan proudly salutes the second prince with absolute respect and honor. Maximilian gladly welcomes the patrol unit and explains that they have just arrived from the capital. Smiling warmly, the local guide offers to lead the way and tells them to leave their heavy wagons behind. The combined armies continue their long march together while singing their favorite winter song through the snow. The young prince feels quite curious and asks about the beautiful melody that the northern soldiers are singing. Jordan proudly turns around to explain that this cool military song is called the Winter Poem. He mentions that singing this tune actually helps to warm up their bodies during these freezing marches. The blonde boy gasps in complete shock when the guide reveals that his older brother actually created the song. Jordan mentions that the first prince arrived during a massive blizzard just like this one. The young prince notices that the guide talks about his brother at almost every single opportunity. He finds it very strange that a common soldier would speak so casually about a member of the royalty. Walking further along the mountain trail, the entire group is relieved when the heavy snowstorm finally stops. Jordan complains that the weather always clears up right when they reach the destination gates. Smiling brightly, the red-haired guide quickly tells the group to look on the bright side of things. He proudly gestures forward to introduce the legendary northern fortress of the kingdom. Suddenly, the young prince and his loyal companions freeze in pure shock at the sight before them. Standing tall in the freezing wind is the massive winter castle, which looks incredibly dark and gloomy. They immediately notice that the stone walls are heavily damaged and patched up in a massive rush. Dead monsters still cover the cold ground because the soldiers did not even have time to clean up. Gazing at the destruction, the prince realizes that a truly terrifying battle recently took place here. The young royal suddenly hears a familiar voice coming from the inside of the messy courtyard. An imposing warrior walks out from the gates and jokingly asks Jordan if he is slacking off again. The first prince stands before them with a dirty face, while complaining about some annoying monsters. Jordan jokingly asks if the older prince caused another major mess, which immediately makes the tired royal yell in annoyance. Looking closely at the massive group of soldiers, the first prince curiously wonders who these new people actually are. The dirty blonde warrior smiles brightly when he realizes that the long-awaited reinforcements have finally made it here. The guide steps forward to introduce the clean young newcomer as His Highness the second prince of the kingdom. The local guide then points back at his dirty leader to introduce him as the legendary first prince of the realm. Seeing their silent reactions, the red-haired warrior wonders if the two siblings do not even recognize each other. Placing a hand on his chin, the older brother notes that they actually share a very strong family resemblance. The young prince can only sigh quietly as he processes the bizarre personality of his long-lost older sibling. The massive mercenary leader smilingly agrees that the two royal brothers look absolutely identical to each other. Stepping over the dark remains of defeated beasts, the soldiers slowly make their way inside the main courtyard. Looking at the chaotic scene around him, the second prince feels quite uneasy about the brutal reality of this region. Walking beside his sibling, the young guest mentions that a terrible struggle must have occurred here very recently. The older prince casually replies that the clash happened 3 days ago and says everyone gets used to it eventually. The younger sibling feels deeply shocked and wonders exactly how many times these people have to fight to survive. Looking at his brother, the boy is amazed at how anyone can stay so calm surrounded by hundreds of fallen enemies. The red-haired guide laughs and jokes that dead monsters look pretty cute compared to the living ones. Everyone else stays completely silent because they do not find his dark joke funny at all. The group looks up when they notice several important figures waiting to greet them in the courtyard. Standing in front of the massive stone gate is a brave commander surrounded by disciplined warriors. The scar-faced leader salutes and introduces himself as Vale of the legendary northern family. Smiling respectfully, the young prince returns the greeting and praises the famous protector of the northern lands. Suddenly, a nearby soldier blows a loud horn to mark the grand arrival of the royal guests. All the guards raise their weapons in unison to show their absolute loyalty to the kingdom. The northern soldiers shout a warm welcome and express their gratitude to the visitors from the capital. Hearing their powerful voices, the blonde boy feels incredibly relieved and happy to be here. Holding the royal flag high, the young prince thanks the brave soldiers for their sacrifices in the war. The tired defenders smile upon hearing the kind words of the royal guest. Standing nearby, the older brother looks extremely proud and amused by his sibling's speech. The local leader then invites everyone to head inside the warm castle to escape the cold. During dinner, the second prince thinks about how much his brother has changed since they last met. The dining room remains extremely quiet as the guests slowly eat their food. The young prince feels quite nervous because his older sibling is staring at him very intensely. He finally breaks the silence and asks his brother if there is something he wants to say. The younger sibling gently wonders how his brother likes living in this cold castle compared to the royal palace. Smiling brightly, the wild prince replies that he absolutely loves this place because of the constant fights. A wave of pure disbelief hits the blonde guest who cannot believe his sibling actually enjoys facing monsters. Laughing loudly, the first prince drops more meat onto the plates and tells everyone to eat up while they can. The younger brother quickly puts a stop to the pressure because the other guests are getting too uncomfortable. Sitting nearby, Commander Vale notes that the boy still has an incredibly stiff personality just like before. Ignoring the light-hearted teasing, the serious blonde prince decides to steer the conversation back to business. Looking at the table, he declares that they need to understand the true situation of the fortress right now. He mentions seeing at least 1,000 dead orcs piled up near the damaged walls on his way inside. The commander reveals that waves of at least 500 beasts attack them every 4 days without fail. One of the capital knights happily assumes that the enemy must be running out of forces after such losses. His smile quickly fades when the local warriors reveal that the monster numbers have not decreased at all. The older prince explains that the monster armies are actually growing bigger every single moment. He adds that they see groups of orcs every day and have confirmed at least 9 different enemy banners. The capital knights are terrified to learn that the enemy still has at least 18,000 troops ready to fight. Walking down the hallway, the young prince realizes that the current situation is way worse than he ever imagined. Even though things look bad, the blonde boy notices that the local people do not seem sad or worried at all. Walking beside his allies, the younger brother admits that he never got the chance to really know his older sibling. The gray-haired commander joins the walk and mentions that the first prince once visited their massive castle in the past. He reveals that the wild prince sparred with dozens of elite knights and did not lose a single match back then. Smiling warmly, the commander notes that the first prince seems even stronger now than he was during that visit. The curious young prince wonders why such amazing stories about his brother never spread to the rest of the kingdom. The commander explains that the older brother simply did not want anyone to talk about his incredible power. This revelation makes the younger sibling wonder what other massive secrets his mysterious brother might be hiding. One of the visitors doubts the existence of the Orc King and asks if anyone has actually seen the beast with their own eyes. Pointing toward the window, the first prince tells everyone to look at the massive pillar standing out in the distance. He explains that this giant structure is actually the massive spear used by that terrifying monster leader. Staring out the window, the advisor is shocked because throwing something that far seems completely impossible. The older brother asks if they would rather believe the beast used a massive siege weapon or just threw it by hand. He coldly tells the guests to leave immediately if they are only here to doubt his words instead of helping them fight. Realizing his mistake, the embarrassed man quickly bows and apologizes for questioning their incredible stories. Slapping the table, Commander Vale decides to pause the meeting for 1 hour so everyone can calm their nerves. The younger sibling gently calls out to his brother to get his attention during their talk. He mentions hearing that the older brother was the very first person to discover the Monster King. The older prince looks away and acts very casual about his incredible discovery. Smiling gently, the young royal asks if his brother searched through ancient books to find these secrets. The wild prince realizes his vague answer actually worked out as a perfect excuse. He remembers how the original owner of this body was known as a total fool who stabbed himself. The former prince was so obsessed with ancient legends that he even tried dangerous old techniques. Looking at his sibling, the older brother notes that this kid is a truly impressive prince. He finally understands why the king always disliked his wild eldest son so much. The younger brother is widely known as a kind genius with an incredibly strong character. The warrior compares the young boy to a wise king who is destined to rule the land peacefully. However, a terrible time is coming that cannot be solved by simple wisdom alone. Terrifying monster rulers and dark fairies are starting to show themselves to the world. Huge waves of pure chaos are about to destroy everything in this upcoming age of war. The true leader of this era must be a fierce warrior who can turn normal men into absolute beasts. The wild warrior knows he is the best person for this task because he has survived countless massive wars in his past life. The scene changes as the younger prince starts giving loud orders to split the arriving troops into 3 main groups. The nearby soldiers do not look happy at all with these sudden changes to their usual battle plans. Walking through the courtyard, the young prince notes that the tired soldiers seem very upset with his decision. He explains that merging their new forces into the local army might look like they are ignoring the main rules. The blonde boy reassures his ally that they cannot trust inexperienced capital knights to guard the massive walls. He believes that everyone will completely forget about political rules once the real battle begins. The gray-haired commander smiles and asks the young royal what he is actually planning to do next. The prince gets annoyed and yells that the older man is simply dumping way too much work onto him. He complains that the old leader has even been leaving all his heavy paperwork to his poor son lately. Looking down at his hand, the experienced commander reflects on his own journey as a warrior. He admits that he thought his growth had completely stopped until he saw a bright path ahead. A massive burning ambition finally starts to grow inside him, not just as a leader, but as a true knight. The wild older brother confidently declares that he is going to take down the enemy warlord all by himself. Sweating nervously, the younger sibling points out that his brother could not even defeat a basic general alone before. Suddenly, the gray-haired commander steps forward to thank the young prince for helping him find his true path. The blonde boy gets completely confused because this serious old warrior is suddenly acting totally out of character. A loud horn suddenly echoes through the cold air and makes all the guards instantly freeze in surprise. Dropping to his knees, the young blonde prince feels a wave of dread from the sound of that terrifying horn. He quickly asks his loyal ally about the status of the walls and gets reassured that everyone is ready to fight. Turning around with a serious look, the older brother wonders why the young prince is acting so scared right now. Looking over the wall, they see a massive army of green orcs marching forward to launch a giant surprise attack. Huge rocks rain down on the green beasts as they try to climb the tall stone walls of the fortress. Standing at the edge of the wall, the young prince loudly orders his soldiers to block the ladders with everything. The defenders fight hard on the high wall to keep the monsters from gaining any ground. An archer releases a burning arrow that explodes into a massive ball of fire and engulfs several green beasts. Watching the intense clash, the younger prince realizes just how difficult these daily battles must be. Suddenly, a giant weapon swings toward him, but the older brother quickly jumps in to block the deadly attack. Pulling his sibling away, the wild prince warns that wearing such bright armor makes him an easy target. A massive green monster stares back at them with glowing red eyes as the chaos of the battle continues. While the young boy tries to thank him, the older sibling explains that a royal death would only boost enemy morale. Hearing these blunt words, the younger prince can only blush from embarrassment and look down at the floor. Quickly recovering his focus, the blonde leader calls for his trusted ally Sir Erhim to support the front lines. The first prince steps in and points out that sending too many troops will only slightly crowd the narrow stone wall. Agreeing with this solid logic, the younger brother orders his regular soldiers to hold back while only knights push forward. The nearby knight smiles and notes that the first prince has truly grown much more dignified since their last meeting. The elite Iron Lion Knights leap directly into the intense battle to assist their struggling allies. Arwen is surprised to see Sir Dunham easily slashing down a giant green beast before him. The veteran warrior simply tells her that they can catch up later and rushes back into the action. The wild eldest prince notes that many elite knights are pretending to be simple mercenaries. Arwen agrees and points out that they can leave this section of the wall to these strong fighters. Nearby soldiers watch in awe as the local knights easily cut through the endless waves of monsters. A soldier informs the younger prince that about 1,000 enemies are still attacking them. The blonde boy looks around and realizes that the main defense forces on the wall are decreasing. He notices that the powerful knights from Winter Castle are completely missing from the wall. A sudden wave of shock hits the young prince when he realizes what is actually happening. Looking down, he sees the entire elite army gathered right in front of the giant gate. Standing at the front is his wild older brother holding a massive sword with confidence. The younger sibling worries that they are planning to open the gates and charge the entire horde. The giant gate begins to open as the guards receive the order to let the enemies in. Seeing the gate open, the terrifying green monsters charge forward with loud roars. Instead of panicking, the prince stands tall and starts singing an ancient song of war. Hearing the melody, the younger brother stands completely frozen in pure shock. He instantly recognizes the tune as the legendary anthem of the 3rd Legion. Blue light shines brightly as the surrounding warriors join the song with absolute pride. The capital soldiers feel a strange pressure and wonder what is happening to the air. His loyal ally warns the young prince to protect his heart from this massive wave of energy. Moving with incredible speed, the blonde prince easily slices through the incoming monsters. The sheer force of the group sends the terrifying green beasts flying into the air. The young royal remembers how the corrupted nobles always claimed his brother stole all his achievements. Rumors from the capital said the wild prince was too weak to even defeat a single weak monster. They always painted the wild prince as a completely useless and violent person with no future. Staring at the battlefield, the young prince realizes just how wrong those rumors actually were. With a single swift strike, the brave warrior easily cuts down a giant green beast before him. Looking down at the crazy battlefield, the younger prince realizes that rumors about his brother are totally fake. Hoping to help his sibling, the young royal suggests joining the fight, but his loyal advisor quickly stops him. Stunned by this response, the blonde prince wonders why their regular forces cannot match the strength of the elites. Watching the legendary warrior walk through the snow, the young prince wonders what makes his brother so different. Holding his weapon high with absolute confidence, the eldest sibling looks back at his people with a smug smile. With a powerful voice, the brave warrior declares their victory to the entire army as the crowd begins to cheer. The gray-haired leader stares in disbelief because a simple mana heart knight should never possess such insane power. Suddenly, a nearby soldier informs Commander Antoine that the eldest prince wants to meet him privately very soon. Looking closely at the battlefield, the commander realizes that everything he heard about the prince was completely wrong. People always claimed the eldest prince was far weaker than his talented younger brother. Suddenly, the wild brother runs over to boast to his ally that he has captured 19 enemy flags. The dark-haired knight calmly replies that he still has more flags and easily defeats him in their little game. The nearby soldiers laugh and call the prince shameless for trying to break a long record in just a few months. They continue to tease their royal leader about being tired, after previously saying those green monsters were weak. Watching this scene from afar, the younger sibling gets extremely confused by how his brother is acting. Holding his weapon proudly, the wild prince laughs and shouts that even 10 times that enemy force is nothing to him. The blonde boy stares in amazement as he witnesses a royal member joking around so naturally with common soldiers. He jokingly punishes the soldiers by assigning them to battlefield cleanup duty for teasing him. Even though they complain playfully, the loyal warriors instantly follow their master orders without any real delay. Staring at the departing men, the younger prince realizes that their eyes are filled with pure respect and admiration. A friendly knight suddenly approaches the blonde prince and expresses his relief that the royal boy is safe. The friendly knight praises the young prince for fighting so bravely during his first real battle. Hearing these kind words makes the blonde boy pause as a sudden realization hits his mind. He realizes that these warriors are actually proud of him instead of just acting polite. He remembers how the capital nobles always treated him like a talented child rather than a real warrior. A wave of deep embarrassment washes over the young boy as he thinks about his past self. He looks over at his wild older sibling, who is already respected by everyone as a true leader. One of the local knights politely asks the young prince for permission to greet the first prince. With a gentle smile on his face, the blonde leader tells them to go ahead and talk to his brother. The silver-haired knight joyfully thanks him before rushing over to meet the legendary warrior. The group of warriors instantly crowds around the wild prince and praises his crazy fighting skills. Watching them joke around so easily makes the younger sibling wonder why they are suddenly acting so friendly. His dark-haired advisor steps up and explains that these elite soldiers actually volunteered for this mission. They chose to hide their honorable name as the Iron Lions just to travel to this freezing northern wasteland. Looking at the happy scene, the blonde prince finally understands why these strong men followed his brother here. The advisor calmly tells the young prince to remain patient during this intense situation. Smiling softly, the blonde boy replies that he was simply caught off guard by the event. Far away, the capital remains completely peaceful and unchanged from its normal routine. Meanwhile, a brutal conflict is currently raging in the snowy northern lands against the orcs. These ferocious monsters built their own kingdom and started attacking the human borders. But a legendary bloodline is finally rising up like a great tree to protect the realm. The young royal wonders how nobody back in the capital could have ever predicted this. Later that night, 2 heavily armed guards stand outside a large tent in the cold camp. Entering the tent, Commander Antoine politely bows and greets the first prince with respect. The blonde hero asks if the mercenary group currently has a contract with the royal family. Antoine smiles and explains that warriors who face death daily do not make long-term plans. The young leader offers a new contract, but the commander warns that their price is high. Hearing this, the blonde prince only smirks because he already knows exactly what to offer. He points his glowing finger forward and mentions the crude mana the warrior has gathered. The prince promises to fix his flawed technique so that nobody will ever look down on him. The hero explains that the commander is using a very basic and cheap refinement method to build his energy. A smug smile appears on the blonde boy as he looks at the older warrior. Blue energy starts to swirl around the small tent as the temperature drops. The young royal shows how a real master uses the same power to reach a higher level. He adds that the difference between their abilities is like heaven and earth. Antoine stands completely stunned as he feels the massive pressure coming from the seated royal. The veteran leader chuckles and notes that nice words alone cannot make someone a swordmaster. The young prince looks down thoughtfully while considering the warrior words. Looking back up, the blonde boy claims that success really depends on who is giving the advice. The clever commander proposes a deal and asks for a noble title as his payment. An amused expression appears on the young prince's face when he hears this request. The gray-haired fighter thinks to himself that this royal might actually be highly useful. Accepting the terms, the blonde prince stands up and prepares to set the timeline. With a confident grin, the young boy declares that their contract will last until he becomes king. The commander agrees to the deal and asks if the young master really knows how to guide his mana. The veteran commander decides to show his skills by drawing his weapons with absolute precision. Swirling blue energy surrounds the warrior as he prepares to demonstrate his legendary technique. The blonde prince watches closely to see if this veteran fighter is actually telling the truth. With a loud roar, the gray-haired commander unleashes a powerful technique meant to break enemy weapons. He breathes heavily after using so much energy while his royal partner remains completely unmoved. Instead of being impressed, the young master only looks at him with a highly confused expression. The proud fighter shows off a small crack on his blade and boasts about his famous sword technique. He happily explains how he spent all his life savings to learn this secret from a legendary mercenary. The blonde boy asks if everyone else in the world uses the same terrible fighting style. Deep frustration fills the royal mind because this famous style is actually just garbage. True martial poetry is usually kept secret within royal bloodlines to preserve its immense power. Trading these precious secrets for cheap coins only ruins the technique and makes it totally useless. Realizing how much help the mercenary needs, the blonde prince suddenly decides to alter their deal. The young master demands a contract of 20 years and shocks the veteran commander. Antoine protests loudly because such a long agreement basically equals a lifetime of service. The blonde prince calmly smiles and says a contract of absolute service is actually much better. Gripping his sword, the young royal begins to release a massive amount of cold blue energy. He poses with his weapon while reciting a poetic verse about standing over a mountain of defeated enemies. His glowing blue eye shines with incredible power as he finishes the ancient poem. Antoine watches in total shock as a massive shockwave of pure energy erupts from the young master. Pointing his blade at the commander, the prince notes that the old warrior spent way too long learning trash. The blonde hero calmly asks what the actual worth of his advanced technique is, compared to 20 years of service. He turns his back and decides to give the stunned commander some time to think about this amazing deal. Suddenly, the veteran warrior feels his own mana heart reacting to the incredible pressure. A massive blue lion appears behind the prince as he warns that he will not wait very long for an answer. Back inside the fortress, the young prince requests some skilled mountain rangers for an upcoming mission. Vincent gets extremely surprised when the blonde teenager reveals they are going on a dangerous hunt. The prince notes that other threats reside in the mountains and says the warlord will eventually move again. Even though the plan is risky, the teenager refuses to sit around and wait for the massive enemy to strike. He reminds the worried commander of his previous successful battle against the dangerous orc scouting unit. Vincent finally gives up his arguments and decides to assign some extra elite guards to protect the royal. The scene changes to the mountain expedition, where a terrified Adelia shakes during her very first deployment. The prince thinks she looks pretty pathetic, but remembers this dangerous trip is specifically to help her grow. Standing with her massive sword, the young maid still lacks the true spirit of a warrior before the upcoming battle. Suddenly, the blonde prince notices that some elite knights from the capital are actually planning to follow his group. The mercenary leader decides to stay behind, but introduces two highly skilled mountain experts to assist with the hunt. Using his special appraisal power, the clever boy discovers that these two newcomers possess the suspicious spy trait. Just before they set off, the scarred uncle unexpectedly appears at the castle gates to bid them a very safe journey. Smiling at his stern relative, the young noble finalizes the travel preparations and commands his squad to move out. Sometime later, the group climbs high into the freezing peaks, where terrifying green monsters are already waiting in the snow. Hiding behind the snowy bushes, the guide quickly asks the young prince what their next move will be. Suddenly, a massive and terrifying ogre with glowing red eyes appears right before them. Everyone in the squad instantly freezes in absolute shock as they watch the giant beast from their hiding spot. Instead of attacking the humans, the giant monster begins brutally crushing the nearby green orcs. One of the green leaders tries to rally his terrified troops by shouting that their enemy is just a single beast. The powerful ogre easily smashes them down while a massive horde of green orcs rushes into the chaotic fight. Filled with pure rage, the green orc general charges forward to personally take down the rampaging monster. The blonde prince smiles while observing a very powerful high-ranking orc charge directly into the chaotic battle. The giant beast brutally smashes the green orcs, while the remaining monsters try to launch a desperate counterattack. Suddenly, the young maid grabs her master as a system screen announces that her dangerous butcher trait is active. The clever prince quickly restrains his wild companion and whispers that they must wait for the enemies to get tired. The giant monster continues to stomp on the green soldiers while unleashing a terrifying physical power. Red energy starts swirling as the massive opponent begins to unleash its true form on the chaotic battlefield. The shocked allies ask what is happening, and the blonde leader explains that they are facing a real legendary ogre. The massive red monster brutally crushes the green beasts because it is a natural-born predator. The prince tells his wild companion to wait just a little longer while the ogre continues its rampage. He realizes that a fully awakened ogre actually possesses a level of power equal to a legendary swordmaster. Knowing this is the perfect test to raise her rank, the young master tells the girl to get ready. Moving like a flash of light, the brave girl charges forward to strike the massive red beast. Her mind remembers the legendary slashing technique designed to bring down the giant enemies of the past. She unleashes her ancient power because ogres are just descendants of the giants her family used to hunt. With one single clean slash, she cuts the giant's leg and leaves him screaming as blood flows onto the snow. The giant ogre collapses in agony while the young maid flashes a highly terrifying and wicked smile. Watching her fight, the brave prince decides to activate a legendary song called the Poem of the Dawn. A warning screen instantly appears because his weak physical body cannot handle the immense strain of the saga. Standing nearby, the dark-haired commander wonders why his young lord brought such a seemingly delicate girl. His doubts disappear when the quiet maid suddenly unleashes a completely unhinged attack with glowing eyes. The girl easily delivers a series of heavy strikes that completely crush the massive beast and shock the captain. The giant red beast unleashes a massive attack while the young girl quickly dashes forward to dodge the strike. The brave prince instantly jumps in to support his ally and deflects the heavy pressure of the monster. After the monster retreats, the young master holds his exhausted companion, who used too much of her power. The watching captain notices there is no opening to help until he suddenly spots another group of enemies. A skilled female knight charges directly toward the green horde as a rain of arrows flies through the air. Observing her battle, the proud commander feels amazed by how much she has grown as a warrior over the months. Standing victoriously over the fallen beasts, the young lady immediately faces a giant enemy leader with red eyes. The giant green monster roars loudly and proposes an honorable duel to settle the battle. Stepping forward, the blonde prince commands his allies to fall back so he can handle the situation. Suddenly, the wild maid leaps into action and brutally slices an enemy with a terrifying smile on her face. The captain gets covered in dark blood and admits that her crazy attack actually worked out pretty well. Facing the giant beast, the prince speaks their language and officially accepts the challenge for a duel. The excited monster roars as the young royal immediately charges forward to start their intense clash. Moving with incredible speed, the blonde hero leaps into the air and trades heavy blows with his opponent. Watching from the sidelines, the captain admits he would never believe this crazy sight without seeing it. Wielding a dangerous red energy, the giant monster fights with the strength of a triple-chain knight. Yet he gets totally pushed back by a royal teenager who only began training a single year ago. Suddenly, the beast's heavy sword shatters into pieces as he stares at the boy in complete shock. With one flawless slash, the prince easily dominates the monster and leaves him bleeding in the snow. Smiling down at his groaning opponent, the young master calmly admits that it was a fine battle. Standing tall over the fallen giant, the victorious teenager proudly raises his bloody blade. Watching the incredible ending, his companions stand frozen in absolute disbelief of his raw power. Letting out a tired sigh, the exhausted protagonist slowly walks away to rest his aching body. The dirty young maid slowly approaches her master while crying and wondering if the chaotic fight has finally ended. Panicking instantly, the funny prince tells her to stay away because he does not want her to get blood on his fine clothes. Sometime later, the small squad continues their march through the snowy forest to search for any remaining threats. The dark-haired commander notes the rangers seem bolder, while the protagonist senses the heavy stench of an ogre nearby. Suddenly, the leading scout signals for everyone to stop because someone is still lurking in this freezing territory. Loud, heavy footsteps echo through the cold forest as a massive blue beast with glowing red eyes leaps out to attack them. Drawing their weapons, the brave companions realize they are facing a terrifying creature that is just as strong as an ogre. A giant blue troll suddenly charges forward to crush the human warriors with its massive strength. The small squad spends several days wandering through the mountains and fighting countless fierce battles. Adelia pushes past her limits and composes a brand new saga as her magical energy begins to change. Her deep devotion triggers a unique tribute that grants her master a new skill born from her sorrowful grudge. The protagonist decides to inspect her character profile to understand her strange personality traits. He gets extremely shocked when he realizes that her gluttony trait might actually make her crave blood. Feeling happy with his new power, the young prince leads his tired companions back to Winter Castle. Suddenly, the blonde teenager pauses near a tree when he senses another unusual presence in the dark. The reinforcement squad finally arrives to find a massive battle already raging outside the castle walls. Drawing his weapon confidently, the second prince commands his troops to prepare for a direct breakthrough. Spotting the enemy general in the crowd, the brave young royal leads a fierce charge to take the leader down first. The battlefield turns into absolute chaos under the full moon as they begin slicing through the green monsters. Meanwhile, the tired defenders of the castle struggle to hold the line while begging each other to endure. Wiping away his sweat, Vincent looks around and realizes that his entire squad is completely exhausted. He remembers his wild older brother, who would have simply opened the gates to crush the enemies in an instant. Before he can even recover his focus, a massive beast leaps down from above to launch a surprise attack. Gritting his teeth under the heavy pressure, Vincent struggles against a massive orc while reminding himself to stand strong. After surviving the attack, the young captain suddenly stops when his sharp senses pick up an unusual noise in the distance. A panicked soldier points toward the frozen hills and announces that a huge group is fast approaching their position. The wild older brother suddenly bursts onto the battlefield like a demon and easily slices through the enemy ranks. Watching him dominate the fight, the local soldiers cheer loudly and note that he looks like their true commander. Planting his banner down, the blonde prince commands 30 of his strongest soldiers to prepare for a quick raid. The excited guards immediately follow the royal order, leaving their actual captain completely stunned and angry. Seeing his men rush out of the open gates, Vincent can only sigh before charging into battle alongside his wild prince. Looking down at the chaotic battlefield, the second prince admits that the scene is truly a magical sight. The brave warriors easily push back the green horde and completely destroy their motivation to fight. Unleashing a massive wave of blue magic, the first prince and his ally coordinate to slice down the giant beasts. Stepping over the defeated monsters, the young hero stands victoriously as the battle finally comes to an end. The surrounding soldiers raise their weapons in pure joy and loudly celebrate their incredible survival. Smiling warmly, the younger brother raises his fist to proudly lead the cheers for the first prince. Hearing his name echo across the snowy valley, the victorious protagonist looks on with a highly satisfied smile. The young prince suddenly senses an incredibly powerful wave of killing intent. A massive dark red aura looms over the area while his nearby allies struggle to stand under the terrifying pressure. This overwhelming force reminds them of a brutal clash and leaves the scarred commander looking highly concerned. Looking out the window, the blonde hero notices the panicking soldiers crying out for help as the enemy approaches. Smiling darkly, the protagonist admits that this mysterious opponent possesses a highly threatening presence. Sometime later, the eldest brother proudly drops a giant monster head onto the table and boasts about his successful hunt. The young captain looks highly confused and asks why the royal only carried back a single trophy from his mission. Inspecting the bag, Vincent notes there are very few hides because the wild maid hacked all the beasts to tiny pieces. Ian suddenly remembers his extra monster standards and asks the soldiers to calculate the final score. The soldiers realize that one special standard counts as 10 points, which gives the prince a total of 39. Holding 39 points compared to Vincent 36, the smug prince happily declares his victory. The captain complains that the prince cheated by grabbing a random flag, but his own soldiers tell him to accept defeat. Vincent yells at his unfaithful men, while they playfully ask if the first prince is now the greatest warrior of the castle. Their fun gets interrupted when the veteran commander clears his throat and casually mentions a score of 59. The annoyed prince tells his uncle to stop crashing their fun, but the old man smiles and says his records will never vanish. Feeling highly annoyed, the first prince gets upset with his uncle as the dark mood of the room suddenly shifts. Watching the silly argument, the experienced commander wonders if this weird humor is actually a sign of great leadership. Meanwhile, the brave soldiers continue to patrol the freezing castle walls to keep everyone safe from the monsters. Looking out the window, the blonde protagonist knows that a single joke will not solve their massive problems. Turning to his companions, the younger sibling asks why they have not received any help from the other noble families. He then mentions that a small group of returning soldiers saw some very strange movements on their way back. It turns out the greedy lords are just partying in their warm mansions instead of caring about the safety of the realm. Getting extremely furious, the young prince shouts that these selfish nobles will definitely be the next targets if they fall. The protagonist feels a strong hand on his shoulder as his maternal uncle tells him to calm down, because the castle will never fall. Staring at the calm veteran, the young prince wonders if his relative actually managed to achieve some sort of high enlightenment. Blue energy begins to swirl around the commander hands as he admits that the ultimate level of power is finally at his fingertips. Reassuring the nervous group, the powerful veteran smiles and proudly declares that he has never once lost a battle to any green beasts. Handing over a sealed letter, Maximilian explains that he signed the reinforcement request just as his sibling suggested. Our hero notes that the greedy capital can easily ignore a trash royal, but they cannot overlook the famous second prince. Suddenly, the older sibling commands the shocked boy to establish a backup line of defense if things go terribly wrong. Desperately trying to object, the younger brother argues that the brave soldiers will need their true leader on the field. Hearing this, a soft smirk appears on the face of the hero as he realizes the boy is a truly worthy royal heir. Sometime later, a heavy quietness falls over the winter castle when the constant monster attacks suddenly stop. Standing over a tactical map, the younger prince ponders the suspicious silence while preparing for the next move. The tense atmosphere in Winter Castle builds as everyone prepares for the giant incoming battle. Inside his room, the experienced commander focuses deeply to refine his powerful mana rings. Even though no reinforcements have arrived from the capital, the local knights are still ready to fight. Suddenly, a legendary cavalry unit known as the Black Lancers finally returns from their secret mission. The rugged commander, Queen Richtheim, steps forward to formally greet the young blonde prince. The bearded warrior proudly mentions how Vincent could not stop boasting about the prince's masterclass moves. He boasts that his elite squadron is easily the finest charging unit in the entire northern region. With a confident smirk, the protagonist replies that he is also looking forward to fighting by their side. A few days later, the entire army gathers outside the gates to prepare for the ultimate clash of the winter. The sound of heavy war drums echoes across the field as the massive horde of green monsters begins its march. Inside the fortress, the worried defenders realize that the expected central army is still nowhere to be seen. The second prince gasps in shock when a terrifying creature that surpassed its own limits suddenly appears. Surrounded by a massive crimson lightning storm, the ultimate monster warlord finally leads his procession forward. Staring up at the colossal dark figure, a terrified human soldier drops his heavy sword to the cold stone floor. The immense pressure of the enemy forces the brave defenders to tremble and lose their morale before the clash. Gripping his giant weapon tightly, the savage monster king leads his massive army down the steep snowy slopes. Glowing with a terrifying red energy, the brutal general prepares to bring absolute destruction to the kingdom. A massive crimson energy blast crashes down onto the fortress and leaves the surrounding soldiers completely frozen in fear. The local commanders look up in shock when they notice the giant enemy spear embedded directly into the highest tower. An angry general gets ready to launch a counterattack, but a panicked soldier suddenly spots someone climbing the spire. The shocked defenders quickly realize that the crazy climber is actually their own first prince heading toward the top. His close allies stare in deep confusion, while wondering what kind of reckless stunt the young noble is about to pull. Reaching the very peak of the broken roof, the brave protagonist draws his shiny sword and delivers a clean slash. Smiling confidently, the blonde hero grabs the enemy flag to instantly destroy the monster army morale before the fight. Watching from below, the soldiers laugh about the prince's weird obsession with flags which has secured his victory. Standing proudly on the spire, the blonde hero blows his loud war horn to signal the final phase of the defense. The surrounding defenders listen in complete awe as the ancient war song echoes across the freezing mountain peaks. With a confident smirk, the young master draws his glowing blade and commands his loyal army to prepare for battle. He recites the legendary winter poem and unleashes a massive circular wave of blue energy across the entire castle. Seeing the boy steal the spotlight, the old commander grins and decides he cannot let his nephew take all the glory. Raising his massive lightning sword, the veteran officer strikes down to vaporize the charging monsters with a single hit. The remaining green horde stares in complete terror at the powerful defenses of the legendary northern fortress. Praising the commander for a great strike, the local soldiers wait for his hand signal to launch the next attack. The elite unit, known as the Black Lancers, prepares their weapons and fires a massive volley of glowing blue javelins. A deadly rain of sharp spears crashes directly into the green monsters and causes absolute chaos on the snowy field. Roaring in pure madness, the savage creatures push past their fallen allies and continue their charge through the red mist. The brutal battle officially begins as the heavy sound of monster war drums and human horns echoes through the cold area. The defenders quickly order the rangers to fall back and shoot, while the heavy infantry cuts down the enemy ladders. Watching from the top of the wall, the first prince notes that the green horde only relies on simple, mindless numbers. The old commander stares at the endless green wave and realizes their massive numbers are a weapon on their own. Realizing they must act fast to protect morale, the veteran officer orders his men to bring up all their oil jars. The younger prince is completely shocked because the number of dead soldiers on the walls is growing way too fast. To stop the climb, the defenders quickly pour their remaining fuel and ignite a massive explosion to burn the monsters. The blonde royal worries that a prolonged battle of attrition will force them to fight with their bare hands in a week. Looking out at the endless horde marching forward, everyone realizes that the winter fortress is doomed to fall soon. One of the exiled noble kids faces two giant monsters and regrets his past choices while trapped in this absolute hell. The silver-haired boy Bernardo Eli curses his bad luck because hanging out with the wrong crowd ruined his entire life. He was originally just a simple witness, but his honest testimony quickly earned him the deep hatred of the corrupt nobles. The poor teenager ended up getting framed and was sentenced to pay for terrible crimes he never actually committed. Sentenced to serve as a common soldier, he was thrown into the freezing north and told to survive entirely on his own. A strict commander warns the new recruits that the busy garrison has absolutely no time to look after fragile nobles. While the other exiled kids boast about their training, the silver-haired boy quietly mocks their extreme naivety. Within a single month, every other noble sinner was killed, leaving the clever protagonist friend as the sole survivor. Knowing that a single mistake means instant death, the young warrior unleashes his magic and lunges forward to fight for his life. Sliding his foot backward, the silver-haired boy activates his ancient mana heart to barely stay alive during the fight. Cursing his miserable destiny, the struggling teenager jumps high into the air to strike down a giant green monster. Unfortunately, the massive beast easily blocks his desperate attack and sends the poor boy flying onto the cold ground. Trembling in pure pain, the exhausted warrior tries to reach for his dropped weapon, but his body is simply too weak. A terrifying predator stands tall over the fallen noble, who realizes he is completely out of options. Believing his end has finally arrived, the helpless boy closes his eyes and prays for a quick and painless departure. Suddenly, a mysterious warrior in a red cape leaps through the air and brutally slashes the giant beast to save him. The first prince swoops in to slash the green monster and save his old friend from certain doom. Looking extremely furious, the blonde royal grabs the terrified teenager and scolds him for closing his eyes in battle. The prince coldly tells the useless boy to stay out of his way before charging directly back into the fight. Clenching his sword tightly, the silver-haired boy grinds his teeth in deep frustration after being saved. He remembers getting exiled because of the prince and feels incredibly bitter that his old friend does not recognize him. Refusing to accept a pathetic defeat, the stubborn noble draws his weapon and decides to follow his leader. For the next few days, the young warrior stays close to the prince as they charge into the fiercest parts of the war. Screaming in the middle of the chaotic battle, the silver-haired boy pushes his physical limits to survive. Suddenly, a loud retreat order echoes as the overwhelming beast army begins to push the defenders back. Watching his brave comrades throw their lives away in despair, the young noble wonders why they fight so hard. Before he can react, the strong protagonist grabs his collar and easily slices down a giant monster nearby. The angry prince loudly scolds his distracted friend for making such a terrible mistake during the intense fight. Realizing his mistake, the silver-haired boy resolves to stay focused so he can finally prove his worth. Turning back, the confident leader tells the teenager to fight properly while calling him by his family name. The young noble is completely stunned when he realizes that his royal friend actually remembers his identity. The guard reveals that the blonde prince actually recognized his old friend days ago, but simply chose to hide it. Pointing a sword, the knight tells the silver-haired teenager to step forward and fight or go back down to safety. This request makes the young noble extremely angry because he is tired of people constantly telling him to run away. Refusing to back down, the determined teenager charges forward and screams that he will follow his master even if he dies.